Our generation has a choice. Turn away from the world's problems or chase them down. We refuse to sit back and watch them pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Rise to every challenge and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Hello friends and welcome back to day 2 of the Neon Dream Invitational, presented to you by the Army National Guard. It is I, Evie, aka Cute Noob, and the next generation's greatest generation is now. Gen Z is coming of an age at a tough time with global pandemic, historical unemployment, and skyrocketing student debt. The media has counted them out, but the National Guard is a part-time commitment so members can still work and go to school full-time. By pursuing multiple paths at once, the Guard members set themselves up for future success, and they have made this game changer event possible. And to take you through this journey, I have Zobi and Becky Bear. It's going to be a battlefield. Zobi, Becky, it is day 2, and we have said goodbye to a few names throughout this event. Day 1, we had 3 best of 3s. We also had 1 best of 1 casted by Athena and Gompers, and we have the bracket. So let's go take a look at that. Zobi, there was a team that you told us a lot about, which was YFPX. They have now made it into the semifinals throughout this journey. What do you think kind of added to their success of being here, and how are they gonna continue to prevail?
I mean, they have kind of passed that threshold of rising to the top of the Game Changers NA scene with their performance in the last Game Changers Open Qualify, right? They joined the echelon of teams that have beaten Shopify Rebellion, for crying out loud, alongside FlyQuest Red, who also is now in the semifinals. I kind of set it up that these are my 2 teams I expect to see in the grand finals moving forward, and we'll get to see later today if that comes through. I mean, if you beat one of the best teams, you're going to have that confidence, I am one of the best teams now, kind of energy, and they've definitely showed that in all of their games so far.
I like how you said NRG. Actually, you said energy, but it sounds like NRG, right? I got you there. And Becky, Refrag and FlyQuest are going to be our second semifinal match. But let's talk about Refrag a little bit. A team that has reformed. That was their previous name, but they also kind of, you know, became a new identity here and now are seeing themselves in the semifinals. How do you think they're going to do up against FlyQuest?
I think that this is going to be like a hefty match to watch. I think that FlyQuest is coming in as like a big favorite going into this entire tournament, and they've just got all of the really big kind of star names in the scene. And so I think that while Refrag is a lot of really good names, I think their roster is a little bit newer, and there are some players who are maybe less used to playing with each other. And I think that that might be a place where they might suffer a little bit compared to a team like FlyQuest that seems like they are pretty primed and ready to go in this entire tournament and had nothing but amazing showings in all of their matches yesterday.
Yeah, and with the amazing showings and obviously these 4 teams that have cemented themselves throughout this tournament, they were teams that we had to say goodbye to. Teams like Teddy Tactic, teams like Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices. I couldn't possibly figure out why we wanted to give Wingman 2 nuclear devices, but we
Why
did, alright?
Because one wasn't enough.
Basically.
Just the spike wasn't enough. Give him another one.
Yeah.
I guess Wingman does indeed have 2 hands, right? We also said farewell to Miso's Millionaires and the last but not least, the Army National Guard squad, which we were just fawning over the fact that they had 2 pregnant players in their squad. And they were fragging out as well, right? It was Ali and Coffee. I will forever know them. They will live rent-free in my brain because they are just badass women playing some Valorant, which is our favorite game. We're kind of currently seeing some replays of kind of what went down yesterday. Was there anything that you were surprised or that really caught you off guard, Zoe?
I think I got to tune in a little bit to the quarterfinals, and I was following like the clips and stuff on Twitter. 2 things surprised me. 1, Oomfies picked up a Vice on Lotus, so we might see that today. And number 2, that Teddy Tactics versus Refrag was a reverse sweep favoring Refrag. Like I said, Titty Tactics, they came in hot, and I think they got their confidence up with the Army National Guard, but then the follow-up after that 13-3 loss to FlyQuest Red just caught them off guard when they had to now shift gears and go after the single elimination quarterfinals.
Becky, anything that stood out to you from day one?
I mean, I think that I'm in a pretty similar place as Zobi for the most part. We were even messaging back and forth as we were going through those quarterfinals matches, and we were like, oh, kind of surprised that Teddy Tactics has a game up on Refrag, because we kind of are looking at it and we were like, on paper, it seems like Refrag should be a lot stronger than Teddy Tactics. So when Teddy Tactics took down that first match, we were like, are we about to be really surprised? Is this about to be like a really cool series that's gonna completely upend everything that we thought? Because, you know, you're always in a situation like where you want to root for an underdog, or you want to like, you like to be surprised in things like this. But then, as Zobi mentioned, it was a reverse sweep. Refrag went and won the second 2 matches in that best of 3 and are now going up against FlyQuest Red. So they definitely have some work cut out for them having to play against FlyQuest Red, but if they've been able to surprise and bring back something that they maybe didn't start off on the wrong foot with in that quarterfinals match, maybe they can do it again here. And Zobi already said the thing about Vise on Lotus, and I'm now anticipating that we maybe just see Lotus get banned. Like, even if that's something that you're maybe thinking, oh, we are comfortable on Lotus, I think you would look at, oh, they maybe picked a Vise, and that might just be something that we don't want to mess with. So we'll maybe not let them go for something that they maybe feel more comfortable on than we feel like dealing with.
I am so excited. We have
Zoe,
so much.
sad face.
No. Okay, it was also like I would be kind of surprised, I feel like, and I feel like we wouldn't be done justice if Lotus was banned, right? Because if we talk about the first matchup of the day, right, like you said, Oomfies versus YFPX, they played Lotus in the last time they met, which was like only a few weeks ago with the Game Changers Open qualifier number 2 for Series 3, and they had a Lotus that went 20-18 with YFPX winning it. So like, we have to see Lotus again. That's only fitting to see which of these two teams really is the better team on that map.
I mean, we do already have the maps, picks, and bans, but I just wanted to give you folks at home the schedule of what we have planned for you, which is 3 best of 1s. As we already foreshadowed, we are going to see Oomfies and YFPX. That's going to be our first best of 3s, and sorry, 3 best of 3s. And so 2 semifinals and then the grand final, of course, because we can't leave you guys hanging. So let's take a look at our map pick and ban so that we can no longer just have a guessing game here going on. We're gonna have the answer for you guys. Becky, we're not going to see Icebox. We're not going to see Bind. We will be seeing Sunset, as well as Haven. And the decider map will be Ascent. So we are sad, right?
This feels pretty bland to me. But I'm not upset about it. I think, once again, you would kind of expect there to be a little bit of blandness at this point in the tournament. Everyone is putting like their best foot forward as much as they can, and so we're going to see a lot of these maps that people have a lot of reps on.
For sure. And I think, like, when you talk about the reps, I feel like the picks do kind of make sense. I'm nervous that Oomfies let Haven slip through the cracks, because in the group stage, they were 3-0 on this map, right? So it's definitely one of YFPX's strongest maps, and they also did get to play Sunset. So the fact that Lotus was the last ban isn't surprising to me. Like, they're okay playing that map, but also you don't want to, you know, charge into a long day where you're probably going to play the semis, hopefully play the grand finals if you're YFPX and expecting that performance. So you don't want another 18-20, because then you're going to be out of steam by the time you get to the grand finals. But other than that, like, it's not terrible either for Oomfies. Like, Haven, they lost once yesterday, but that was to FlyQuest Red, right? So they're hoping that they can kind of bring back the fire, bring back maybe some of the poly energy compositions, and get a win over them on, I guess, their map pick.
The fact that this is a rematch, and of course we've talked about this tournament and how there's some new faces being added to team compositions, that also kind of stirs things up here for the squads. How do you feel about the newest addition to Oomfies?
Zobi? I mean, it's not really, I guess, a new addition as much as an old face, a familiar face coming back, right? In the open qualifiers, Panday has kind of entered a pseudo-retirement where they're not playing in any of the direct VCT Game Changers events. It's Terror instead, who's still learning how to gel and communicate with the full squad, versus Panday comes in and they work together with this squad for a very, very long time, ever since they were SNG and, you know, winning out Cozy Clash last year. So this is a player that can call for the team, can bring new ideas in, and also I think are very, very mechanically sound and gifted. So I'm going to be looking towards them to kind of be that force that elevates the overall power level, per se, of Oomfies.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And YFPX, Becky, a team just feeling great, doing great, really having the momentum on their side. Do you think that by them picking Bind, it is going to continue to keep that steam rolling?
You mean by picking Sunset?
Oh, excuse me, yes, Sunset.
Yeah, I think by going to, again, a lot of these maps like Sunset, like Haven, like Ascent, they're kind of flexing the fact that they're the more seasoned, more put together team. They don't have as many recent changes, or the recent changes that they hopefully will have played together a little bit more. The members of their team who have played together more are going to be more comfortable on some of these maps that are, again, Haven and Ascent, bread and butter of Valorant. And so I think that they're just trying to flex their knowledge and how much they have played together compared to a team like Oomfies.
And let's talk about the last deciding map, which is Ascent. I know that I personally do not enjoy Ascent because everyone is just set in the... Okay, I'm looking at you, Zobi, because you also nodded your head like, please get me out of here. What's going on in there?
I love the map, don't get me wrong, and I'm glad to see that the meta's starting to shift a little bit away from those mirror metas. Like, we're seeing, you know, the deadlock picks come out. You know, maybe we'll see some Vice KJ combos one day when the teams have gotten some more server time in. But aside from that, we haven't really seen these two teams play Ascent that more recently. It is the kind of litmus test, though, for these two squads to see, like, who is the better one if we make it all the way, because everyone should know how to play that map. But aside from that, I'm just haunted because I casted an Ascent, you know, back at the beginning of the summer that went to, like, round-breaking number of rounds. Like, we were, like, almost to 60 rounds, like, of Valorant. So it's just always gonna traumatize me at this point. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
Yeah, that's not a mood you come back from.
No.
I feel like I would definitely be haunted, for sure. So I'm with you on that wavelength, and it seems that, like, our players are about ready to go. My last question before I send you guys off into the casting realm, into the journey of what Valorant War is about to go down here, is who are going to be your highlighted players? Let's start off with you, Becky, for either squad.
Ooh. I mean, I think for me personally, based on what we saw from YX yesterday, a name that, like, I was used to saying as somebody who was doing really well are going to be things like Marceline and Scary Shark. So those are going to be the players that I'm going to be watching and, like, looking closely at for the side of YFPX, especially from a utility usage standpoint.
Zobi,
Yeah.
who are we keeping an eye on?
And for me, for Oomfies, I already highlighted Panday, obviously, as that kind of coming back out of retirement to frag out and get a cut of that $10,000 prize pool. But for YFPX, I'm gonna go a little bit a different route than Becky, and I'm gonna go with Melia. They're the controller player for the squad, and they are a huge closer. They're really good at clutching out these close rounds. We saw it a few times, I believe, on Haven yesterday, Becky. We actually casted them together during the best of one, and Haven's the map pool again, so they're gonna be right in their comfort element.
I'm excited. I'm gonna copy and paste your guys' answer and say all of those players. But overall, I feel like I'm always excited to just see a new name that we haven't been casting time to time. So I'm just gonna be picking out one. I'm gonna be watching and being like, ooh, this is my star player, at least for now. So, ladies, casters, it is now time to take it over and go send us into the semifinals #1.
All right, rolling right on into Agent Select. Our players are not giving us any time to even think about what could be up their sleeve. We are getting some quick lock-ins, and already the first thing that I'm looking at is this ISO. I think this is a great pick on Sunset. It's something that maybe is a little bit out there, but I'm also very here for it. And it's going to be a double duelist composition with that Raze locked in as well here.
And I was curious to see what they were going to go for because I got to talk to, you know, an insider informant in the Oomfies camp that they're kind of just going with the compositions with the agent picks that feel right to them. And today it apparently is going to be that double duelist between Carry and Supercat. Another thing I wanted to look at was as well where Panda kind of fits in, because Panda is historically in my mind a Sentinel player, but they have since leaned into that flex player, and sometimes they pull out the breach, and Carry would be the player on that breach instead while they played Cypher. And it's kind of one or the other, right? So now that they've shifted away from that and Carry is on the ISO, Panda just gets to slot very nicely into that Cypher role, which I think, like I said, is better for them. They're more comfortable, they're more confident on this agent, and I think that that's going to help them immensely. But I am going to be nervous, like I said, because they don't have that breach here. Because now I think taking sights on the attack half, which is their starting half, is going to be a lot more difficult unless Supercat, unless Carry are having a field day with their entries alongside each other.
Yeah, I will be interested to see how that is going to go, and maybe they've just found that with the utility from things like the Omen and the Sova, like they don't need the extra utility that something like the Breach offers. I think the main thing that you're losing out on is going to be that blind to come through, and so really relying on something like that wall from ISO to block off as much vision as possible. So rather than forcing people to look away or hide behind a different angle, you're kind of just going to block off vision in a different way. And I will be interested to see how different that ends up being, because that is the only difference between these team compositions. And so it's going to be an easy kind of one-to-one, putting them right next to each other, which one is going to come out on top for these two teams here. And I will say, I mentioned that Scary Shark was a player that I was interested in watching and keeping an eye on for this match, and that was specifically for how Scary Shark played as Breach on Haven. So I think that this is a player that I'm now more excited to watch, because that was a performance that I was very impressed by yesterday, and I'm looking forward to being impressed by it here on Sunset as well.
Yes, and they've upgraded out of the duelist, so hopefully that frag ability is going to transfer. But like we said, we're jumping in Oomfies starting out on the attack, YFPX on the defense. And it's interesting, right? You're seeing, I feel like, a heavier mid focus from Oomfies right out the gate on this pistol round. Particularly both duelists here trying to clear out tiles. Maybe punish some over-aggression from YFPX, but head-to-head collision results in just chip damage off of both Razes. As actually, look at the pressure mounting out of B main.
Ooh. And even though Supercat was the first one to get shots over towards Marceline there, it's going to be Marceline who comes out on top with that headshot from the Ghost. Going to go ahead and throw out that boombot and try to find a little bit more action out towards mid. But Panini's going to be the one to shoot that down. A lot of waffling back and forth here in mid, just waiting to see if anyone else will peek out. And surprised to see Oomfies do this after we already saw that get a little bit punished at the start of this round from Supercat, but maybe they're hoping to finish off this last half health bar from Marceline as the double swing comes through, and we find YFPX taking out one more player from Oomfies, and both of those duelists are down now.
What I love from YFPX is how decisive their plays are, how decisive their rotations are, and even just the double swing that, like you mentioned, to finish off some of the mid-control players. But it looks like now that they know the information that they have about those players top mid, that's exactly what Oomfies is going to go for. You know, better to fight the devil you know than the one you don't. But unfortunately, one of those players is Elaborate, who has stalled utility and has the timing to swing out of their own cage and still survive. But Corrupt is the other demon lurking behind the dark cover. And as they swing out in conjunction with Elaborate, they each are going to find those two frags and keep a fairly flawless pistol as YFPX gets their first round on the board.
Yeah, I can't say I'm too surprised by the start of this match. I do think that this is a place where YFPX have a lot of comfortability just taking little skirmishy fights. That's something that we saw a lot yesterday as well. And Oomfies kind of seemed like they were a little unsure. They were trying to feel out the round and getting a little bit punished for it, but it is just the first pistol round, so there's still a lot of room to grow, but they might need a little bit of a fire to ignite under them before we see Oomfies really come online here.
Well, likely won't be this round unless they leverage the numbers that are in this sheer B execution for an advantage. Elaborate trying to get ahead of these smokes, trying to play up their own utility, maybe even off the flash of their teammate. None of that is going to align here, nor are the shots from the Outlaw, because that paint shield has forced them off of the angle. But just as I say that through the smoke, I believe, Scary Shark able to find a frag, and Marceline overwhelmed by the sheer presence of players backside, but there's no follow-up here. And so somebody picks up the weapon, the players pick up the control, and now Panda was left lurking through mid, a mistiming their position, and their life both not jotted down on the line on a form, and YFPX again keep it fairly flawless as they're able to get another round on the board.
Yeah, only losing one player in Marceline, but that Ares was able to be picked up, so this will be their bonus round going into this third round. And I do want to highlight also the way that YFPX gives over as many ult points as possible to Scary Shark again on this breach, making sure that you have that rolling thunder as quickly as possible in a lot of these rounds. So anytime that there's a defuse to go through, it seems like they really try to prioritize that heavy utility agent. And I think that that's also going to be a big part of why we should be watching a player like that.
Well, Oomfies, the opportunity to bounce back here now that they have a bye in hand, but Marceline has other plans! And while they almost got the jump on the B main players, Supercat not gonna leave that box unchecked here. In the meantime, though, they were pressuring not just in mid, but also B main here. So I like the diligence from the Sova and their drone, but unfortunately Amelia just gets the wraparound timing, and they still find exactly what they came for. A frag back in their favor. They tie things 4-4, and I love this god cam. You don't expect them to be playing up close contact off of it, though. It doesn't matter, though. At the end of the day, the better weaponry still. Supercat, yes, they have chip damage done, but that's why you have carry. You have a secondary duelist to enter the site if your first one is offline, and so far they're still online, as Avery's also able to find a frag securing the A site.
Last player standing. Spike
Melia.
planted.
How with the knife out, Panina is watching that long angle. Scary Shark now the only one remaining. Does have a Vandal, but this seems like it would be a rough place to come back from. Knows Panini should be there, but unfortunately is not prepared for Panini to be moving at the same time. And we go to a 2-1, pretty typical score line to start this match off here. And now we're going to be going into an equalizer round here, and we'll be seeing if YFPX can continue to show that their dominance in those first two rounds should still be something to contend with. Life shields for quite a few players, and still pretty far off of ultimates from both sides of the board here, so it should be just a little bit of a gun battle back and forth here.
And what I love is if Oomfies wins this round, not only do they tie things right at the gate, but also the economy for YFPX is going to be broken, it seems like. So they're likely to snatch the lead away. At this point, I feel like the default is looking very similar across the rounds for Oomfies. And I feel like YFPX is really good at reading it and adapting to people's defaults. We saw that yesterday, right? Against, I believe it was Mesos Millionaires on Haven. And so far, that's all they're doing, is downloading their opponent right now. It's now kind of cluing to the fact that Oomfies really likes to take mid control really early on. And this spy cam, unfortunately, not going to spot out any of the players, but they have so many players just seasoned around holding down mid. 2 in market, 2 top mid. And now they're going to get all the information, hopefully from that owl drone, to hold these players here.
Yeah, it seems like we're seeing YFPX kind of conform to what Oomfies is bringing to the table here. You mentioned that they're really trying to prioritize a lot of mid aggression and trying to control that area of the map. And you can kind of see YFPX changing how they are placed on the defensive side to counteract that. And now that they've lost out on a lot of those audio cues out towards mid, the rotation is coming through, and it looks like it should be an easy execute for on this A site. But Melia is going to try and slow that down as much as possible alongside Marceline. This paint shells might be forcing them back a little bit, and the owl drone's going to try and catch them out before going through the rest of that dark cover. And Pande from the other side trying to make more action happen, but now it is all just left up to Avery. 8 seconds left, and this is going to be a little bit of pain to come through here, and stuck in a 2v1, a location given away. Scary Shark is going to be the one to find that final pick and get this defuse through for the side of YFPX once again.
Yeah, great try. And like I said, YFPX dodging a bullet there by winning that round before their savings were whittled away by unexpected costs. But what I want to highlight for that round is going to be Melia. And I feel like I got cast with the Game Changers unofficial cast when we were looking at the open qualifiers, in that Melia is insane at anchoring elbow. You saw them with that paranoia out trying to hold the choke point of A main, and they were so confident sending that paranoia out, seeking a frag, then shadow stepping out. And we didn't have to see that round because they just fell back, and Marceline as well, just in perfect timing away from their mid hold, was able to join them and delay that execute. So again, the reads, the calling are all lining up perfectly to counter Oomfies at the moment, and we need to see some disruption or some change in approach from Oomfies in order to counteract that. And what better time than an eco round?
Yeah, I was going to say this might be a little bit of a opening for Oomfies as well, since they were able to take out 3 players from YFPX. They're on kind of a little bit of a back and forth fight. It might actually be a little more even than we're giving it credit for, as Carrie was able to buy up a Vandal and goes back and forth there. Particularly Marceline is there to start to break that, I say, and it quickly gets shut down by what Panday is able to bring to the table. Has that neural theft online, but unfortunately is going to struggle to get close enough to that body to use that ultimate.
That would be a good way to inform the rotation, maybe get this Thrifty on board. That's, I think, why they're still so slow on the scale up here. The issue is that I think YFPX has all the information they need. Shock darts from B main, the spy cam spotting at the Rays. So they are pretty confident that this is a B split at the moment, and they've had no other reason to rotate. And with the second wave of Initiator utility coming in, and I think the Jiggle Peek from Elaborate spotting it out, they can just keep the players here and the rest rotate to join them. They haven't lost control of this site, and they're even going to comfortably, confidently rip the Rolling Thunder just to lock down and deny Oomfies and a potential Thrifty. The players fragmented Melia, Descent on their trail, the coordination from Scary Shark on the other side of the site. All of it lines up in a great 3K here to keep YFPX racking up points.
Yeah, that was a great immediate use of that ultimate from Scary Shark. No hesitation, and you know, using it that early means we're 2 more points back into that ultimate to start things off. And you can see that it just forced Supercat to kind of have to hide in that dark cover, couldn't make any moves, couldn't peek out to help the rest of the team, and it just let everyone else on Oomfies kind of fall to the side of YFPX in slow succession there. A lot of ultimates now ready for Oomfies, as well as I think it's a little bit of a fragmented buy. Once again, a few Sheriffs, a few Vandals for their side, but they might be able to leverage some of these ultimates as well, I say. But if those ultimates go down before the round can even start, to the ultimates from YFPX, it's going to be a rough round for the side of Oomfies once again.
The rotation call here is nice, but the issue is you're about to run into the Cypher's Den again. They were on the A site this time instead of that Melia anchored elbow. And that's what we talk about, the difference in the depth of playbooks, and YFPX consistently innovating, consistently changing. And as a result, Oomfies is looking for an early advantage, not knowing that there's 2 players here towards top mid. And hopefully this Crossfire is able to dismantle it, especially with the well-placed Paranoia, but the double tap from Carrie, the shield up, and Melia prevented from taking the fight alongside them. They leave Panday, a positive lurk. 45 seconds left. They're still not convinced they have enough control anywhere on the map to follow through on a site execute. So they're trying so hard to seek out and isolate a player. And that player is going to be Melia, but Melia is going to catch them with their knives out. And that is devastation because Carrie is in the 1v3. Like, yes, you have the death contract, but if you use it, they're going to scale it from where you ulted from.
Yeah, the little crouch, little stand moment there. YFPX know that that's where that ISO is going to have to come from. And Oomfies, no ultimates used in that last round, potentially saved for the sake of their Thrifty side.
30 seconds
This
left.
time around, we might be able to see them come through strong with the full buy, with those ultimates. I say, but I don't know. Okay, I feel like I've seen Sheriff buys on the side of Oomfies for the last 3 rounds, and I'm struggling to figure out what's happening with their economy here.
I think they had guns last round because the round prior to that
Well,
was
we
the
saw
Panday
Avery
Guardian.
with Avery with a Sheriff in that round too.
Interesting. Maybe a stylistic choice, or then they can have a buy this round, but we'll have to see. It is kind of wonky when you've won your first rifle round and then lost every round after that, but if there's a round to turn things on its head, it's number 1 when you're ripping with a hero rifle and a death contract, as long as you can win out that duel, which Carrie, of course, can. But you also have 4 other ultimates to go with. And I look at, once again, to Melia. Gotta be that anchor for your team, but this is the utility you mentioned, Becky, that blocker of information and spice, but it's not gonna block, not gonna stop Melia. The counter clone shuts them down, but at this point, they have been tagged for 140 and left with 10 HP in a 1v2 clutch.
Yeah, he said at 10 HP, some utility to work with, but potentially not where you want to be. Just a Sheriff, trying to see if we can move. Oh, no, not just a Sheriff. Has that Vandal as well, and is also going to pop this from the shadows to try and get as much time as possible, get as much information as possible here, and continue to remain surprised. I am curious if that was close enough that Marceline could hear it. I think it's probably far enough that Marceline was unable to hear it, but Marceline was kind of looking at that corner for a little while, so I was wondering if that was possible. It's not going to be, but this could be a scary spot for Panini again. Just 10 HP is going to try and see if we can catch Elaborate off guard, but that will not be the case. Elaborate is elaborately ready on every single one of these rounds.
And I saw the inner gears working there, and I saw the potential of that clutch. I wish what they did instead of directly swinging, you know, top mid would have been, alright, Panini, put that smoke up, it's a trap, they're not going to expect you there, they're expecting that smoke to be for holding down Boba. But if you tucked towards spawn, since there was some time left on the clock, then maybe they would have walked right past you, and then you get that timing. But either way, right, you didn't expect to win a head-to-head duel because you have 10 HP, so they kept it in the back of their mind, and they made decisions off of it. But ultimately, doesn't pan out because of the heroic play from Melia, and at this point, it is going to be YFPX with a secure 6 rounds, looking to expand that here, but Oomfies back on a bye. And that's another thing to point out, is Oomfies is a squad you really won't see take timeouts. Like I said, they're puggy, they're high energy, and what I say is they're either hitting or they're not. And right now they need that activation, they need that entrance into the flow state. And I'm hoping that one player can kick that off to them. Panini came close with that clutch, I'll say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Panini was doing really well in a lot of these fights, especially with lower gun power, and so I feel like that kind of might have to start to be their anchor player here. And Carry is really trying their best to like open up these sites a lot of the time, trying to be that like first point of contact duelist. And so like it feels like they have a lot of pieces that are working out. It just gets dismantled by things like Melia picking up 3 Ks in all of these rounds. And it just is, yeah, a slow, unfortunate dismantling and patience coming out from YFPX that Oomfies doesn't know.
Oh, well.
30 seconds.
YFPX, like I said, consistently innovating, consistently evolving, right? Elaborate this time the anchor and market. Scary Shark posted up with an operator. That's the last thing you expect, right? And, I mean, at that point, it's just devastation. A meat grinder out of that smoke. Amelia, I like this decision. Thinking better of it. Don't dive in. You're going to give it into a 2v2. So instead, wait for them to come to you and wait for the crunch with the rest of your teammates. So not only do they get the fuse, but they should be able to recover the operator as well.
I wonder if they'll give it back to the breach again too. Yeah, the moment that I saw that pop up on the kill feed, I was like, what a choice. I mean, I'm here for it, but also what a choice. I think that also plays into the way that we saw YFPX kind of holding back in a lot of that round. I hadn't noticed that was a part of their buy-up going into this one, but I think their play patterns make a lot more sense the moment that you see that somebody like the breach had the operator pick up into this round.
Yeah, no, when they change, they always have a strategy like that. Like I said, when Melia is not the anchor anymore on A, you have either an operator or a Cypher setup. And now they've just kind of reverted to that original form, other than maybe, look at this main aggression, right? Protection, destroying of the cam, so you don't expect the operator on that angle. And if they do, in fact, try and hit you faster than the operator can handle, that's when you pop this breach utility. And it's Elaborate this time. You mentioned, will it go back to the breach? The answer is no, because Elaborate can also often cause a storm, but they think they have a counter. The Hunter Fury may finish the job, but not before Elaborate's able to secure one more dying wish. And as a result, the rest of the players flocking to the site. They know Spike is down. And Panda, again, who's left on a lurk, is left in a 1v4, left in a clutch scenario.
Yeah, this is always the downside to having that player going for the lurk, is you end up sometimes just being a little bit despondent with the rest of your squad. And every once in a while, like, I feel like yesterday we were seeing a lot of success from lurking players. I believe we didn't get to watch Oomfies in particular yesterday, but we saw a lot of other successful lurks from other players. And so I keep, like, seeing it happening, and like I just am not prepared to be like, oh, maybe this isn't right, or start dissecting it, because it was just so successful on our matches that we got to see yesterday. But it just is not working out. Like, the timing is not there in Panday's favor a lot of the time, and so it looks like we might be seeing them hang out with the rest of their team for this round in particular here.
And I think they were confident that if the operator wasn't there, that if they had extra firepower like a showstopper, that they could replicate, or repair, I should say, success over on the B site. And with that showstopper fighting out Elaborate, yeah, you've lost that breach utility. Or sorry, you lost that Cypher utility, and the breach is not on site this round.
Spike planted.
Only silver lining here for YFPX is the speed of its rotation. All 4 players all ready to siege the site from Boba. But look at this, they haven't even recognized that Panini has tucked away CT, and Supercat was just the distraction here. Unfortunately though, the double swing through means a guaranteed 1-for-1 trade, and now all that's left is these 2 players tucked away, out of harm's way, B main. I'd love to see the Sova utility because the shock darts might be the only thing left, but both of the positions have now been confirmed. A great from the shadows, and now unfortunately with that fight lost, it's Panday and Scary Shark in a stare down. Oh no!
Panday?
Woohoo!
There we go. That's the Panday clutch that we've been waiting to see in every single one of these rounds, and we needed to be with the rest of the squad and not on a lurking mission to make it happen.
And don't get me wrong, their lurks are good. It's just the timings were usually unfortunate, and they had still started out that round, I think, towards mid, making sure there wasn't any aggression from YFPX, some more information, but then they rotate back to B main in time. So finally, Oomfies looking like they're showing the signs of life and showing some minute adjustments that, as we just saw, have a huge impact when you get down to the wire at the ends of rounds, down to those 1v1 situations. So hoping to see that continuation. But speaking of continuation, YFPX going for the opposite approach. Again, you lose a round, make a change. And the change this time is going to be what looked like a main aggression, and while they were ready to fight that head on, now that they see no players, they leave Melia on their typical anchor. But interesting enough, here comes Corrupt, a really proactive Hunter's Fury, and unfortunately the bobbing, weaving here of the Oomfies players means that it's not going to find anything other than confirmation that the players were leading towards the B side. Keyword, were. And because of that, these three players on the B side have left A weaker. And look at how deep Melia is. So they're not going to be that front line of defense like we're used to from them.
Oh. Yeah, you said it's very far back for a lot of those YFPX players. Potentially, again, because they were anticipating the site to be the push, and Corrupt going to be the first to take the heat there. Goes down to Supercat, and this one-way is going to continue to block off Melia here, who's waiting to see if anybody pushes up past it. Try and use it in their favor. That's not going to be the case before it dissipates. Just some Shrouded Steps left for this Omen. The rest of the team is coming on to the case here. Scary Shark, some flashes to work with, but it's going to be a kill contract, and Marceline stuck in the Shadow Realm here to fight Carry, and Carry comes out on top. The rest of Oomfies finding their picks, and now we're starting to see the stride come through fully from the Oomfies squad.
Yeah, I was nervous there for YFPX a little bit as we saw nobody on site to contest, because I feel like that's their strength on Sunset, is denying the site take altogether, getting a numbers advantage early on. And if they had some ultimates like the Showstopper, like Scary Shark and that Rolling Thunder online for the retake, that would have been a completely understandable approach, but they didn't have that kind of utility online. All they had to rely on was each other, and unfortunately when you have a death contract to take your primary re-entry duelist offline, and you have Panini, who we saw kind of in that replay go nuclear with a 2K, like the only player that fell from the squad, then that's also going to be hard to overcome. So hopefully this round, like I said, they're one off from each of those big ticket ultimates for a retake. We'll get to see that retried later on, but it's the last round, so it would have to be now. And I didn't see any aggression farm the orb other than maybe the death. I think got the Rolling Thunder online and the Showstopper. I expected them to get that orb A main, but I still don't see it online. So they might not need it.
Yeah, quick push onto site comes through from Oomfies. Change in tripwires from Elaborate. Finds at least one pick. Melia also going to be able to catch Supercat pushing out through those dark covers. So the agent advantage is for the side of YFPX, and the Rolling Thunder is online. That is a huge ultimate, and as a result, you can see Oomfies quickly leaving the B site. Don't want to be caught up in that ability. We're going to go ahead and shoot through market. You can see one player also trying to make that rotation. Takes out Carry, and it's a slow collision of all of these players across the board. The bomb is halved, but the 2v1 comes out on top, and Scary Shark post Rolling Thunder gets YFPX to the 9-3.
And I was on the edge of my seat. I'm like, all right, Panini, are you going to cancel the From the Shadows and just use it to evade the Rolling Thunder, or are you going to go for that flank play? And I liked it. It definitely caught the players off guard, but then that's when you get to see YFPX and how quick their communication is. If you didn't have as seamless of a team, I'm sure they would have been able to get away with at least another frag while someone's sticking the spike. But as soon as we see Corrupt die here, they're like, wait, they're flanking through Boba. And that's when they set up this double swing out of the dark cover and don't stick the defuse, because they knew they had plenty of time. And all of that is just what happens when you've been together like this squad for so long, right? They've been through the org mania, they've been through the roster changes, and now with YFPX picking them up, they feel like they have finally clicked and finally found their stride.
It does seem like they are striding through this game, but now with Oomfies starting out on this defensive side, I'm excited to see how this double duelist composition is going to make changes. This is, the ISO in particular is like, who exactly are we going to play off of? What other pieces of utility on the squad are we going to use? And how is that going to play its role here? Panday, though, set up as this Cypher on this B site and trying to hold the side of YFPX back for as long as possible.
And this is interesting, right? Elaborate Head-on collision with Scary Shark over here. Doesn't seem to find any impact other than drawing the Omen rotation over. And now that they've dealt with that, the lack of, or I guess the semblance of control Elaborate thought they had has crumbled, but the rest of the team was on their way over to this site, so they're still going to slam in. They're still going to try and find Super Cat. Super Cat's going to try and wait for their teammates. Wait for Panini to be the player that dives in instead, because you want to have these two duelists for the retake.
Quick jump in and
Spike planted.
quick taken out. Carry now peeking around the corner, but it's going to be a double swing to come through, equalizing the numbers to 2v2 when all is said and done. But that bomb is ticking for the attacking side of YFPX. And the Oomfies players have been located by the remaining YFPX players. It is now just left up to Panday. No utility to work with, but knows at least where the headshot of Corrupt should be going to. Marceline trying to just keep distracting, has control in this round with that bomb going. Goes for the reload, sees if that's going to be enough for a distraction. This might be ticking a little bit too. No, I think Panday is going to be able to get this just barely.
Yeah, familiar situation and a familiar outcome at this point. Panday left in a clutch with time to work with, and they aren't up against the wall, then they are going to clutch that out, and at a dire time as well. In my mind, you know, I'm a 9-3 girl flavor, Becky, I'll admit it. But you have to win the pistol. You have to win the pistol, all right?
Okay,
and they win the pistol, so this is the chance now for them to continue this comeback. And we'll have to see if it comes true. But in order for that to come true as well, I think like a secondary condition, a sub condition that you can still squeak by if you don't have it happen, is you need this second round buy-up to be as clean as possible. Because you really, really want a chance of converting that third round. Like that's when you're in. Like that's when you're looking at, you know, what is it, 6-9, and that looks a lot more feasible than 9-3.
Absolutely true. Strong push up from a lot of the YFP attacking side players here. They are leaving the spike pretty far back, just trying to see if they can catch anyone from the defensive side out a little bit too far. And this feels pretty similar to what we were seeing Oomfies do on, or YFPX do on their defensive side. Oomfies, when they were on attack, they like really stuck together though, but we're seeing YFPX go deep as their solo players, and Scary Shark almost able to capitalize on it, but that Sheriff just not going to be able to shoot nearly as fast as that Stinger, so Elaborate's going to take the moment to get that little bit of an upgrade, and YFPX are going to get the bomb down and get a few extra dollar bills in their pocket.
And that's nice, like you mentioned, and now they're going to be looking, like I said, for that economic impact. So even if they don't win out that round, they want to do damage. But unfortunately, there's not much coordination between these players. Marceline's a nice sidestep action with a classic of all things, but Avery going to mow down Marceline and friends. And as I mentioned, Oomfies, they keep it clean, only losing one player. And I want to say that areas that could have been recovered since one of the players didn't have as hefty of a weapon purchased, and that seems to be the case. We're going to find out. Drum roll, please. But aside from that, now Oomfies, like I said, has hopefully the tools that they need to convert this third round.
Yeah, I think so. Considering that Panini is also holding onto this Vandal from that last round as well, and is kind of stockpiling a little bit of money from the previous round going into this one as well. I think it's looking pretty safe here. That Marshall, I also just like keep being so impressed by it with the players that we've seen across the last 2 days. And so every time I'm like, maybe not the best, I'm always kind of eating my own words there. Side of YFPX, they do have that Hunter's Fury ready, and with this buy-up, that could be something that they employ, or they could hold on to it to kind of make that next equalizing round a little bit more difficult for Oomfies to navigate.
And I like how a difference between YFPX and Oomfies is that they have two players, right, positioned here over towards A, instead of that single reliance on a player like Melia to pick up that slack and be an insane anchor player. This could be credit to the fact that it is, you know, not as good of weapons, but weapons won't help you when a Hunter's Fury is dismantling, spreading these players out. And what do? They funnel right back in. They're trying to bait them in with Super Cat and the Deagle and finish them off with Panini and the Vandal, but unfortunately with Panini being the first to fall, you just have to cut your losses with your Super Cat. Fall back and hope the rotation from your teammates is fast enough to hit into this site, and that the Outlaw is strong enough to flip the script into your favorite. Double tap about to run out because of this delayed attempt. It's all nicely done. Shield
timing
reactive.
is so rough for Marceline there.
Oh, for sure. But look, they took elbow in the meantime. Are they gonna go B? They're gonna go right to the Ares!
Oh no, and it's just a quick mow-down. Amelia there, Corrupt though, able to get that trade right back. Thankfully the agent advantage is in YFPX's favor, and they do have control over this B side by swerving those two Oomfies players who are holding down the back of A site. It is going to be a little bit of an upgrade here from Supercat. Has been able to go up to this Vandal. Now we're going to see if we can find these isolations. Unfortunately, though, Scary Shark still just going nuts with some of these shots. And Carrie, now the only player remaining, 17 HP, is going to see if we can pick this Vandal back up. That sound could give the location away in a disastrous manner. Not before taking out Scary Shark, though. So, all things considered, a pretty good round for Oomfies, despite that being a loss.
And I'm not gonna lie, I was scared for a second there. I saw the vision, I saw the parallel universe where Carrie was able to win that after recovering the Vandal and finding the frag.
I also saw it. I mean, the
Shark.
moment that Scary Shark went down, I was like, oh no, does Carrie do this?
Like, look at this. And they, because they confirmed the positioning, they had the time on the wraparound, they just weren't fast enough to
Just
pivot
being
there.
at 17 HP also made that, like, near impossible. Like, especially with the Phantom. Elaborate barely needed to aim.
No. But the two things I want to point out there is, one, they saw the trap wire positioning on the B side. You saw the pings coming out after the round had ended. And number two, Avery with that Ares, I'm terrified for the future, because this is the patch where the Ares is unbuffed. But, speaking of buffs, Panini, while they fell early the last round this time, they're going to seek vengeance for their fallen teammate for Supercat. And the 2-for-1 special is good at the supermarket. And now, even though YFPX got double digits, they are looking to prevent any more rounds. I mean, look at this, Elaborate ahead of the Owl drone. But unfortunately, the pings are going to get tracked through the one-way.
That was so gutsy.
It was. They knew where the trap wires were. They thought they did.
Caution here.
Oh, okay. Looks like it's going to be the rest of YFPX who remain. Going over towards this B site.
Right here.
See if they can make something happen. On hold to see if anyone is up top mid from the defensive side. And just a lot of utility being used to clear out as many of these spots as possible for Corrupt, who is now playing a no utility lurking Sova game, which I'm kind of here for. So far, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to be running into those crosshairs too soon.
30 seconds
But that
left.
could change the moment we get the information from Panini here about
Oh
this
my
from
goodness.
the shadows. Oh, collision coming through,
No
and
way.
Corrupt, in fact, is able to get that lurking Sova play off. Takes out Avery. Panday falls as well, and all of a sudden the tide shifts to YFPX's favor. Panini and Carrie onto the site to try and go in for this retake, but they are fractured on different sides, while the rest of YFPX are all playing completely together. The dark cover blocking off Carrie's entry point.
Remaining.
And Panini
Last
and
player
Carrie
standing.
slowly able to do quite a bit here, but really it's Corrupt who was taking so much control of mid and catching Oomfies off guard, who gets the 4K and YFPX their 11 round.
And oh my goodness, I don't think either of us said Corrupt when we said players to look at. So
Nope.
Keegan, if you're listening, that's your player to write down as one of the stars of the squad right now. Heading up the leaderboard, getting a really important round here. And two things. One, I love how the last player you expect to look is a Sova. So that's
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, this is bold, but like, okay.
yeah, but then also, like I said, they're always thinking 2 steps ahead, and Melia, what do? They send out a paranoia, so you're deafened. So they can run up and scale up that much faster. But speaking of fast, look at this. Avery saying, hey, I'm a Sova in the server too. I'm looking for information. I'm looking for pings on this Hunter's Fury, but unfortunately, they are just out of the distance, the length, I believe, of that. I guess, what is that? Array, a surge of energy? What do we term that? But regardless, it doesn't
That's a
find
great
it, in
question.
fact.
Let us know in the chat, what is Sova Ultimate? Carrie,
That
though,
didn't work. That's
Kill
contract.
contract complete. Takes out Melia, so there will be no more smokes for the side of YFPX into this round, and that does feel to me like something that is really going to hurt YFPX. They play around these dark covers so well, and I feel like it, in a lot of ways, these rounds kind of have been the battle of the omens, where it's just who has the better timing on these dark covers, the better moments that the team can play around them, because they have both been so impactful for their squads.
Ooh, they got the chip damage there. 145 here, and now they're trying to get the shock darts to finish off the breach, and suddenly Oomfies look like they're
Panday!
on par for a potential thrifty round, a 1v4, and like I said, that deagle shot from Prior now bleeding Scary Shark dry, 5 HP, no hope there as Carrie, who went up the round, is able to close it. So Oomfies doing all they can to deny YFPX their map point on their map pick too. This is Oomfies pick for reminders, guys.
I'm pretty convinced that they're just hero vandaling carry every single round. And I think that's why we saw like the Sova with the Sheriff in the earlier round. I think it's literally funneling carry.
I mean, that is one of your duelists, and that is your ISO. Like, you can't expect them to win a death contract with a deagle.
And I think that that's like kind of cool, especially on the round like last round where carry had an ultimate to use, and like it's also so safe to like use it. And if you lose, okay, that vandal just like goes to one of your teammates instead of your duelist actually having to go up and end up giving that over to somebody else. So I actually am kind of a big fan of it and feel like I'm surprised that I don't see that more often.
They found my wire.
Well, keeps Oomfies alive for now, replenishes the economy, and I think it might have disrupted YFPX's buy here as well, just looking at the fact that we did see the classic for Elaborate. I do like this use of the owl drone. I think it doesn't break the trap wire. I thought it broke the trap wire. But they still spot out that they spot out the fact that the B site utility hasn't changed, which is why they're afraid, and now why they're scaling up through mid instead, where Carrie again is asked to perform and again is going to deliver. 70 HP, shield back up, so they're going to be confident to take another swing here for mid, knowing this is an eco round for YFPX, and they want that kill because now they have the death contract right back.
YFPX is also funneling carry.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I mean, they literally had the death contract the last round. Oh.
Alright, what's it going to be?
Send Elaborate to the Olympics, okay.
I know. Elaborate's like, okay, maybe not the gun that I was hoping to be able to pick up here. But
10 seconds left.
They heard.
Something runner, track star, something. Ace for carry. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I said it already. Absolutely great play in that round. Despite the double swing that comes through from YFPX. Those are the clips that you dream of getting as one of these players.
Yeah, no, Elaborate might be trying to enter the Olympics in the hurdles. Carry just won them in competitive shooting, going gold with that ace for sure. And this is interesting. I said that Oomfies doesn't take timeouts, but YFP sure does. And I mean, I'm not going to say it's because the 9-3 curse is in swing, but the fact that there's 4 rounds, they have 2 timeouts. They have, I think, well pacing to take one now when they're about to enter their uptick of their economy cycle where they have 5 ultimates to work with. Like, if there is a time to get to your map and map point, it is now. And if you don't, then you're looking at probably 9-11 on the scoreboard, favoring obviously still YFP. But that's when you would probably be like, okay, do we take our timeout now? Because we know Oomfies doesn't take timeouts. So that would be our last time to chat if this does become a 9-3 curse into an overtime. But let's see first what they do with Crook, you know, talking to them about what's been going wrong and about what the changes they need to make on this attack half are.
Yeah, and I think that this really is the timeout that is, okay, you said it. We can buy up this one, 5 ultimates. What are we using in this round? What are we saving for next round? What ultimates are we using as reactions to certain abilities or ultimates coming out from Oomfies? Are we trying to raid out this kill contract because we've shown that we can't win if carry goes crazy?
Right there.
Well, and so I'll be interested to see also just like how carry either waits for a post plant situation to use that ultimate, or if it's something that is used proactively. Because like the round that got them on this little like win streak was because of that early ultimate finding a pick and then just a big collision to come through. That's an ultimate that I'm surprised is landing. Marceline takes out Supercat and Carrie says, all right, Marceline, let's see if we can fight. And now Carrie, despite the ace from last round, goes down to Marceline, and this is what you take those timeouts for. The Neural Theft came online, the Rolling Thunder as well. YFPX are trying to get themselves to match point here.
And even if we see, you know, the Clutch Master Panda work their magic, they're gonna have that Hunter Sherry, so they're gonna protect the Sova with their life. And I like how when they know it's a 5v2, they can spare at least one soldier, and unfortunately they are gonna die in the line of duty. So Melia says, I can also spare my life.
Where are the ghosts? Where are the ghosts in my house right now? Takes out Melia despite the back and forth there. You said it though, it's gonna be so difficult to go for this retake. The paint shells come out and we don't even have to use that Hunter's Fury. Corrupt just peeks around the corner and takes out Panday, putting YFPX on match point here with that Hunter's Fury and the buys still available for them.
So yeah, showing why timeouts do wonders for sure, like you mentioned. But it's gonna be 5 rounds now for Oomfies that they have to win in a row to get this over the finish line. And I need to see what the bye looks like, because I thought that those 2 rounds were enough to get a bye together, and it looks like it is. And I mean, at this point, they're going to be buying every round because it's their last if they lose. But what's interesting to me is Carry this time picking up the operator. We haven't really got to see that from them too much on this map, and unfortunately they're in the wrong position. Slowed, stunned up, and now the Hunter's Fury popped early as an initiation tool instead of a post-plant tool, considering how they leveraged both the Showstopper and the Fault Line last round, and it works nonetheless. They get the site control, they pull off their B-site plants, and the only kind of casualty is that third player Elaborate.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if using the Hunter's Fury this early on was we are losing rounds where we don't get onto site, and so we need to just get onto site at all costs here. I think that might have been the call here. Scary Shark now gonna just keep these trades going back and forth, but these trades are coming a little bit too fast. That spike has not been down for long enough and is just left up to Melia and Corrupt. Shock Darts coming out to try and get as much damage as possible, but Panini finds the pick onto Melia. Corrupt now forced to go run here, not able to catch that little bit of the cape from Sova. Corrupt is just playing a dancing game, almost holds it down, but Corrupt does clutch it up, and YFPX get themselves this first win at 13-7.
And I am just impressed that they were back turned and just narrowly missing that timing. And that is what determines the course of Sunset. And YFPX go up 1-0 in the series, stealing away Oomfies' map pick, right? And looks like, Becky, you get the point this time for the 9-3 curse and your disbelief in it. But I'll come back stronger eventually, maybe this event with the Neon Dream Invitational. But other than that, I mean, you mentioned it. You thought that the change coming out of that timeout was they needed to take site at all costs. I mean, clearly it worked, but I feel like we did see some retakes for Oomfies as well. So what do you think was the difference in, I guess, post-plant then as well from YFPX?
Yeah, I think the big difference compared to earlier site takes versus those later ones was the full utility. A lot of those other rounds where they were kind of getting onto site, it was not nearly as quick. And so it was a lot of rotations that were coming through from Oomfies more early. And that was something that they were kind of struggling with. But I think they, in those final 2 rounds, were like, okay, if we can just execute onto site with our big ultimates as quickly as possible, force them back, and make it more difficult for them to rotate, and maybe have one of our lurking players either distracting or catching them on a rotate. Because we saw even Elaborate, even though Elaborate got caught out, they still were able to win the round just because it kept Cat over there even longer, compared to making that rotation early on the moment that they knew they were executing onto that B site. And so I think that that is what it really came down to, was just realizing that they were stronger with the ultimates that they had, and kind of on an individual level, and just trying to stretch Oomfies as thin as possible.
No, I agree with that, and I think the reason why that rotation was so fast is a good juxtaposition between these 2 teams. Oomfies, they were a lot more, I feel like, scrappy in their gamble rotations without like concrete information to form their plans around, versus YFPX, they were rigid, they kept their anchors there until they had definitive proof that the players were going towards a site, whether that was from the spy for spy cam or from the recon information, and then that's when they finally rotated and had a concrete plan for a retake. But regardless, you know, we broke down the map a little bit, but we have another great mind, Cunib, obviously, on our talent desk, and we want to bring them back in, but not before going to a quick break, because then we can also set up our map too, which will be Haven and also a banger. So stick around, grab something to drink, and when we come back, it'll be the continuation of YFPX versus Oomfies.
from your break. This is the NRG Neon Dream Invitational, and I am back. I am Cute Noob, along with my two casters. You guys were talking about how YFPX is continuing the reign over Oomfies, who, I mean, they showed us a little bit of light of hope once they swapped sides, but I want to specifically start off with Melia and why it was so difficult for Oomfies to deal with them, Becky.
I mean, I think that we actually got to see, I know the questions about Melia, but I also want to highlight Panini, and I think it really comes down to nobody knows how to play around an Omen smoke like an Omen player. And I think that we really got to see kind of the power of Omen, the power of one-ways, the power of being in unpredictable places come through for both of those players in this match. And also just like the level of confidence that comes from either another piece of utility usage or something like your own paranoia, and just being able to go peek out from those areas and make things happen. And we got to see, again, both Panini and Melia make multiple plays that kind of highlighted that level of confidence and use of utility that I think a lot of people just maybe don't always highlight from Omen players as much as they should.
They're not the duelists. Duelists always get the shine. But, you know, I think it's fair that we're talking about Panini and Melia. Because, like you stated, they played a beautiful controller. They did their role. But it did seem like YFPX had an Achilles heel, Zobi. They were struggling once Oomfies went on the defense. What do you think that was due to?
I think it really just has to do with Oomfies and comfortability in my mind. Because for the side of Oomfies, they are, like I said, a Pug Squad, very reactive. You could tell from their attack half, they were doing the same things consistently. They didn't have as deep of a playbook as YFPX, who's consistently innovating. So when you get them out of the defense, they're a lot more reactive. And they get to tap into that kind of just pure instinct mentality, the pure fraggage. And you saw players like Carry start stepping up and holding their own very, very well. Notably that ace, which is shown in the replays. And so when you're taking the fight to Oomfies, they're going to do a lot better, I feel like, when they are the ones having to do the shot calling and making decisions about which sites to fight into. And then YFPX, I also mentioned, like, their first half, they were consistently changing and adapting before Oomfies made these changes, and it always worked out, versus the changes that YFPX made on the second half just were met with consistent rebuttals from Oomfies. But regardless, Haven up next.
It is indeed, and this is a do or be gone kind of scenario for Oomfies. They either bring it back and take us through map number 3, or it's going to be YFPX continuing to lead and win throughout this. I do hear that our gamers are ready to go, so casters,
oh my goodness,
let's take it
so
away.
Fast.
Of course it's gonna be speedy, and for good reason. This is a rematch as well. This is one of the 2 maps that we did get to see from that 2-0 very recently during Game Changer Series 3 Open Qualifier 2 between these 2 teams. Aside from that 2018 on Lotus that we don't get revenge on, we did see a 13-8 for Haven where YFPX took it, alright? But I will say there might be a compositional difference for Oomfies coming through. YFPX, they figured out what they do for this map, and it really is the tried and true, you know, Breach and Sova. But for the side of Oomfies, they've been jumping between the Neon and the ISO, and this time it looks like they are also maybe going back to a tried and true Breach Sova combo. Panday, I said before, they usually play the Breach if they're not on the Cypher. Drum roll please from them. Or they might pull out the Yoru. We talked about that a little bit during the green room, didn't we?
We did talk about it a little bit. I think I would be scared to see something like that pop out right now. As Cute was mentioning, this is a little bit of a do or die moment, and so I feel like I would be wanting something a little bit more tried and tested, but who knows, maybe they're thinking they need to throw a little bit of a wild card onto the stack to be able to come out of this on top. But as you mentioned, we also got to see YFPX with this exact same team composition yesterday, looking extremely strong on both sides, the attack and defensive side. And so again, just this is what made me want to highlight players like Scary Shark and Marceline, where how they were playing on this map in particular yesterday. And so I think that Oomfies have got their work cut out for them. There's a reason why FPX picked this map. It's comfortable, and they have a game plan.
Oh, for sure. And we get the mirror matchup as well to, you know, pressure this high-stakes situation. And one thing I wanted to point out, actually, when Kinoob asked you that question about the success that Melia had and why they could not shut them down over towards A main, I think it was, in my mind, the lack of a breach as well, right? They solely depended on an ISO utility in that wall to scale up, and what did we see? Disrespect.
Melia just like ran through the wall, was like, I don't care.
Like, you can't do that with a breach stun. They didn't have anything to fight and control a main from the get-go that a breach brings, that, you know, maybe a Gecko Dizzy can bring. And so getting back to the basics and to this composition on Haven, I think they'll have a little bit easier time maybe dealing with these anchor players when they're on the attack. But for now, we're switching sides, right? Oomfies on the defense, YFPX on the attack, and I said it, right? I thought defense was maybe a little bit more catered to the play style of Oomfies, so I'm hopeful for them.
Yeah, I do think that you kind of highlighted the way that Oomfies are approaching this tournament they're a little bit more puggy. They're kind of just picking whatever feels good to them in the moment. And I think that defense also, again, kind of caters to the solo mindset a little bit more than attacking coordination does. Because you really, I mean, sometimes you also suffer for this reason as well, right? You get stuck having to make the decision of, do I go for this? Am I confident enough that I'm going to be able to find the frags on my own or like with one other player, or am I instead going to fall back and wait to play with the rest of my team? And sometimes like that decision making is actually the first point where defensive strategies start to fall apart.
Well, we'll get to see if that's the case, because right now, YFBX headed towards a pretty much deserted site other than the Lurk player. Elaborate getting caught up by Panini, who did have garage control, but in the meantime they're clearing out their angles and they're realizing, wait, nobody is home other than Carry, tucked away safely in CT. They catch Sherry Shark on their lonesome, and now YFPX getting proactive here, actually are able to start drawing back this numbers advantage, finding only one. But in the meantime, they left their flank open, right? They lost their Sentinel, and Oomfies trying to capitalize on that, but Super Cat outpaces the Omen support, outpaces Panini, and now they're the ones on an island here, but sometimes you can learn how to swim, and that's what Panini's trying to prove. So low HP, I'm so surprised that they're still alive, and then they
so low HP and still pushes out through the smoke and just spam shots, doesn't even lose any HP. Corrupt.
I thought they were gonna wait.
Corrupt is, I mean, their name says it all. That was unhinged.
I mean, I like I said, I thought they would wait, right, for then their teammate to join them, but that means also it was probably the expectation of Panini that the same would happen. And so they're like, alright, we won't wait for Marsden, we'll just take the fight into our own hands. And clearly unexpected.
Mentally 2 steps ahead of us, the other players, just amazing from Corrupt. I feel like we also got to see some great plays from Corrupt on the last map as well.
Right here.
So, I mean, I shouldn't be too surprised, but also still a little bit surprised. I can admit to being surprised.
And YFPX, they won the pistol on Sunset, now they've won the pistol here on Haven, so they get off to the right foot on all of these rounds and make it hard for Oomfies to build momentum out the gate. And not only do they win the round, but now they're making the second round very clean, so they have a chance at denting the economy for Oomfies during that third round, which means they're showing improvements to what we saw over on, Sunset, which already was a 9-3 half.
Oh. Carry with the long-range classic pick. You'll take it. Panini trying to get in on the action with the Sheriff. Is not going to be able to. Avery going to be in for a rude awakening with this tripwire that is stopping them in their tracks here, while the rest of the YFPX attacking squad is quickly pushed onto the C site, trying to make sure that it's clear before going for this plant.
30 seconds.
So much. They're trying to control this so much. It's crazy. But saying, hey, Corrupt, you're only 1 point away if you get this plant from that Hunter's Fury. We'd love to have that nice little leg up as soon as possible. So goes ahead and gives that plant right over to that Silva player there.
Now I would expect them to maybe let them take the fight. That's why maybe Scary Shark's on the jumpy, so that Corrupt can swing and finish the job. But unfortunately, Avery says, you know, hey, I can cause damage here. One more frag, and that would be huge. But unfortunately, elaborate that insurance policy with the Outlaw Long, able to get the job done. And while it's not as clean as I was hoping for, you know, the 4 or 5 players it looked like were going to survive, still 3 players, still those heavier weapons in their hands. Now Oomfies with their bye. We saw them win this pretty flawlessly. I think 1 player died over on Sunset, so this is their chance to bounce right back into the action.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, Corrupt now, after taking that final fight, despite not being able to win it, that Dez still getting that final ult pip. So does have that Hunter's Fury ready, and that should, if used, either get onto a site or for post-plant power, should be able to help them out in this round where normally you would consider a team like YFPX after winning the first two to be slightly behind on gun power. Quick push onto site, a lot of those smokes deployed. A lot of those shock darts as well to try and clear out those tripwires, but it's going to be Scary Shark through the smokes to go down to that Cypher player. Panini also ready for the moment those dark covers dissipate. This might be the perfect situation for Oomfies, who've been able to take out 3 of the YFPX players already.
Last player
Yeah,
standing.
Panini getting away criminally, the awareness from Elaborate on the lurk. It's all looking very, very clean here on this retake, and they isolate Melia in the corner so we don't get a hero play out of her either, and that's gonna keep it flawless. I said that's what I wanted to see here, because one of the issues we saw was this round in particular, YFPX flipped the script. Like I said, Oomfies had an opportunity, right? If they win that round, they'd likely take the lead, go through. But they lost that round, that first rifle round for YFPX, and then it devolved into, what was it, I think 6-1 at one point. And so that's one thing I want to see, is win this round, please, Oomfies. This is your best shot to get out the gate early. And number 2, if you don't, maybe even another round or 2, take a timeout before it's a 6-1, before it's 9-3. I'm beg of you.
Pretty please, Zobi is asking.
Timeout!
Nowhere to run!
Ooh, alright, there's that Hunter's Fury the Corrupt has had already, using it to try and clear out a lot of those default angles onto A. Help
There's
push
4
the team
people here.
onto the site, but you said it, there's 2 players hanging out up close for the side of Oomfies to shut down the push onto site from YFPX, who are down to just 2 players, make it 1 remaining, and it's Elaborate, who was starting off with a lurk and has quickly had to come back and try to join the team, but all that remains are their bodies on the floor as well as the spike. And it's a 1v3 situation for Elaborate here, and you gotta imagine that Cypher's trying to go and collect that spike. So it's a quick second round for Oomfies, and this is what you were hoping to see from them, Zobi.
Yeah, they heard timeout, they said, nah, I'd win. And just
I'd rather win than take a timeout.
Oh, yeah, any day. And I didn't quite see if that was a gamble from the get-go over towards A, if it really was just the speed of the rotation from this double stack of the Omen and the Breach on B. But either way, it was very well executed, and like I said, reactivity from Oomfies meeting head-on the coordination of YFPX, and we see that devolves into who can win their gun duels at the end of the day, and Oomfies this time tie us up to a piece. And I want to say the YFPX buy, yeah, it's shot, like Sunset it would have been. So now, we lean into, hopefully, the Stinger of Marceline to scale up the split over towards the C site, but this is Oomfies again, with the speed, the rotation from these 2 players being on the B site, and Carry with the passive hold on C, because they're confident in their retake ability on this site.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense. They have had success in the last few rounds, kind of getting back on there. They had one that didn't go so well, but I think they've been able to get that confidence back. Marceline gonna get a little bit of information that breach is coming out near this C site as well, but Scary Shark, a nice turn and burn there with the Marshal to take out Carry. So this site is open, and YFPX are slowly encroaching onto this site. The plant comes through from Elaborate here, stops for a second as that fault line comes out, but that's gonna be the moment the Marceline decides to beat Kande, though. Just stronger weaponry all around. Fault line at the ready for this defensive side and for the retake to start from the remaining Oomfies players.
And I said they're confident on the retake, and it is a 4v4. This is very good to see some of this utility come in, but YFPX, I thought about it, they don't have weapons, so they have to take these duels together. Spy cam guiding the shots of the Marshal, but again, the better weapons finally punching through it, and they knew where that high-low was set up, so they suddenly overwhelm it. They forced them into chaos where their plan was only for CT, and their counterparts, that other duo, needed to hold down Garage. So when half of the puzzle is lost, you don't see the full picture. And Oomfies is able to pull ahead. And I mean, I'm writing the script as we go here, Becky.
I mean, all things considered, YFPX did like relatively well in that round. And I also want to just like, once again, highlight a player like Melia. Like, a lot of the kills that they were able to get in that round was from a very tricky one-way that allowed for some of those lineups and those high-lows to even come to fruition to start with. So great plays coming through from, again, both Omens. We see Panini at the top of the board for Oomfies. Melia did a really great job of opening up a lot of playmaking potential for the side of YFPX in a round that was a save round. It makes sense that they would lose facing down full Vandals from Oomfies.
Look at how they started this round for YFPX, right? They feel like they're not understanding what they're running into when they take these sites, because it's like I said, uninhabited half the time, and then suddenly they're getting flooded on a retake from Oomfies. So what do? They pop Melian from the shadows really early on just to get that intel before making a game plan. And I'm not sure if it quite spotted out enough, which is why they've gone back to just a default. They're scaling up grass, ensuring there's no over-aggression from Oomfies, which I'm surprised we haven't seen them go for, you know, a Mesos Millionaire-esque strategy of 2 or 3 players going down B main. But I love this discipline from Oomfies so far on Haven, and once again, rotation over to A could
What in the
be
lineup?
correct. Does that actually land? I'm gonna be...
Where it
What?
does. Wow.
The speed in which they lined up is what made it more impressive.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I also
Either
want to
way.
highlight there was like a shot dart
30
used
seconds
pretty
left.
early in the round to take out a tripwire that was on the entry of B, like from
I'm getting
very far
flashbacks.
away.
There's gonna be 4
And-
players here again. Woo.
All right, yeah, you said it. A lot of players over from YFPX pushing onto the site. The Hunter's Fury comes through. Unfortunately, Marceline caught with that scythe out and runs right into Carrie in that dark cover. But elaborate on the flank there is able to make sure that Carrie does not get away with their life, and it is just left up to Supercat. Operator in hand, but was on the wrong side of the board to start this round off, and the rotation is just likely not going to be there in this 1v4. We might just be looking for exits, but we know that Elaborate is prowling as per usual.
Not just them, but their teammate alongside them here going for the pinch play. And I really thought, like I said, that we were about to see flashbacks to the 4-sec prior from Oomfies. And when I saw that frag and that neural theft as well, and they get out of dodge on Skaze, I'm like, alright, here's another chance of that happening. Unfortunately, though, just the flank there from Elaborate to lock in to ensure those 2 remaining players couldn't suddenly flip the script on the retake. It's nicely done and shows again how YFPX can learn and adapt. They're like, all right, you know, that recon bolt didn't get enough information, but we really haven't gotten control elsewhere. We still need to scale up into A. Let's think about the worst that could happen on A. And they're like, the worst that could happen would be what our round looked like earlier this half. So they use that information to go into the planning and just isolate the fights one after another. So that was very, very well done, but Oomfies hasn't made a change just yet to the defense, other than maybe look at this Jet getting aggressive here, down short.
Found them.
Ping out from both sides here, but it's going to end up going Avery's way. Beautiful ping to come through there. Just make sure that Marceline punished for being that far up, and Duelist lost for the side of YFPX. Looks like they're still trying to find a way to make a hit onto this A site, and this time around, Elaborate on the lurk through mid, but that little bit of a did not get
Deploying drone.
caught out by an early shock dart. But, I mean, the push-up with the operator, fall back to join the rest of the team. This might end up being a more than okay. Melia prepared for where Supercat has been. Supercat having to dash away with 7 HP post-cloudburst. The paranoia comes through as well to try and see if we can catch that Jet. But Supercat's just a little bit too wiggly getting away with some of those on 9 lives that you know cats have.
We saw the Elaborate op back on Sunset, right? It's the last thing you expect, especially on the attack side for Haven. And it's just allowing their lurks, like you said, to get super
30
powered and
seconds left.
give them an advantage early on. But with how low HP we do see Supercat here, surprised they're going back for seconds, and this could be the best opponent. This operator, where you
I was
if they
about
don't
to
land a
say.
shot, like, you're good, and they got the timing. No, they wanted to support the team, and they knew that there was lower time, so they got the spike down. The odds of winning that round would have been so high. But now with the Rolling Thunder online, and I think the sound cue, or now at least the visual cue of the cage, it's gonna be so hard to navigate this 2v2 with the Rolling Thunder. And there it is. They are just gonna try
Not
and get
messing around.
not at all. The issue here is that they were playing split, but now you just know where the last one was coming from.
The range you have on all of your utility as a breach is just so insane that, yeah, it says, you know what, I'll go ahead, I'll pop this Rolling Thunder, be ready to fault line for Corrupt as well. And there's just no way that Carrie can make this final crossfire work in their favor. YFPX find themselves pulling ahead once again. And we're going to hand that operator over, have it play a little bit of hot potato between all of these YFPX
Found
players.
them.
And what did I ask for a few rounds back? I said Oomfies. lose the lead, if it starts to mount for YFPX, we need to take a timeout. A breather, even if it's not necessarily the
They're asking for that, so now they're gonna win the next round.
They are, and maybe that's the curse that I bear favoring Oomfies. Sorry, YFPX, but I mean the buy doesn't really warrant that as much. Like, yes, you have a Guardian and a Vandal, but with a light shield. And here comes the play that I was maybe hoping to see. I wanted to see maybe, I guess, the Jet get ahead of that, but unfortunately, it still felt like it's a very similar default defense from Oomfies, right? Like, yes, it gives them high mobility with the double players on B, the solo Cypher passive on C, but we've seen how the retake, you know, YFPX is getting better and better with these post-plant situations, right? And now, I mean, Oomfies, yes, you have the Rolling Thunder, but you don't have the weapons.
Able to get a little bit of information. There's a lot of players dedicated over to the C site here. Avery, though, going to be the one to actually get information about where players are actually playing for the side of YFPX with that Owl drone, and you see the instant movement of all the defensive Oomfies players, and this is going to be potentially a much earlier collision than YFPX is ready for. Luckily, we are being held back quite a bit. Marceline already on site, trying to be prepared for the drop down from these players, but it's a one-for-one trade back and forth for the most part. Supercat trying to get through that tripwire, but just got caught up for a little bit too long here. And now is going to try and find Elaborate head to start things off, able to make that one happen, but the crouching from Corrupt makes it a little bit too difficult.
They have blades!
Supercat to find that one, but it is still a 1v1. That bomb is still ticking. Corrupt maybe being a little bit too aggressive with these shots. The operator picked up, and this is quite the clutch to come through from Supercat and that final op shot.
You know, sometimes the best things in life take time, Becky. Like you said, they took a second to get through that flank undetected, but that extra ounce of time, instead of breaking it and proceeding without thought, is what wins them the round. To get the operator in hand, they get the clutch, and it was off of some really nice deagle shots as well. But also YFPX, right? After the position of the Sova was known, there really wasn't a change if you notice here, right? They still hold the same angles pretty much. And that gave a lot of flexibility for Supercat for taking the same duels. Like, yes, you saw them try to remedy it really late there from Corrupt, but at that point, I mean, you just hold the close angle and hope that maybe they make a mistake. And that mistake is going to haunt them because it gives Oomfies an in. And what did we just said that I cursed it, that if I mentioned the timeout, they win the round, and it happened.
They so are against taking a timeout. They're like, no. We got this. It's okay. All is well. Marceline.
All is.
Got the knives pulled into this round, took out one of those tripwires, and YFPX have pushed onto site. Everyone from Oomfies is backed off as much as possible. Paranoia has come out already.
Marceline?
Oh, the judge in hand. All right, the plant comes through. At ult point going over to Elaborate. 3 ultimates ready. The Hunter's Fury already backed up into Cubby for YFPX as well. Marceline with
The Paranoia set up.
Oh! You know what? The panic right click, I'm here for it. Pull out that judge again. The Hunter's Fury does get popped from the defensive side. Does allow for Avery to at least pick off. Oh, sorry, that was not the defensive side Hunter's Fury. I thought for sure the way that it was lining up, but it was actually for the side of YFPX to try and help out Marceline while getting absolutely collapsed on. And all is said and done, and YFPX with that quick execute onto a site, despite a little bit of an awkward buy, have found themselves the lead once again, and our second match here on Haven is having quite the back and forth pacing.
And I'm just in awe at the butterfly effect here, right? If they had gotten the frag onto Marceline from grass, none of that would have happened. You saw the ping from YFPX. They were planning that kind of explosive play with the Paranoia, with the fault line, to deny that retake from Oomfies. Because like I said, that's been the Oomfies' strong suit here on Haven so far. But YFPX developing, leveraging the ultimates one at a time beautifully. And YFPX, they use the Blaze, they use the Hunter's Fury so nicely. And now Oomfies, they're trying to change things up, right? If we can't retake, we have to fight head on the site. And this deeper smoke might enable it alongside the Hunter's Fury as a distraction from Avery! That's a Vandal!
Yeah, nice little pickup there. Panini now looking very safe aside the rest of the defensive players from Oomfies and YFPX. The 2 remaining players are going to back up, reconvene. and see what they can make happen between the two of them. But this is a rough place to be. 2v5 situation. It looks like they are either going to try and go through garage or make their way to B. But that's a difficult site to defend with only 2 players left.
Yeah, we haven't even seen a B site plant from them, I don't believe. Especially the breach here, like as soon as you try to plant, they're just gonna aftershock one plant, fault line the other. If they even get that far, elaborate hasn't cleared out back sight. There's only a ghost in their hand, but a ghost is enough. Position of melee confirmed. Now they're just trying to stall them out, wait for time. Another one. That's right. 2 in the last 3 rounds. Now, Melia is trying to prevent that outcome, but unfortunately, there's the blades, there's the backstab that fault line was setting up for, and once again we are tied 5-5 in an almost flawless fashion as well.
Wow. I mean, every time we see one impressive round from one team, they're like, okay, I'll do you one better, and they immediately come back, like, looking just as strong. And I mean, as you said, the thrifty from that one, I think the biggest gun that was bought was Carrie had like a Guardian that immediately took out Marceline as Marceline was trying to just like get really deep onto that C site. But all things considered, very nicely done from Oomfies there. And once again, we're at a little bit round, I believe. All line comes through. Panini stunned up. High ground though, just trying to see we can use the dark covers and some shots through smoke to stop any aggression that might come through.
And what I'm loving here is changes from the defensive Oomfies, right? Like I mentioned, they cannot play retake anymore on C. So what do? They set up the high-low. They have Carrie actually playing on site this go around. In the meantime, right, they can confirm these players can stay on the C site because of how deep Avery is here over towards A main. And even, I think the Owl Drone, did it spot the haircuts? We'll never know, but it is going to be confirmed as the B side as the Owl Drone comes through, as the breach is seen. And Avery now, they're going to have an immediately flank if they want.
Ooh. Rolling Thunder to come out from the attacking side, though, is going to allow them to take out Panday and get this bomb down. Now with 5 players remaining, this time it should be a lot easier to defend. Nice hop away as that dark cover dissipates, but Avery with the wraparound might be in the perfect place, but we see those pings coming through from the attacking side towards window. They're prepared to be looking there and also going to be looking for... Ooh, maybe they won't be prepared to look at where Avery is despite those pings. Ping comes through onto that Sova as well, and it's going to be a back and forth battle here as it's just Cypher versus Cypher. Left Carry a little bit too high here. Elaborate goes for the crouch and manages to take out Carry before that defuse can even get to half. And just like we were saying, the back and forth does not stop.
And that was very, very chaotic there. Just they both whiff a little bit. The hesitation as well from the re-swing out of Elaborate. But like you mentioned, just the sheer numbers they had and how in-depth this close plant looked right there like easily with the Rolling Thunder. And then they just extended their control off the site because they had reliance on all of the utility that they had. The Sova shock darts, the breach aftershock. And Oomfies, while I said they set themselves up for success with how much control they had over kind of A side and C side, it really ended up being a disconnect in the timings of kind of crunching those players that were going to scraps. So we'll see if there's a change made, but for now, Jet trying to sell a fake into the A site, and it's drawn all of the members of Oomfies and Panini, even expending the From the Shadows to get over there. And in the meanwhile, Spike never left spawn.
Ooh, Owl Drone come through as well and try to spot out Marceline there. Marceline still staying, still looking for some shots, and once again, Carrie is going to start to get really sick of losing these fights to Elaborate. Avery, though, is going to stop that fake, and Supercat going to stop the rest of this squad from pushing on to this C site much as fast as they were. Carrie Shark is going to be able to eventually get that. The rest of the defensive side tries to safely push towards that C site. Melia is going to make it that much more difficult and reposition with this From the Shadows.
At this point, still 33. We talked about the retakes crumbling through Oomfies, and this round is no exception. Elaborate, showing how elaborate their post plans have become, and that 6-6 half is circumvented. 7-5, not as flashy as an I3, but it still gets the job done, and it still gives YFPX an advantage to both sides as well.
Yeah, and I am Interested to see how this side swap goes. YFPX were doing really well on their defensive side on Sunset, and so I'm kind of a little bit scared for Oomfies on the attack, trying to face down YFPX on defense here, but this could be a little bit more of... Normally I would say, like, oh, it could be a little bit of a rough defense, like there's 3 sites. YFPX are going to spread pretty far, but again, a lot of my like watching eyes emoji at YFPX today has been from being really impressed by their defensive like spread from what we saw for Haven yesterday. And so normally I would be a little bit concerned. I'll admit I'm kind of expecting YFPX to start running away with it.
No, I agree. Oomfies started out on the defense the last time these two teams met on Haven. It ended at 13-8. And that's what we could see here. But for now, it's a brawl on the A side. And Supercat showing that Oomfies is not going down without a fight, but neither is Corrupt.
Whoa.
3 for 2 and Carry. All right, Carry. They said, I want to ensure that Oomfies does not have to go down without this pistol. Because this pistol means life. This pistol means a likely tied scoreline of 7-7. Now they gotta get past Elaborate, who closed out the last half so nicely. And unfortunately, Carrie says, I'm also a frag and Cypher, I'm also here. And Oomfies, just like on Sunset, win the second pistol.
Yeah, we put Carrie on the ISO to ace and like go crazy the game before this, and then put Carrie on the Cypher, still gonna frag out. Still gonna go crazy. But a very nice showing from Supercat, Elab, or Carrie, and even a YFPX member in Corrupt, there we go, in that fight as well. I mean, what a crazy quick collision of a pistol round. But hey, if that's what it takes for Oomfies to get themselves a dub and get closer to evening the score up once again in this match, they certainly will take it.
And I mean, they were so successful on A, they're just gonna replicate it, right? They have the better weapons, and I think that even avoids the Marshall buy that YFPX was depending on. And now, I mean, you roll through one player. You do have the support of an own smoke here for Elaborate to play around, but unfortunately, now it's a multi-angled duel. That's Spike! I think it falls down, but still, now they have to go to recovery mission. Now they have to delay the plant, which means the rotations are going to come that much faster for Oomfies. And Marceline, trying to flood in, is going to get caught off by the protection from Supercat, from Graffiti. And now, I mean, it's a 2v4. You have to gamble. Do we give these old Torbs over? Do we give Oomfies a further advantage? Or do we just play for exits? Do we just play to die to the Spike?
Yeah, this is always a hard place to be to, and I like that Oomfies is putting a lot of pressure onto this A site to start things off. If you can quickly get onto A site, it's just so difficult for the defensive side to retake. There's just 2 really crazy choke points, and I mean, we got to see Marceline. You have to stick your whole face out of the window to even be able to find a lot of players who are in places, in corners that you could shoot at, and it just leads to a lot of unfortunate moments for the defensive side should you get that bomb down and have any time to reposition yourself. So the equalizer does come through. Oomfies matching 7-7 versus YFPX now.
And I think I want to point out something we said prior where we thought that YFPX was going to be a lot better on the defense. I did pull up the last time these two teams faced off on this map, and it was actually a 7-5 half, Oomfies leading with the side swaps that we're in now. And then YFPX just goes on to win 8 out of the 9 next rounds.
Oh.
They win the pistol, they
Okay.
convert their bonus, and everything. Like, it was just a one-off that Oomfies won. So, number 1, YFPX had a more successful attack half than they previously had. But number 2, Oomfies might have avoided everything just by winning that pistol. So now my eyes are going to be on these first few rifle rounds to see if YFPX does have that edge and simply just fell into the victim card of the typical
Marceline just
Valorant
buy up
buy.
a Vandal?
I mean, I would. Wait. Oh, no, it was they won. Yeah, wait, they won. What do you mean? Oh, no, this is their buy round.
No.
This is their buy round.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is their buy round because this is the third round, right? Third
My
round.
bad.
Typical Valor, guys.
I got so into us talking about the previous match that I forgot where we were
of
in
course.
this one.
Guys, we gotta come back to the present, even though the history is
There we go.
important. I said these are developed teams at this point. And also, we got Panda instead of Terror, so it's definitely making some waves here. And once again, Oomfies is like, this A site, we like A, it's worked twice, so why not a third time? That's the charm, right?
I mean, yeah, again, if it works, if you're able to get the bomb
30
down,
seconds left.
it's to be a great post plant setup for the side of Oomfies. Paranoia comes in, doesn't find anyone.
Spike planted.
That plant will be able to come through. Corrupt can go ahead and shove out those shock darts. Try and find a little bit of damage to any of the remaining Oomfies players. Full squad of YFPX outside of this A site preparing to push in. Faultline and Paranoia completely tagged up by that Paranoia, but Panini just in the right place in that corner. Unfortunately, the agent advantage making it difficult to get all of those 1-for-1s to go exactly as you would like. And that's the full coordinated retake that YFPX have needed in these rounds.
And I mean, for the first time, other than the pistol, obviously, economic, situation very similar for both the squads. So YFPX, like I said, they start in these halves a little bit slower. We saw that at the beginning of this map, right? They struggled against Oomfies in their flood style retake, but then what do? They tighten up on the post plant, and that's when Oomfies stops winning rounds. Like we said, the 2-3, that 3-round streak that Oomfies had is that kind of learning, that download period here for YFPX. So if that download is complete without any errors, then we might just see what you were predicting is YFPX start to run away with things once we get in the rifle buy. For now, though, YFPX tried to go on the offensive, and we're gonna get burned slightly for it. Some chip damage done. But again, at this point, YFPX knows this is an egg crush for Oomfies.
Scary Shark trying to deploy as much utility as possible here to keep Oomfies off of the site and try to make sure that they don't get that aggression through. A lot of utility coming right back at Scary Shark. Elaborate going right in front of Scary Shark, and Super Cat colliding through it all. Corrupt finds 3 before falling to Avery, and now we're stuck in a 1v1. Marceline is unknown though, and Avery, site seemingly all to themselves. But Marceline, again, that unknown, just being so powerful in this situation to get the defensive side that
we
way.
know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
And just like that, another rifle round. The script may have gotten a rewrite ordered towards the end of the second half, but I think I'm back to writing it here, right? Like I said, YFP suddenly reining in how to navigate this A site retake. And yes, although it's crumbled down to a one-on-one here between Marceline and Corrupt, it's still a win. Sorry, Marceline and Avery. It's still a win at the end of the day. And now, economy for Oomfies is not amazing. And this is probably where I would have wanted to see the Oomfies first timeout, if it was a squad that takes timeouts, right? You have 2 timeouts. You can take one now, and hopefully once you've taken the lead and maybe are struggling to close out the map.
They're trying to get all of their childhood time back. No timeouts. And Marceline just prowling on top of this generator again, takes out first pick of the round. And flashbacks to one of these earlier round before this as well. Hanging out on top, trying to stay in an unpredictable area, waiting, laying in, wait for the prey to come right to Marceline and the rest of YFPX, who are just ready for that funnel in onto B side.
And I really just want to see a POV there from one of the Oomfies players, because I'm like, do you not see the cloud burst above on the shock dart? Because it looked like they did not even think that Marceline was close on that site. But, I mean, like you said, you might not have been able to see it. I don't know the angle or how much that center box clips it.
Yeah.
But it was a huge crunch play there, and the distraction was perfect there from A-Link as well, from the breach. So, if it works, it works, and YFPs get on to double digits. And so this is a must-win eco round in my mind for Oomfies, which I think is why YFPX is so antsy to get it over and done with.
A quick run-in from Melia and Marceline, as well as Scary Shark taking out a player on a long there. A lot of attention over towards this A site from the defensive squad of YFPX. A quick shutdown of 3 players, and only at the loss of Scary Shark. Between Panday and Carey, we've seen them be clutch players for the side of Oomfies before.
Oh.
Unfortunately, though, they might be caught out by a little bit of an elaborate alert.
And even though they don't directly strike, they spot out that rotate was a fake. And now what a neural theft. It might have just uncaged this strategy. And now they just have to play their life. They just have to play again for that information confirmation. And With the players feeling caged, they have to see, alright, Carry, can you get a pick here? Or can Panday win out this fight against Elaborate? Then this opens up the rotation potential to see. Oh, maybe just timing will open up the door. The Jiggle Peak doesn't align with Panday. At this point, Carry's gonna make it seem like an A hit. But look at that. Okay, as I say, look at that trip. That's for their team, so we're good. They're at the trip on C though. So if Elaborate stays alive, which they didn't, or they did, sorry, then we get to see it. Oh.
Doesn't actually go back far enough for it.
Yeah, they're gonna know though that they didn't play or fall back to CT, and look at this trip as well. So they're gonna know that they're garage if they just try and follow through with it. So neural theft, you know, that works too. Come on, I was talking up these trap wires are perfect, and then you're like, well, here's wall hacks.
Might as well not leave anything on the table. Pull out all the stops. That was almost so bad for YFPX. Holy moly.
I mean, don't count Panday out in a clutch. What can I say? But
does it count if like the fault is on the players who are making the swing?
No, it's about the fate of the Panday in a clutch, alright?
You know, that's fair, that's fair. But it's like one of those situations where you can tell that like one player was like, okay, I'm gonna wide swing, and then it's like, oh, I'm gonna close swing, and then somebody was like, oh, what am I gonna do?
Oh my goodness.
And the lineup like almost works out perfectly in Panday's favor. In fact, I would still be mad as Panday that I didn't get one more there.
But YFPX, like I said, they treated that round like it was a must-win because in their mind, if they won that round, they're looking at map and series point. And then you have to win 5 rounds again, just like Sunset in a row for Oomfies to get it to overtime. So again, we look to Oomfies a must-win round for them. And I want to say, though, it's not a goodbye. And I think we did see I think we didn't really get to see the Thrifty come out from from Oomfies on the last map. We'll see if they can get it here. I think that's also why they forced up here, I should say instead. Because they know how important this round is.
Area looks like gonna do a little bit of an elaborate impression. I feel like this is what we were seeing from the ciphers on Sunset as well, so it's funny to see that transcend map picks. Marceline pushing up too far forward, trying to watch deeper down green than Carry is actually hiding. It looks like a little bit of possession over B could be had here, but the dark covers are keeping the rest of the Oomfies squad at bay from a quick push.
And I think that is a trap. There's a spy cam. I think there's a spy cam B that Smoke as well was denying information from. Speaking of information, alright.
What are you doing there?
I was shocked too. Great catch observers. But speaking of catches, elaborate. We're tapping the spy cam garage. You probably didn't expect them close by, but I don't think Carrier's gonna be expecting them from behind either. We mentioned how hard it was to disrupt the YFPX post plan, and now they're what is this?
What is happening in this round?
What is this? I can't even cast. My jaws just open every single moment of this round.
Oh, alright, Elaborate, the only one remaining. That spike is ticking really fast. We gotta make some split-second decisions here. No Supercat is hanging out up there, tries to make the shots, but just can't get through the eaves here. And Avery is gonna be the one to shut it down before Elaborate can make anything happen. And it feels like everyone was just caught with their hands off their keyboard in that round.
No, for sure. And I think another thing to point out there is I love that Oomfies did go for that force buy. I think they did have rifles, obviously, but I think it was, light shields pretty much across the board because they didn't want to be in that same boat as Sunset where they were consistently forcing, right? And even if you win the round, like, you're still kept to win it flawlessly or you're going to be forced to consistently be at a disadvantage with light shields. But now they've given themselves a real opportunity here. I will say YFPX has some gnarly ultimates to counteract it, but this is their last buy, which I think is why we see the Odin and the Operator combo here. And unfortunately, they've read into, again, this Oomfies A-side crutch, and with that first blood, this may just be the beginning of the end. A 1-for-1 trade, though. Stems the bleeding, makes it a 4-on-4, but again, YFTX has rotated. Now the Breach, the Rolling Thunder here on the A site, and Corrupt. We've seen them get antsy through the dark covers. We've seen them get aggressive, and they're trying to outpace the Rolling Thunder, and they did! Oh no!
And just makes like the... Okay. Like the first shot and taking out the Omen makes total sense. Being able to also just be like, Breach, I think you're here. Yep, cool. despite dark cover completely blocking off vision there. And this is going to be a round that is painful for Oomfies, and we're going to see if Carrie and Avery can salvage this one. And starting off with this pick onto Elaborate is a good first start, but there's a double flank to come through. Melia again. Okay, caught with your knife out, caught with hands off the keyboard. We're just all having a bit of a struggle time as we get deeper into these rounds here.
I don't even blame them for that one, right? You just had your teammate there. They just cleared out who you expected to be the worst player. But unfortunately, there was 2 there. And that was something I was about to say. I'm like, all right, future VOD viewers, number 1, hello. Number 2, YFPX and this elaborate lurk up into window is like just a part of their protocol at this point. If they're sure this is A site, like even if elaborate dies, they get huge information on if they're gonna rotate or not. And I mean, this round they just make it even more complicated, leaving Melia there as well. And again, that is a huge win because now they get 4 chances to put this to bed with a clean 2-0. And unfortunately, the buy feels like it's even weaker now for Oomfies. 2 stingers here, and they wasted the Rolling Thunder last round as well.
Yeah, I was like, wow, Marceline, it's really bad that we lost the operator this far out. A, they're going to be able to collect that. And then it was actually the perfect bait for YFPX to play around. And so maybe the just like a Giga Brain moment that I was not prepared for, but alas, how it played out. And Supercat up far here with that stinger, trying to see if we can get the jump on anyone from YFPX. But again, the dark covers, you can move through them. They're not a wall, and it's just doing so much damage. Supercat made the upgrade to this Phantom and have an agent disadvantage for the side of Oomfies, but with the bomb down, this could still be a good place for the Oomfies players to be safe for the jumping jacks that we're seeing from Marceline with these knives and hitting the headshots to get YFPX their 2-0 and move into the finals. Oh, but Corrupt wants this one. Sorry.
Oh, of course.
Sorry, Marceline.
They need it. They can't let Marceline have all the fun. But like you said, 13-8 victory. Your first grand finalists are going to be YFPX, claiming their win, continuing to prove that they were the 5-stack, the squad that should be picked up by YFPX. You know, Oomfies, I didn't get to mention this. They were the team previously signed by YFPX before they decided to leave the scene temporarily, right? So showing like, all right, we're stepping up for our organization. That's why they're repping us. That's why we are here to stay, and show why they believe they are now one of the top teams in North American Game Changers after their victory against Shopify Rebellion in the last open qualifier.
Absolutely, and it was a hard-fought battle from both sides. I mean, we saw how back and forth the start of that map was. We were starting to feel like Oomfies had a shot at getting us onto a map 3. YFPX just show that they have such a great game plan on the defensive side and are able to make those changes on the fly. So, I mean, a really great job from both sides. YFPX just showing that they have a little bit of an edge here.
And you know what? I'm devastated, Becky, because I just made the realization that okay, it wasn't complete dominance this time, but
no.
Last time, right, said side swap, Oomfies win 1 round. They made it 3 this time, so
yeah,
a little bit better, but it still is just devastating to think that now you know what half of Haven you have to work on. And, I mean, it's similar to what we said over on Sunset, that their attack half is the weaker half, right? They fall into these same predictable patterns. On Sunset, it was a mid default. On Haven, it was the A-side executes. And that gives these really well-structured team with really good callers all the time they need to start developing anti-strats while the game is going on, or during timeouts like they did on Sunset in particular. But regardless, that just means YFPX is a very well-rounded squad and one to be feared moving into the grand finals.
Absolutely true. And as we get close to that grand finals, we're going to be taking a quick break before bringing you more of the action.
Welcome back to the NRG Neon Dream Invitational. It is I, Cute Noob, and Zobi, Becky Bear, you just took us through the journey of what was YFP versus Oomfies. There was a hope for that Haven map for Oomfies to change and rewrite history, but they fell to the terror of what was their attack. Zobi, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, they switched compositions from the Neon that they played the last time these two teams met into that mirror matchup of, the Breach and the Jet combination. And while we started out really, really strong, it just kind of devolved. I think, again, I think I summarized it pretty well before the break, that they kind of fell into the same cadence of hitting A, and that gives YFP actually way too much time to come up with a counter and lock in. And I think, I liked how they went to see that one round, but it just felt a little bit too late because when that diversification came, you didn't have a great buy, and it really felt like that was a last straw kind of strategy. And then I go back to, yes, the first half, every time I said I wanted a timeout, they won a round, but that curse was clearly broken in the second half.
Yeah, it really felt like a back and forth battle, and I really want to just ponder over, do we agree that that swap from the Neon to the Jet was maybe like a good thing or a bad thing for you, Becky?
Ooh, I think that's a good question, because I think it ends up being like a player comfortability sort of thing. I think that, again, when you're playing something like the Neon, you are relying on something like the Omen and the Breach a lot more. You just are a little less self-serving than something like a Jet. Jet just has so much safety built into her kit that you don't have as something like the Neon. And so I think that if you're trying to let your individuality kind of shine, be the thing that carries you through a match, going to something like the Jet pick is a lot stronger. Whereas if you are trying to constantly play with your team, constantly be able to work off of other players' utility, something like the Neon can be a lot more punchy and a little more fun to watch for me personally, but I can understand why you would move back to something like the Jet as well.
Yeah, Jet's definitely a comfortable pick. I mean, we've seen Jet since the start of time, so I'm not surprised that we're still seeing Jet. I don't think that there's ever going to be a point where a Jet is not going to be brought out. Different story with the Phoenix, which we did get to see day one, but I don't think that we're going to get to see Phoenix any longer. But moving forward, Zobi, there was that swap of sides, and you talked about it a little bit, where Oomfies, they broke the curse of only having one round one, but then they went to 3, right? I want to focus a little bit more on what do you think they did better on that, on swapping on the defense, and do you think there was any particular player that really made an impact for Oomfies?
I don't, no shame, I don't want to be brutally honest, but it's literally just the fact that they won the pistol, right? Because they won the pistol in the follow-up. And then get one rifle round, the same as what you did the last time. But I think if I have to highlight some players, it goes back to the question you asked about the Jet pick over the Neon pick. Is that the comfortability there? I think they got like some really clean clutches because they're just confident, more maybe comfortable, more rehearsed on that agent than a Neon pick. And I think that's also why they went with that composition, because, you know, Avery, for example, I think they play the Breach because Terror is more of a Sova main, and Pandy also, like I said before, is flexing between the Breach and the Cypher, and I think they're more confident, more comfortable on the Sentinel role, so they also weren't on the best role to set up a Neon. So that's kind of my, I guess, breakdown there about maybe what the differences were this go around.
Well, the star team was YFPX, and it is only proper for us to get a little bit of insight into why they were successful and how they plan to win this tournament. So we have not the one and only Nora from YFPX. Hey Nora, how's it going?
Hello. It's going great. It's going great.
I'm glad.
Sorry.
Are you feeling, how are you feeling after that matchup against Oomfies?
Kind of relieved, since, I mean, we all got back, one of us got back from college class an hour ago, one of us just got off work. I had a doctor's appointment, so we're just kind of glad we won the match, since we wouldn't about high expectations, so we're just kind of really grateful we can be as a team.
Wow. Okay, so you're saying you guys are balancing work, you're balancing college, and just IRL life in general. Give us a little bit of insight what your day-to-day looks like, since you guys are going through all those stages in your life.
Day to day, we don't really practice. We kind of just pug out. One of us works as a delivery driver right now. I think 3 of us have full-time jobs, and one of us is in college right now, just getting their upper education going along. So we just kind of show up for match days. We hope we play together as a team. I bribe them in boba. I have some teammates who live in Texas, so yeah.
What is your favorite boba?
Okay. Coconut milk tea, extra sweet, less ice.
Agree on the less ice, because they always put so much ice. I don't know. They're just like, half of your drink is ice. If you're watching in the chat, make sure you always ask for less ice. And this was a rematch for you guys against Oomfies. Did they do anything differently than what you guys were expecting?
I think from the previous time we played them, they have a different IGL and just different roles. So it's just knowing what their strong suits are as players. We've been in the scene for a while, I think all 10 players. So it's just playing against their strong suits, knowing what they're really good at, their tendencies, and just trying to counter it round by round.
Okay. And you're gonna be facing up against FlyQuest Red or Refrag. Do you have any preference to who you go up against?
Probably FlyQuest Red. I fucking love Jovi and King Fred and everybody at FlyQuest. They're super nice people. So it's just always fun to play against them, playing against friends.
Is there any strat that you guys are particularly going for? I know you said you're more of a puggy team, but anything that you're we definitely got to look out for this.
Every single pre-round is just click heads, really. That's our main goal. If we click heads, we might win some rounds. If you don't click heads, we might lose the game. We're just humble. We're hoping for the best.
Okay, well, you are so sweet. It was a pleasure to talk to you. We will find out who made it through from Refrag versus FlyQuest Red, and I'm looking forward to watching you guys click some more heads. Take a break, and we will see you after this.
Bye, chat. Bye, everybody.
Wow, I am so just amazed at the humbleness, but also like, how could you be so humble and how could you be so cracked at Valorant? That is the real question. Maybe I need to be more humble to be more cracked at Valorant. I don't know. That is the real question for all of us to ponder about. And like I mentioned, there is going to be more action. We're gonna have FlyQuest Red versus Refrag, but we have to get everything set. We have to set up the lobby and set up the plot. So don't go anywhere. We will be having 2 new casters. So we'll see you after this break.
Our generation has a choice. Turn away from the world's problems or chase them down. We refuse to sit back and watch them pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Rise to every challenge and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
guys, welcome back to the NRG Neon Dream Invitational presented by the Army Guard. I have two, well actually technically just one new caster, because Zobi, you've been here and you will be here for a little bit longer, but we have Athena. Athena, you are just joining us for our second semifinals, which I'm gonna just segue us into the bracket so that you can tell us about FlyQuest Red and Refrag.
For sure. I mean, you guys, if you know me, you know I played for FlyQuest for a long time. And after I did step down from that roster, I did get to see a lot of the work that went into the behind the scenes of building this new roster. And now, you know, they have replaced Lace, they have Ev as a sub, and nevertheless, everyone has been performing. I feel like the FlyQuest that we're seeing right now is extremely, extremely polished. I feel like they've done a lot of their homework. They've fixed a lot of their mistakes, a lot of their micro and macro things that they had issues with, and they've come into this guns blazing. That being said, I've also played with a lot of players on Refrag. I don't know about you, Zobi, but do you have a lot to say about Refrag? Because I do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't have the perspective of a player, which is hugely respected, and I can't wait to pick your brain when we jump into game. But for this squad, you talked about change, roster changes with FlyQuest. I think Refrag went even more in depth of a reformation, no pun intended, because when they were reformed GC, yeah, we had the core of Millie, Rib, and Kazler, but now Emluo and Rise are newer to the party, and I think it was you that actually pointed out that Emluo went nuclear yesterday. That kind of put themselves on the map for this squad and coming in hot, but I think we weren't seeing that performance beforehand, so it might just be now this squad starting to gel, starting to get that chemistry, you know, click in the formulas right to be successful and go back to that former glory that we saw last main event.
You guys just brought up some amazing points, and I'm just really excited because this is Seed 1 versus Seed 4. But to me, it just seems so much closer than that. And I think, Athena, you made a great point, which is all of these players have been in the server for a very, very long time. So they may have already played with one another, so they know the play style of one another, which kind of leads me on to our second point, which is, like, what maps do we believe that we're gonna bring up here? What maps are we foreshadowing that we're gonna see, if there is any, Zobi?
I don't get really tired, but I'm gonna say Sunset. Oh, I'm very wrong. Wow. Okay, the reason why I said Sunset was because these two teams have faced off 3 times in the past, and Sunset was on 2 of them. But, you know, the Lotus pick makes sense. Obviously, we get Haven and Icebox joining it because, you know, they've also played Lotus. They've played Icebox, and I think Haven's the only one that they haven't played each other on historically. I mean, maybe they've played each other in scrims, but not in an official. So for me, I think that Haven really is going to decide if this is a 2-0 or not.
Yeah, I feel like these map picks kind of make sense because Refrag picking that Lotus, it is still pretty puggy and everyone has a really solid understanding of how to play that map. And Haven, like you said, is a little bit more of the strategic side. And I feel like FlyQuest is really going to bring a lot of that into it, just making sure that they abuse, you know, the team dynamic that they may have. But honestly, if it were up to me, I would love to see Icebox too, only because we saw the FlyQuest Battle Sage and we saw Refrag as well playing really well on that. So these maps make sense, but I also thought it was going to be Sunset. So I'm with you for that one, Toby.
But I want to talk about Lotus because, like, the last time these two teams met on this map, it was a 13-5 favoring FlyQuest Red. But I think the only reason why it was that dominant, oh my goodness, we'll have to get to the elephant in a room in a second, was because we had a Clove Deadlock new composition that was maybe a surprise. But speaking of surprises, we get a Vice!
Dude, I literally typed in this Discord the other day, I was like, hey, I really hope we see a Vice. Like, this is gonna be crazy. But yeah, Vice is actually really, really good on this map. When they hold down C side or that A side, it works out really, really good. And just a quick little shout out, Cute Noob, our beautiful, beautiful host, has left us. And now we're left alone in this agent like Zobi, and I have no clue what to see. The Deadlock and Vice, that goes kind of crazy.
No, I agree, right? It's two of those kind of sentinels you say you cannot have them as a standalone sentinel, so why not pair them together? I am a little nervous, although I think I have seen now like kind of that Vice wall being used as a trap wire effectively on the flank, because you can hear it like tricked off, even if it is just meant for isolating a player. But I think what is interesting to me is we were robbed of the opportunity in our last semifinals to see the Vice, because Lotus was the last ban, and they actually were running the Vice deadlock combination as well. So it's more than one team in the Game Changer scene that is trying out this new combination, and I'm excited to see FlyQuest would have to adapt on the fly, because I doubt they have scrimmed against us, right? This is one of the first tournaments, other than I think VCT China Ascension and GC EMEA, that really Vice is active.
Yeah, I feel like it is a little bit of a wild card, but another thing to kind of keep in mind is that FlyQuest is opting to play for a little bit more of that aggressive playstyle. So they're going to be able to push past a lot of these util areas, hopefully, potentially, if they know how to play it out and kind of break the util before they get into any sort of execution, then potentially this Clove is going to be a big game changer. Sonder being able to get the entries alongside Dotonut, that would change a lot. And for this attack side, they're going to have to do a lot of util management, making sure that all these things are broken, making sure that the deadlock just kind of uses their wall early and forces them into delaying and using that wall, and just can't use it later when they need to execute onto those choke points. So definitely going to be an interesting map getting into it, but we are going to be jumping right into this first round. Pistols going on, and then the attack side for FlyQuest.
Yeah. And for FlyQuest Red, I'm going to be excited for their defense half personally, just because, like you mentioned, we get to see the aggressive Clove, I feel like C-Mount. And we also get to see, you know, the anchor that Starbound can be on the A site. But for now, it's just, like you said, pistols and aggression out the gate from Reform, trying to get ahead of FlyQuest, and Kazler has done just that. Insane frags here, Millie complement with a few of their own. That wall a bit too late to stem the bleeding, but we said it. Eyes, spotlight on Sonder and their frag ability. Let's see if they can bring this back for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was such an explosive start to the game, but nothing that we wouldn't have expected. Emma with an insane flick. You were just talking about her getting back online in these last few games. And Emlo, I mean, as a teammate, mechanically, she has always been insane. And now playing on this Vice, this is actually super interesting. But yeah, super explosive start. Kazler taking a really good initiative, even with those paint shells afterwards, and the combination of the deadlock wall to kind of block everyone out of getting any A main control. This is kind of what I was talking about for FlyQuest, where they really have to start kind of baiting util first, and they can't really start doing anything too explosive right away.
And we're not going to be able to see a pop aggressive play around, I would say, but we see Reform going for that again because they have full trust in Enlo and this Outlaw over towards the C side, right? Before they even need all of this Vice utility complement with that deadlock sensor, which I think is coupled with the thorns as well. So you see the deadlock sensor go off or get destroyed, and you're like, pop the thorns. Now they can't move without getting that damage done. But we have another opportunity with this Outlaw to strike back, and let's see if the Marshal of the Outlaw wins. With the flash, the Arc Rose is able to make contact.
And look at all the information that Kazler has towards that A site. They have so much space. And now 2 Sentinels on C. This is going to be almost impossible for them to be able to get into site. That Vice wall already being popped, delaying even longer, but they still have all this information, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, not only do they have the deadlock sonic sensor now as that second layer of defense, but Rise has rotated over, has that net as well. So we're just going to have to see them swing, and hopefully Dodonet will be able to stop or protect their teammates once they're netted into this choke point of C. But even Emlo is posted up to capitalize off of that grab net as well. So I think this is just going to be really bloody, and there comes the combo I asked for, but it also is the Dodonet the protector temporarily. But now they are the only one left for FlyQuest Red in a 1v4, and they are getting swarmed, but Emlo, they do it all.
An ace for Emlo, second round into the game. Yeah, that was an eco, but you have such a big ego now getting into this. You have put your position on the map, and now FlyQuest, they're really gonna have to make sure they don't lose any of those guns. That economy is gonna be so important, especially because Emlo is gonna be so close to those orbs already. They're gonna know C is on lock. No, you can go ahead.
No, for sure. And I think I want to point out why C is on lock. It's not necessarily that they have full dependence on utility like you can with a Cypher, like you can with a Killjoy. It's that they're setting up pop plays off of it, right? Like that swing with the net, like the swing with the Outlaw, all of that was beautiful. But it's also complemented with this aggression A main, right? So they are trying to herd the players towards that C site. They know they have figured out how it works, you know, with the scrims, with the server time. And right now, I mean, this is an interesting wall because, yes, it gets the information, but now it's trying to force them away from that C site.
Yeah, I think the big thing too that Refrag really picked up upon really quickly is that FlyQuest doesn't have any really good flashes other than the Omen Paranoia in order to take that A main space. But now we're gonna see this full C execute underway. These players are out, but they're so slow. Riv just running up, getting a free pick, and Rise with a trade onto Ev, but Dodo just spamming through the smoke. Rise drops down now. 3v3, they have the whole site, but 3 of these players are already ready to retake past this deadlock wall.
And you know what? The ult is online, the Steel Garden for Mluo off of that ace. If there's a better round, it's the 3rd round where you know FlyQuest Red has a gun advantage. They try to swing in to Waterfall right before those guns are ripped away, and that at least is a 1-for-1 trade, but that makes it now would have been a 2v2. The timing for Donut is good, maybe a lapse in communication, and though it's not an ace, Donut with the 4K holds on for FlyQuest Red and gets them their first round on the board.
Both teams putting so much into that round, but one thing to keep in mind, that was the bonus for Refrag. They got so much economy off. Look at this. We have a Bulldog, we have a Guardian, both on half armors. That's going to be a little bit more rough for FlyQuest to kind of guarantee that 2-2 scoreline. But again, MLO using that ult already was kind of a big deal. It was supposed to be kind of their winning condition, getting back onto that site, getting that retake ready, but it just wasn't enough. And now, Raze with the showstopper ready in hand for FlyQuest Red. I thought they would start by doing something a little bit quicker, but it looks like they've learned from the past few rounds.
Well, you hope they would learn about the A main aggression from Reformed, but unfortunately they've already lost a player, and in the meantime, that aggression over towards B main is catastrophic. I was going to say they wrestled back a frag, but that numbers advantage doesn't matter when it's only Starbound left in a 1v3, and Rise delivers the deadlock diff to keep Refrag on the forefront. And we go back to what you just mentioned, Athena, maybe the fact that they didn't have as strong of shields, as strong weapons because of how many players fell during that eco round for Refrag.
I mean, I don't think that round was supposed to go that fast nevertheless. Like, was it just me or was that heckin' quick? That was so funny. But yeah, they're gonna be messed up on their economy now for FlyQuest Red. They haven't learned how to deal with this A main pressure. They need to be able to push them back before trying to get any of that entries towards C. Trying to play fast without putting pressure on the other side is almost near impossible. And Sonder again dropping to this A main. I mean, this A main is gonna be a really big issue for FlyQuest, it seems.
Yeah, we talked about Sonder and the fragability, but look at this, it's the Annihilation, the proactivity over towards Seaside, and Castler somehow gets ahead of all of it. They are trying to bail out their team, but it doesn't matter. They were the last one, and they cannot expect a multi-frag montage when Castler is having such fragability, such high trade ability there. And, I mean, this point, yeah, I agree with this. Call a timeout. It is 4-1. And I want to say, at least this is Reform's map picks. That's your kind of Refrag's map picks. This is your kind of silver lining. But again, I'm seeing so many strengths that kind of look like FlyQuest Red plays, just with a different composition, right? Like next half, you'll see Starbound being that solo anchor on A while they get aggressive C mount. And they're doing the same exact thing, but with the Vice. And so now you have a Deadlock who can play more mobile, can set up players like Kazler as beautifully as they just did.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, there is no answer towards their aiming pressure. They are able to take all that space with almost minimal utility. Realistically, Kazler doesn't need to use paint shells every time they take aiming. They just have the deadlock wall going down, and that is so much space being taken away from them already. FlyQuest, they're going to look to do something this round. And I really think they need to be putting some pressure towards A main. They need to make them somewhat scared. There's no way that you're going to be able to execute onto these Sentinel sites without putting any pressure on anyone else, because the rotations are just going to be so quick. And Refrag, like you said, this is their map pick. They have this somewhat polished. They have the rotations and full understanding of the micro plays that they're going to do. And I guess there was some sort of read that the A main take is gonna try to be taken, because they do set up the Vice on the A site, but they're opting for Refrag to fight that B main, which is a new trap play that I really like to see.
I'm wondering if it's gonna catch Bea off guard, in particular. Solo player here, and now they are down for the count. So you're gonna lose really your only flash, I'll call it, the Paranoia. And in the meantime, are gonna just seize for the C execute. The rotations are coming through because of how many players were on that B site. The wall line up deep, but has already been decimated before they even went for the C site take. So now you're back to square one. And the only silver lining here is Sonder, right, was taken out by MLO at the get-go last round, and they are alive. They have scaled up a little bit deeper into A than we have seen successful from FlyQuest Red so far. And we'll see if MLO can finish the job or if they just have to show respect.
They saw the Rays taking that space. They knew that there was a heavy stack towards B, but now slow rotating towards A, and MLO taking so much damage. But that's going to be a really good call for FlyQuest. They're going to know that they're playing a little bit slower on this side. Starbound with a beautiful flank to kind of pick off Millie and execute towards B. It's coming in, but both showstoppers are popped, and Kaz are just coming out on top. Starbound getting that trade, but Rise is still holding the flank, and now this is going to be kind of rough. Ev in this 2v3.
Yeah, they had that A control. They were just too worried about the flood ability from Refrag there that they pop into B, and that splintered the remaining players. Fortunately, though, like you said, that spike was planted, and now look at this, the Annihilation, the Nightfall to try and pinpoint where MLuo is, but they are behind you, and they have clutched out the round with Riv as a sacrifice, and that timeout is not converted, despite FlyQuest Red using both of those big ticket ultimates like the Annihilation, like the Showstopper. And I mean, I wanted to address what you said, Athena, about them trying to find a way to counter this A main control, because I look at their composition and I didn't see a way for them to do so, right? They don't have flashes like a Dizzy, or a fault line, like a Breach has, that allow you to take that space. The only thing I could have seen that would have worked for taking that space aggressively would have been to gamble the Showstopper and the Annihilation, but both of those are gone now, and you can't depend on them every round.
I feel like right now their only win kind of condition for winning that A main is using the speed that they have and the paranoia. Like, they have to use that blind in a good spot, but be able to also get this raise to satchel past this initial paranoia that they use. They can also just wait a couple seconds, waiting for all the util that Refrag is using to get this A main and re-hitting, making sure that they flush them out with the paranoia towards that broken wall. Paint shells to push out the raise that they know has always pushed. But now their eco, they're gonna opt for a lot of noise towards B, but it doesn't matter because MLO just opens the door and gets one for free, Zobi.
Yeah, the Thorn's up before MLuo falls, so they know that they can't scale out of B main while they're pinching through C. And they're buying up time with that wall so that this pinch play can come through. They don't even need to breach the sonic sensors because Millie and Kazler have taken B main, have taken the round by storm, and in a flawless, almost flawless fashion at that, right? MLuo was the only one to fall, and now Refrag has a guaranteed 6th round at the half, and I don't think they're going to show any signs of stopping here soon. I mean, Steel Guardian's back online.
Yeah.
Athena.
Yeah, absolutely not. I feel like right now they're not even worried about just walking up and getting picks. We've seen Kazar do it at A. We've seen Kazar do it at B. We've seen MLO do it towards that C site where they're just kind of peeking, dry peeking, taking their picks. They don't even need the extra flashes. They don't need the extra util or anything. So going into this C front C control is going to be super interesting because there is a C trap here from Refrag. They have 3 of these players ready to fight, and out goes the trap, the nade, and the Gravnet just misses those. So much information for FlyQuest. They know that they've stacked, and they're going towards that weaker side of A.
And this is the first time I think they haven't fallen into one of Refrag's traps plays. And it works out in their favor, but this is what we like to see from MLO, is the fact that they can solo hold a site because of this ultimate. Unfortunately, they might not have guns, so they do have a raise utility, so they do get pinged down to respectable HP where they have to fall back, but even then, the immediate rotation from Refrag is great for this A site. So now they can contest from back site, but unfortunately, the players are splintering. No coordinated fights are coming through, and as a result, the site control is still taken. The spike was about to go down, and suddenly it's a 1v2 where Kazler has a way to win this, but Sonder, full HP, full shield the entire time. Not even a scratch is able to get FlyQuest Red across the finish line.
I feel like that was just, first of all, that was a bloodbath at A. I felt like there was trade after trade after trade. That was crazy. But I feel like for me, watching FlyQuest trying to take this A site, they had much better timing down. They waited for a lot of the Vice util to be popped before committing to that execute. And the reason why they came out on top was because their trades were so good. Even though DodoNut had their util out towards that entry, there still was a trade so much quicker. And so Refrag, they just had to decide a little bit faster if they were going to flood together or wait as a team. But nevertheless, still a really, really good hold for as much as it did happen. And now 6-2. We have both these teams playing their defaults again. No crazy traps this time from Refrag, but FlyQuest is looking to group towards that A site and just kind of contact the team.
Ooh, and Sonder falls, opts not to come back to life here. And I feel like they've just gotten over their fear, right, of this A site and fighting for that A main control. Because after the original pop play on the pistol, they didn't touch A main for a few rounds, even when Sonder got burned by Emilio. But now they methodically clear it out, they methodically scale up. And it has worked out before, but at this point, Kazler trying to bait here for their teammate, for the Omen, and for good reason. The showstopper out. Millie good for the trades. Was gonna pop it from the shadows, but cancels at a perfect time here. Thea has the wraparound, will now have the site control, but look at this. They go C, and right into the Sonic sensors.
Yeah, this TP is gonna be really good play, but it's still 1v3. This is almost impossible, and I'm almost wondering why Sonder doesn't pop their ult last round to kind of come back, kind of save the round and help the team get onto site. But nevertheless, Thea 1v3. The fade ult is popped. They know that they're not playing on site, and now all these players looking exactly where she is, and Riv getting the final kill to defuse the spike.
And you mentioned, right, Sonder not using that not dead yet, and I really think it's just because of how deep they were A main, right? The players for Refrag can immediately fall off, and I think there would have been no hope for getting that frag to stay online. Like, yes, the thing is, though, it would have made space, right? Because they're trying to avoid that duel. And then they could have committed to the A, maybe with not the heavy loss of players, but even then, I feel like it would have been Kazler falling off and really just hoping Tree doesn't get cleared out, because then they went on the frag montage like this that truly did close out the A site as an option. And they bought so much time as well that is what caused they had to get from the shadows to get out of dodge, because they weren't confident that there weren't players around the corner ready to refrag. And
I see what you did there.
Yeah. But at this point, Refrag, they have the lead. It's an eco run for FlyQuest Red. I'm scared for them.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough. I feel like FlyQuest, they have such a specific playstyle that they were trying to play, and they were not prepared for having to slow down everything. And as I say that, I mentioned the dry peaks earlier. Rise still not scared to do any of this, and now this C control is literally just deadlock, spamming through walls, the op peeking behind the door. Emlo not scared at all. And now FlyQuest, they literally have zero space on this map right now. They are still in spawn.
Unfortunately, they only lose one player, but that's their duelist as well. It's going to be a lot harder to make space here, because you can't force players off these angles, because you don't have a paint shell either. I mean, it works if they swing into you, though. So finally, they're able to punish maybe this proactive defense, but the rotations are immediate from Refrag. 2 players here, blue room. Let's see what they're able to do, but right now it's been delayed. Nice berry mesh there. Rise, though, flanking. They hear the door and think, all right, let's go back towards C. But Rise has to get cleared out, and together.
30 seconds left.
Playing outside of that C main might just be the winning moment for Rise. These 2 players towards B, they're finally going to rotate, but they need to really, really be careful. FlyQuest, their post plant is going to be pretty good with this op, but Sonder just whiffing slightly on Kazler, getting a little bit of damage down, and now so much sound has been known, but they know that 2 players are at this waterfall angle, and Sonder slightly missing, but Thea gets the initial trade. Rise with the pick, Millie with another, and now the op going down to Millie. Sonder is back to life, but it doesn't matter because Starbound is shut down by Millie for a 4K to win this round and bring back that C retake.
And I understand in the heat of the moment, right? It's an eco attempt. Things are really, really quick, but Sonder, I feel like, it's not the name you expect with the operator as much. I feel like, particularly, I think the last time where we got to see FlyQuest, it was Starbound repping it over on Icebox. So in that point, maybe you try and contemplate handing off the weapons, because, I mean, there were so many opportunities, so many times Refrag peeked into that operator. And unfortunately, just none of the shots aligning, and so then you're forced to dip back into that util reserve, like the C's, like the not dead yet, and if there was a little bit more time bought, then maybe they would have been able to. But at the end of the day, it still is a Refrag with another round, and that thrifty attempt denied. Weapons back in their hands, and look at this, they punished the B main aggression. Oh, not alone! Ooh, or was alone.
What is happening? I mean, that was a really good B trap, but all 3 players ended up falling because the trades were just ready. But now, all 4 players of FlyQuest running towards this A site. They know that Vice is going to be using the Prowler to clear, but Enlo does not go down without a fight. And now, 1v3. The Deadlock ult online, but is it going to be enough to be able to get this clutch? Splendor just holding that deep angle, and Rise is officially spotted. This post plant is going to be super hard to win for Rise.
I like this. Just stalling it with delay any way they can, because just opening that door means that Rise now has to clear out all of these angles before getting back to their original goal of executing into sight. And look at this, Starbound holding down the angle with the operator. I said I wanted to see them on it last round, and this is the reason. They open up the A site take with an op shot, and they close the round with an op shot. So FlyQuest Red, a chance to bounce back because now they have another buy. And look at the ultimates, right? They had the Annihilation last round, but now they have the Showstopper. And I mentioned that without true flashes, without true kind of concusses, these are the 2 ultimates that can really get you into a site with easy position.
Yeah, I feel like they're really going to use their winning conditions this round. Like, they're literally on the last round of this half. They need to get at least 1 more. Or they could not, because then 9-3 curse, you feel me? No, but like...
We had one earlier today.
True, it almost came back. It almost came back. But yeah, Rise just taking this deep sea peek once again. These dry peaks have just been working out so well for Refrag. They've been so ready to warm up, but Starbound finally shutting down that first blood with the operator. You talked about giving Starbound the operator, and there we go. Work is being done by them.
And I even tweeted at them, like, nice sniping yesterday, and they said, don't worry, more outlaw action to come, but we're seeing more op action than anything, right? This might gift them that 8-4 half. Like, yes, it's not a 9-3, yes, it's not copium, but it's more rounds on the board that they desperately need. And look at this, the A site's been working once those pop players A main fail, so that's where they're headed back to. I love the From the Shadows, I love the Showstopper, and even full paranoia, it lands. Unfortunately, it's a 1-for-1 trade, so that's gonna make it a little bit more even for the retake of Refrag, but still a 3v4, still with Starbound on op posted up, still with Annihilation online as well if you tap the spike.
This post plant is gonna be super annoying if played right. I feel like Fly has been so good with their trades, but not necessarily in these post plants. Have taken so much damage just from crouching behind the box, but it doesn't matter. Pick onto Kazler, trying to get another one, but Riv wins out. Thea trading Emlo and Sonder with the final kill to finally get another round on the board for FlyQuest. 8-4 now, Zobi.
And while I would be nervous for them because Lotus, right, historically an attack-sided map, I feel like their composition, like I said, is really difficult on the attack, right? Like, yes, once you take a site, like their utility is insane, evidence that round and the previous round, like the Deadlock Sonic Sensors, like it's really hard to retake against that composition. But actually getting into a site is a lot harder. So now I get to see what I mentioned beforehand, where you get to see this aggression coupled against the insane anchor that Starbound is. And while it's been a slower start for the FlyQuest Red members, you can start to see them heating up in the server, right? Starbound, once they got that op in hand, now positive, looking to expand that, and they have full trust in their ability to anchor down sites so they can make these aggressive plays over towards A. And what you're going to see is consistent swappage of where Starbound is playing, so that the opposition that Refrag has to guess what site they can't walk into.
A lot of util being thrown onto that A site to put as much pressure as they could. And just to touch up a little bit about what you said, I really do agree with you, but I do have a little bit of a counterpoint. This Refrag comp isn't that good on attack unless they get put into those post-plant positions. That is where their util is going to be super important. But that being said, I mean, they have double senti comp. They don't have that much flashes as FlyQuest Red. They only have the paranoia. But Rise, I mean, my bad. Yo, my bad. They can attack as much as they want because they can just dry peek into anything. This is crazy. But immediately traded by Sonder. But yeah, like I was saying, it's still a little bit harder for them to get out. They don't have as much movement, as much entry frag potential, but it doesn't matter because this A retake is gonna be wonderful. The counter paranoia, Emlo with a pick onto Sonder. Thea just running into the smoke, and Riv takes advantage of that. And this A site is gonna be completely free for them.
Yeah, I really thought Thea had something going in there when they didn't clear her out, but fortunately she falls, and it is going to be Ev. In a corner, but doing a lot of work here. The solo swing, the confidence from Kazler there. And that would have been a 2v2 if they lost that duel, especially with Vice at 1 HP. They knew they had to win that duel, and they do. So it's Starbound clutch master in the 1v3, and unfortunately that ruse isn't enough to help them out in this situation. Millie, first line of defense here, and unfortunately, classic right click in close proximity is going to lead to the team ace, is going to lead to Refrag, and I believe their second pistol of the map.
Yeah, that was really, really well played by Refrag. I mean, FlyQuest, they had a pretty good idea of what they wanted to do, but again, little bit of miscommunications. We saw Donut getting caught out on some sort of retake. We saw these rotate, sorry. We saw these players taking a main, but not being able to actually hold it down, because once you use that paranoia, that's all your util you got to hold it down, especially because they don't have the raise there either. They used so much of their util at the beginning of the round that when it came back to the A re-hit, they just couldn't hold it. So FlyQuest dropping that pistol, but Refrag doing really, really good with their reads, and now just playing super slow. They know that the other team is on an eco, just holding, seeing if there's any stacks or any aggressive plays from FlyQuest.
Yeah, you want that to fizzle out here. Make sure there's not players around the corner with a shorty in B main. That's what that haunt aims to achieve. But since it seems like we have a second or two to discuss, I want to go back to what you said about the compositions, because I agree, there's more lethal with a Vice. But also they have a little bit more initiation power because of Vice and that flash that they have as a Sentinel player. But the best initiation is Castler finding a frag with a paint shell, for crying out loud. And so now they know, okay, the duelist was over towards the seaside. They also know how much room Emlo has made. And the sound cue onto Thea, knife out with the jiggle peek, and unfortunately that is basically A under their full domain.
That is crazy. Castler just getting every opening pick that they need on both sides of this map so far, and now looking like a full post-hunt situation. Castler looking to get somewhat aggressive, but do they know that their players are all here for FlyQuest? All three already ready to go. Ev taking that Prowler, making a lot of noise, but being tethered and stuck. All these players getting slowly picked off. Millie picking off Starbound, and so much aggression from Refrag. You love to see it. That round going beautifully to the round of Refrag. Really well played. Lots of information from the Vice, just lurking up towards A, getting as much space as possible. Everything seems to just be falling in place for Refrag right now.
Yeah, and you know Jovi better than me. When do you think they take a timeout, or do you think they just start looking forward to, you know, Haven and Icebox if they lose this map?
I mean, I think for sure another timeout's coming, probably after if they win this round. I think after this round for sure. Whether they win or lose, they're going to be taking a timeout. But looking like a new start for Refrag, going super aggressive on that A main take.
I think they've identified that they haven't played, like what I said, Starbound switching to the A site yet, because they usually like to do that halfway through the defense half. And so it's really weak of a hold right now for FlyQuest Red, right? All you have is Thea with that paranoia, but once that's been utilized, right, you have nothing else to hold down this site. And so yes, you have the rotation pretty quickly, but that rotation opens up other options. Look at the flank from FlyQuest Red. They've taken so much space. Now they know they're hoping to have them surrounded with all the B site. They're actually trying to puncture through C Link and go all the way around town. And in the process, that trade from Starbound means none of those sonic sensors on C are going to be active. And at this rate, I'm nervous for FlyQuest Red because of how spread out they are. I need to see some buddy-buddy system, and that's exactly what Thea's going to do here, potentially, with their counterpart Fade. And let's see what happens when it is a 4-on-3 retake, but Annihilation's online for Refrag.
Rise using that deadlock out, but just slightly missing, and the spin of sadness goes crazy. The aggressive spin, but this retake is happening full speed. Whoa. All four players just running out onto site, but the Gravnet doing its work. Ev getting a trade onto Riv, but not before the first pick coming in, and Millie getting another trade onto Dia. Another one, trying to go get a third, and she does. Oh my goodness. What a round for Millie. They just ran out of the smoke and showed the dominance that they were trying to prove.
My Vandal doesn't do that. What is that accuracy? Thank you for the replay, because we need to see that again. Number one, right? The Sonic Sensor, insane ability there to hold down, like you said, in the post play. It's so hard to get another sight, but it doesn't even hit Dodonut. It hits Ev behind them. Like, come on. You've got to be frustrated if you're FlyQuest right at that point. And we talked about it. You thought the timeout would be now, but I mean, it's an eco round, and I think if they lose this, I think maybe they had a thrifty plan in mind, so Jovi doesn't want to stop them. But you'll have to win 8 rounds in a row to go to overtime.
Yeah,
and that's a scary prospect.
It's definitely rough. I feel like it's a really hard kind of momentum game that you have to try to win back. And I feel like with this comp that they're playing, it's just a little bit harder. I feel like all they have to do is just get those right reads, first of all. But it feels like every single gamble stack that they've tried to do just hasn't worked. They've tried to put pressure onto that A site, but it only funneled the rest of Refrag to come back and re-hit, to know that it was left pretty tame. And Sonder just getting a nice little bite from the Prowler right there, trying to play with that shotgun towards the main, but they're not going to spot anyone. I think the really, really big wild card here is this Emluo lurk that's constantly getting so much information from this A side because they know that they don't have anything to counter it.
And with that utility utilized, like you mentioned, it even drew some players from FlyQuest over. Clearly didn't pull Starbound over. What a shot on a Satchel and Kaz. We talked about their ability to open up these rounds, open up these sites. With that shut down, it might not be possible. Starbound trying to keep this thrifty attempt alive, and with that three-piece, with the aid of their teammates, that is exactly what you need to get your team right back into the swing of things, right? You hold on to that lifeline, that Refrag isn't on that point just yet, and now you have a bye, and now you have the Annihilation because that insane three-piece as well. Oh, we gotta see that again.
What a
So
shot.
perfect.
You were literally talking about Starbound being such a good anchor, and this round exactly proved why. Getting that first pick, being able to reposition and play off their util, and just peek on a perfect timing. Starbound really, really had a good job there, but FlyQuest, they really, really need to put this into their gun rounds too. Starbound still playing towards that C side, getting a lot of this information from the heavy C at the beginning, but all three players on the A side are just sitting around waiting for some sort of trap to set up.
And clearly the Starbound anchor didn't scare them enough last round. They're playing with fire again over the C site, but like you mentioned, Emluo and this lurk, it might just be that they try and fake C so that Emluo can catch them off guard. But look at the adaptation from FlyQuest Red. So this is also why we might not have seen that timeout, is they're coming up with counters on the fly. And the answer this round is this crossfire between Donut and Sonder. So as long as they take Emluo out, they hope that the minute is enough to deny. And just like that, full trust Sonder, even having their little iPad out, means that A side is secured, and they begin plan or phase B, which is rotate off and look towards C and B as the final destinations for Refrag. And B seems to be the spot, and a nice haunt is going to try and disrupt these players, but Kazler has scaled up so deep already.
This execute taking up so much space. Kazler pushing aggressive to get more and more of that space, picking up Ev. And now they have all of heaven. The deadlock wall is down. This retake is going to be just a little bit harder, but that baby door is still open. Starbound getting a pick on Rise through the deadlock wall. The peak was kind of there. Thea pick onto Riv, and the showstopper manages to get that trade. And now 2v1 for Kazler.
And they get ahead with the net held out, but they're out of bullets. If they had a full clip there, that could have been devastation because a 1v1 literally gifted to them. But still, FlyQuest Red survive. FlyQuest Reds continue to mount a comeback.
Yeah, I feel like this is a momentum that they needed, that surely they don't pause now and talk about it, right? They need this to keep going.
No, for sure.
They definitely need this, but they have the showstopper. It was a good adaptation to kind of abuse that solo lurker. They knew that there was going to be a solo Vice towards that A side. They just set up a really quiet crossfire, which I think worked really, really well. But now, Thea alone on the C side, the Omen, kind of sitting there. They know that Starbound is the scary player and hopefully looking to change somewhat of their aggression. And now this whole A main is being taken. Kazler wide out of Broken Wall. Looking to counter and gets a pick onto Sonder. That is insane.
The last thing you want to do is hand a weapon over to Kazler. That's exactly what they're hoping to achieve, and now they've gotten another one off of Emluo and Rise, scaling into the B site. Now the bailout is attempted from Donut. It's going to find Millie. It's going to strip them of their smokes, but I feel like with a 4v3 on the line, Thea has to get this frag onto Riv, or this round could just slip away into a Thrifty. That's Spike down. And now they have information about where the remaining two players are. So I hope Thea gets a chance to turn around because Emluo can do that! And that's... They should know. They should know that Thea was behind. No From the Shadows popped yet. I'm so sad that they had to give up Spike control here. Because now what they're going to do is just grab Spike and go back B. So maybe if they read into this B execute, they can get there in time to counter right when the clock is about to expire. And these ruses as well, post-humanously, are doing wonders for them to bait them into thinking that they were in fact spawned. So here it comes. The trying moment. And I think that if they
30
lose this
seconds
round, we'll
left.
see that timeout. But Thea, IGL, can they get the job done? They challenge the Thorns and make it a 1v1.
But Emlo has been on fire this game, and now this 1v1, this round specifically, has gone the way of Refrag just because of Emlo. They're the reason that this 1v1 is even available. The tap from Thea, trying to bait the swing, and Emlo with a 4K to clutch the Thrifty. That was an insane way to turn around the round. That Sheriff was I need to see a replay of that because those Sheriff shots were disgusting.
They're like, there's like, Starbound, I see your diggle shot. I raise you too. And for good reason. I mean, I liked the expansive map control, but then this overextension without information, like no tradability there, and just, oh my goodness. And I'm expecting us to see a timeout coming out of this replay. No, you're joking. Because now, I mean, yes, you have a bye because you tied those 2 rounds together outside of your Thrifty, but this is your last chance. You need 6 rounds in a row, and that's a nice trap play to get it started.
So much util being dropped, but Cavs are still not going down.
Oh
Getting
my goodness.
a lot of damage down onto FlyQuest, trying to peek, trying to get so much information. Emlo with a beautiful one tap. This aiming take has gone successfully with Saunders shutting down the Emlo. They shut down their tank of a player. Kazir still stuck in this corner. I don't think FlyQuest is aware that Kazir has been tagged this much, but Saunders able to play up close with that ult online, can get out if needed. FlyQuest just resetting up to get some B main aggression, to get some of that information, but they're gonna hear all this noise towards front of A main.
My curiosity is if they're gonna follow through on the flank, and it seems so. Vice, right? Emlo dealt with means you don't have that firm information on the flank. Sonder with this tuck away into the corner is going to be huge here out of tree, but my question is, are they going to be looking the wrong direction, trying to swing off the Omen utility? There it is! And at this point, I want to see the not dead yet, and there it is! The escape into blue room is just going to fall short, but all of this is a distraction so that the flank goes undetected. And it's a huge gamble, considering they're sitting down the loss of the first map.
We've seen Kazir play super aggressive in every single one of these post plants and being able to get all the way behind Heaven. They know that someone is going to be here. Getting the timing onto Starbound is going to be insane. And now these 2 players on FlyQuest left in this 2v4, but they brought it down to a 2v2. Ev with a 2k using that eye, trying to get as much information as possible. Refrag just playing on this site together. Ev with a 3k, but not before Thea drops in this 1v1. Paint shells
like
go
this.
down, not like that! Kazler! Oh my god, dude, what was that map, Sylvie? That was insane!
Oh my goodness. And I mean, you mentioned it, Ev, the newest player to the team, and I mentioned, I think in the pre-show, that they are a closer for this squad that has introduced kind of that win factor that has propelled them to this newfound success, and just they fall so short there, and it's just heartbreaking because I said that flank was going to be a gamble, and then the coordination there into tree, I was like, wait, there's hope, we might go for another round. And I mean, I respect Jovi there because they were mounting that momentum like you mentioned, but with each passing round you're just gambling, hoping that they don't lose so that you can get that much closer to overtime and take the time out when you think it matters, when you are punching that final ticket to a comeback. But regardless, silver lining, that's Reform's pick. And I also want to point out that I said it before, it was FlyQuest that 13-5'd, Reformed, in the last time these 2 teams met with a new composition. So it's only fitting, I feel like, for the stomp to come through when Refrag pulls out a new composition, right?
Yeah, I mean, they flipped the switch, they were like, our turn, and now Refrag, they put up such a good fight. I mean, every single one of the players too, they were just on, like they were hot and ready to go. Every single shot was kind of going their way, and again, each gamble, each read they made just brought it back on top. Clutch after clutch, these players, they performed beautifully this game. But again, this first map was Reform's pick, so we're gonna see them heading into map 2. So we're just gonna go to a very quick break before we see that second map from here, and we're gonna see who comes out on top in this BO3.
Refrag has swapped the script on FlyQuest Red, and I think a lot of people in the chat are currently like, what is going on? What is going on? The moment that my jaw dropped specifically, Athena, was when I saw the Omen peek out of the smoke or actually just spray through the smoke and then peek out and get that 3K for Refrag. And I was like, okay, not like this. But then the ending of that match too, where those paint shells just ended Ev there, I think my jaw completely hit the floor. So, Athena, how is it that the new addition of Emelul to the squad has shaped out the outcome of this?
I mean, I'm gonna start by saying I'm not being biased, I swear. I know Emlo has been my previous teammate, but I am seeing all this as just factual things. Emlo has always been a very, very good mechanical player. I think one thing that she really brings to this team is the ability to kind of clutch and the ability to get so much information in that lurk role. She's done a phenomenal job at being able to take whatever character that they're playing, whatever agent that they're playing, and get so much information, so much space, being able to communicate those reads to the IGL. I'm not 100% sure who's IGL. You guys can correct me. But to the IGL and play some sort of kind of back and forth effect to put that pressure on the map. Being able to take away a lot of the information that they've gotten from the other side. I feel like Enlo just today has shown that they've been such a good addition to this roster, firepower wise, communications wise, as well as just play style, and everything has just fallen into place for this roster. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. I think I mentioned way before at the start of the of the stream was that like there was a map. I think it was specific at Lotus that Emilio had like a 50% headshot rate, and I was like, that is insane. I can't even hit body shots sometimes. I don't know. Anyways, but Refrag, a squad that, as you mentioned, Zobi, are just coming together. There is a core players, but this squad in general is a whole new body.
Yeah, no, I got to look over their match in the last open qualifier against Everyone Really Misses, and I was shocked to see them go out in the round of 16 and then see how quick of a turnaround they've had here in the Neon Dream Invitational. And it really does look like it's out of that addition of Mluo and Rise over Rika and Marina, which kudos to them. They are also, you know, veteran players, but just it feels like it's a new squad reinvented. And I like I said, I had FlyQuest Red and YFPX as my 2 grand finalists, and the fact that we might just see an upset here with a Refrag in the grand finals, that would be a treat to say the least.
That would indeed, and it looks like our players are ready to get on the way and get this map out of the way. Whether we will be seeing map number 3, which would be a rematch of Icebox, or is it going to be Refrag, like you said, Zobi, just shutting down FlyQuest Red? Let's find out.
And with that, Athena, if I were to tell you the composition of Phoenix, Fade, Astra, KJ, and Gecko, what map do you think that would be played in?
Icebox? Anything other than whatever you're gonna say next?
Well, what I'm about to say next is that is the current and the new Haven composition for FlyQuest Red.
Oh my god.
They have been playing it all event, and with how the lock-ins are going here, we might just be seeing it again. And it looks like Millie might be aware of this. Are they going to counter it? Okay, Millie, I was about to say, don't get ahead of yourself. But what stands out to me is, like I said beforehand, maybe it's just the fact that it's new compositions being run that are so hard to actively call against. Like we said, we don't know who the Refrag IGL is. But that's why I think there was a 13-5 prior when it was FlyQuest Red versus Refrag on Lotus. And now the same thing could happen here on Haven, but for FlyQuest Red. Other than that, though, like I said, when I see Haven and I see this composition, I don't see how it's going to function because we haven't seen an agent combination like this. And also, a reminder, guys, we're on patch 9.04, so Astra has not been buffed yet. So I'm not sure if that's what they're preparing for, but for now, it's just going to be Theo on the good old 4-star Astra.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, this is cursed. Like, I'm gonna just say it. This is cursed. When if my teammates locked this in ranked, I'd be like, GG, go next. But that being said, obviously FlyQuest, this is their map pick. They have been wanting to play this Haven. They've played it recently in a Mr. Funhaver tournament. They've fallen a little bit, but they've used the exact same comp in all these prior tournaments. So they've had some sort of success on it. They've had a really good win rate on it, for this event specifically. But I also wonder, when you play a comp over and over again, I'm always scared as an IGL that people are going to start watching the VODs and people are going to start understanding exactly what the playstyle is. And when you have a comp that is so specific like this, Astra with 4 stars, you have the Gecko, you know that the Phoenix is out there and they have only such a limited amount of util, I'm always scared that, you know, they're going to read some stuff. They're going to deny a lot of the entries, deny a lot of the strats that kind of have been incorporated, and they're going to make it a lot harder to adapt. But that being said, Refrag with the full meta comp, I feel like it's just so much easier to understand how they're going to play around this map. But for me, I'm just excited to see this attack side because I think FlyQuest really need to prove right here how well this comp works. It's worked previously, but going into this map, they've just lost the first map against Refrag. I always want to say Reformed. I'm so sorry if I spoke
I do too. It's even the same acronym. It's still RF.
Yeah.
Like it's.
So for those of you who don't know, this was Reformed. It's now Refrag. It's kind of complicated.
Even the logos are so similar, bro. It's the yellow and white, the wings. But what I wanted to point out is you said this was a meta composition for Refrag. Do you see the 2 Sentinels? Killjoy and Cypher? I feel like it's usually one or the other here. And that was a question I had when Ryze and Emily were going in. I looked at that and I saw Riv as well, and I'm like, who's on Senti? And I want to give kudos to Riv as well. They've been playing Flex, and that's not what they're, I feel like, the best at. I feel like you hear Riv and you're like, Cypher and Deagle, that is their namesake right now in GC. So I love that they have been stepping up and are now on the Omen, so I'm excited to see how they do here. But right now we're seeing the benefits of that double Sentinel, right? They have the choke point of C main handle, they have Garage, they have B handled, everything here. And I'm going to be surprised to see how often, FlyQuest Red is able to get onto these sites.
Yeah, and as you say that, they're looking to full C execute. Emlo playing in the close corner and getting one kill. I don't even know how that's possible. Rise with the really good 2K to hold down the back of site. And now all these players are already flooding in with an Omen in garage, tapping the spike. Millie just running through that smoke and absolutely shutting down that C execute for FlyQuest. No post pan for you. That was insane, and I think that really shows the benefit of the double senti. Like, that literally just proved everything that you were just talking about and questioning. And I feel like with this specific roster too, you have Rise, who's a really good senti and a really good lurker, and you have Emluo, who's already proven themselves as a really good site holder, site anchor, senti, and a lurker. So I feel like this combination actually might work well on the attack side too. Being able to have that double lurk, to be able to have that kind of ping pong pressure on either side of the map, I feel like it might be pretty beneficial. But FlyQuest, man, they got really shut down that pistol.
Oh, for sure, and it's good that they're starting on the defense, because then hopefully they'll leverage this Senti comp into an advantage. But what also you pointed out is Rise on the Deadlock last map consistently looking for duels, and that's what Cypher utility requires, is you to take fights off of your utility, and they're going to be less afraid to do so, because if they die, they don't lose all the Sentinel util, they still have the KJ, they still have the information. But speaking of searching for frags and information, we did have a semblance of short control here, but I like the decision to withdraw because it drew a lot of players from Refrag over to this site, but Owl Drone clears it out, and they might just rotate back. So the re-hit seized and ready for FlyQuest Red.
I like the taking of the pressured short, but Riv getting shut down by Starbound, and all 5 players on FlyQuest are just gonna run away. They've put enough pressure. They know that they have to re-clear it. They know that Refrag doesn't have that drone anymore to make it that easy. They don't have that much info, but the KJ Molly gonna be popped, gonna delay so much, and they're gonna hear all this noise. FlyQuest is gonna be 5 players up for this post plant to try to deny, and since I say that, Kazir drops out. Oh!
Ooh! And while they may have had numbers that has quickly diminished, and now the better weapons are doing their job. I like the scale out, not the passive spike cone, but caught out by the hot hands. Player, Pinned and Akabi here can't quite swing off of the contact, but it doesn't matter when only 2 bullets in the chamber and both are able to land for Millie. They keep it fairly smooth on that second round conversion.
I feel like for me, what we're going to start seeing from FlyQuest, hopefully, potentially, is that they're going to have to do so much slower defaults to try to break a lot of that util. That KJ util and those Cypher trips, they need to be broken in the beginning round. You cannot execute into a Sentinel site like that, especially when you have 2 and the rotates are super quick. And you also can't put pressure at A and just not break any of the other util, because they're not gonna be scared. They have all their util up. They know that garage is clear. They know that B is going to be held down. Everything is just going to work out perfectly. And now this bonus round for Refrag, looking to play a little bit of an aggression on that C site, just peeking over that C long. But FlyQuest, they're still a little bit scared, playing a little bit slow, getting that long information, but falling back right away.
And I mean, we saw what you asked for, I think, in the last round, right? The slow default, getting rid of utility on C, and then the fake onto A, and then destroying all the utility and execute on B. It really was just the closeout, the post plant, where they didn't have weapons that fell flat. But speaking of falling flat, the shot goes astray for Millie, and that's a golden ticket into the C site. Yes, you have, some Sentinel utility there, but they found the frag on to Emluo early on. So now we get to see the remedy of that post plant that I asked for, maybe the addition of the better weapons or the coordination between Sonder and Starbound. Kazler having to avoid the shots rain out, and they can pinpoint and deal with the location. But Kazler, we're on the Senti first map, and they are bringing the frags with them on to the Sova temporarily. They prevent it from being a flawless, but FlyQuest Red get on the board with their first rifle round.
That was solid from Fly. They did not look kind of rough at all. They actually played that super well. But now we do have Ebb with that Gecko ult. They might be able to do something a little bit quicker if they want to contest any of these kind of lanes at A side. They seem to have been starting towards that A, but they're still letting a lot of that garage and Cypher trip kind of go. Again, you don't have this Sova to kind of shock dart these Sova trips. You don't have this Sova to clear the mollies in front of these, so you really have to send bodies in, or at least some sort of prowler and someone behind to kind of be able to support that. So it is a little bit harder, and I feel like they were constantly starting with this A main pressure, which Baits out this Sova drone, yes, but hasn't really done a lot to get rid of util. But they do have the lurking Killjoy trying to get some sort of space. And I feel like this pressure is going to be rewarded unless Millie gets them caught off guard here.
And I feel like I love this compliment, right, of the A main aggression with the double senties holding B and C, because then you're like, all right, scare them away from A main, scare them into the Sentinel setup so we can punish off of it. Unfortunately, this round, B site seems to be lacking in that utility department. So that's where FlyQuest has set their sights on. They have the Thrash, they have an execution tool. We'll see if Riv is able to get any spray down shots with a quick rotation from Emluo, can complement it with a Swarm Grenade. But in the meantime, the Lurk, the punish over towards A main. Starbound doing a good job here, but do they expect the second team? Do they expect Kazler? And the answer seems to be yes, but the rest of their team is getting massacred on sight.
Emluo stopping the wingman from the plant, just running out of that ceiling, not afraid to hold onto the site, and now all these players on B holding it down, denying the choke point. I mean, Refrag, they played that beautifully. Even though they lost that Cypher trip at the beginning of the round, they still managed to kill the wingman, stop the plant, and get on site and flood super, super quick. This is what we were talking about the fast rotations based off of util.
And I want to point out that Refrag in this composition isn't what they were running earlier in the tournament. They played it twice, you know, once in the quarterfinals, once during the group stage, and I think they were running the Jet Breach, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, I don't think you casted that quarterfinals, but so I think this is a hard counter, like you said, the VOD review of this composition, right? You see they don't have a Sova, so they have no way of breaking this utility, it feels like. I mean, you don't want to waste the hot hands from the Phoenix, that's the only one they get.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit rougher than they thought. It is a pretty good counter, but Sonder just walking all the way up onto this A site. They heard the Sova falling off. They got all that information, but how is this going to play out? The rest of FlyQuest slowly rotating over, trying to get towards that A site. And Starbound just holding with this Vandal to try to get some sort of rotation.
Okay, split. No players home, so a full retake here for Refrag. No ults online either, so we get to see what this looks like for the first time, or we would have. Ev, nice proactivity with no utility, no aid, and only a deagle in hand. Yes, they get pinged down to 30 HP, but what they can do is they can tuck away, they can play the Thrash, they can play the delay. My only hope is that they have somebody protect them so that there isn't a jump out, there isn't a shock dart from heaven, and that's exactly what happens! No protection, Millie jumping into the fray and fragging up a Storm. 2 kills, yes, there's a detain of the double Sentinel CT, but at this point, you have to run it back to close out the round, and even then, it's not necessarily secured. A 1v3 Rise, time their only enemy here. At this point, they have opted to save.
That round was crazy. I thought it was gonna go. It was so chaotic. I genuinely thought it was gonna go the way of Refrag with that initial pick on the Gecko while they were still on the Thrash, and the Sova Dart not being broken for so long that they managed to get a spam through that Cypher cage. It looked like it was a little bit doomed, but the hold actually ended up working. In FlyQuest now, 2 rounds on the board. This game's starting to feel a little bit closer than the last already. But we have Kazler, Millie, they have both their ultimates, not looking to do anything crazy with this. And we have Starbound 1 off of their ult orb as well. I wonder if they're going to try to play this orb kind of initial fight towards C. And I feel like that's what Refrag is setting up for, because they have these 2 players towards C ready to fight.
Yeah, and look, the blades are popped, right? This is looking like it's probably Eco round as well. For a force up from Refrag. There's that alarm bot, so they know they haven't breached into their spawn here, which is why the comfortability ensues. But also, there's that A-side lean as a result of that pressure. They're trying to force them not this time into a site where a Sentinel could be set up, but into the site where both Sentinels are set up. And look at this Emluo! Again, the fact that they're on the Sentinel role isn't tying them down to playing off their utility, playing for information. They are so aggressive off these swings because you don't expect it. You don't expect a Sentinel to take every fight they can and win it, backed by their insane mechanics like Emluo has.
Take flight.
Yeah, that is just an Emluo thing. Emluo sees, Emluo kills. Emluo goes crazy. This drone gonna get so much information, and Millie just with a 3K with those knives. Thea trying to peek past that drone, trying to get the timing, but it does not work out. All of a sudden, Dodo Nut on this Phoenix left in a 1v5, holding this kind of push, and might be running into the crosshair of Millie.
Oh my goodness. And Millie, I mean, we were we're highlighting Emblue, and Millie says, hey, it's my turn for my spotlight image, and for good reason, right? I mean, the C aggression fizzles down into no information, no contact, and then the re-hit heavily from FlyQuest right into Garage, and Millie just withstands all of it. And then just the close out there as well, so that Doternet cannot get anything together, and much like Lotus, we get the first Jovi timeout for FlyQuest Red, not far into the game.
Again, I feel like I'm going to be a broken record here where I keep saying that they need to be able to find and break a lot of the Sentinel util. I feel like they've been, for FlyQuest, they've been going a lot towards this A site. They've been putting a lot of pressure there. But when you have a Sentinel on A site, their util is normally so deep that you can't really break it unless you're fully committing a body. And again, we've talked about their util not being able to break any of Refrag's Sentinel util, and so this is going to be a lot harder. I feel like they have to kind of switch the map in their heads. They need to start a little bit slower, and they need to start a little bit more towards that garage side, the B side, or at least putting a lot of pressure towards C-Long. They do have the Starbound ult though. They have that Killjoy lockdown to kind of go down and solidify any of these post plants, but the problem is they're just struggling to fully get into them, and the reason why is the double Senti comp. And now we're looking to see Refrag fight towards this mid, each Senti on either side of the map. And this is why this comp is so strong on this defensive side.
And look at what Refrag is doing now. Like, Millie just got a 4K. They're like, Gary and Millie, go kill. They allow them to get proactive here down mid a little bit. To pause them in an aggressive corner. Likely to try and cut off one of these lurk players like Starbound. The Allergens can confirm it. And that's what Millie, I would expect to see them move. But now, they just hold their own. And I think another thing to point out is, like, this composition for FlyQuest Red truly thrives in the post plant, right? You have the Gecko Mosh, you have the Dizzy, you have the Hot Hands, you have the Astra Grab Flow. And so the fact that they can't get sites is a huge issue here. And the few rounds they've gotten sight, they really cannot let the post plant slip away. And this is a... Wow, you have to get rid of sight for utility, like you mentioned. You know, another person. We have to Sova util, I think.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, not being able to even get out on site properly for the Gecko to kind of play that Molly post plant. The paranoia coming in for this retake, but Thea shutting down Millie right away. They know that there's a player on this flank. Rise getting a pick, Riv getting another one, and now this site is just a bloodbath. Emblue, both Sentis online. Sandra getting 3 to shut down the flank, and Starbound. Beautiful pick onto Rise. Again, the second they get into these post plants, the round becomes a lot winnable. A lot more winnable for FlyQuest at least. And Refrag struggles a little bit on the retake because they don't have that reach, because they don't have those crazy flashes that normally you need to get into sight. But they just need to be able to have a solid plan to get out. And actually, that last round, they did what I asked from them. They broke the KJ util towards that garage. They did do a little bit of pressure. Nothing crazy towards that mid, and they had a good read because they were stacked. And when they came out onto that A site, luckily the players were not already ready to rotate. And now, the full push out of garage.
Yeah, they said, don't destroy our utility. Now we're going to protect it with our lives. And look at this. FlyQuest Red's ready to battle into it off of this Prowler here, perhaps off of the stun. And all of it aligns to at least draw first blood. Haven't fully committed yet, let's say, a Nightfall. They're just going to try and gather information about how many more players are here since the initial attempt fizzled out. Millie, familiar position from the last round here. They haven't cleared it out just yet, so I'm worried they could get the timing if they try to go C here. So I'm glad to see FlyQuest Red leaning back towards the A site, where currently there isn't even any site for utility. Like, yes, you know, Rise is over there, but it's really going to be kind of an open site in a retake situation, probably because they have the lockdown online.
Playing full retake and ready to go with that lockdown, but it's still going to be a little bit harder. 4v5, not that much util to kind of deny those exits on the A short and the A long. Now all 4 players heading up towards
they're prepared.
Here. They're ready. They're prepared. They're playing close. They're playing to push this. Oh, this is the best case scenario for FlyQuest.
And look at this. I love this Cosmic Divide. It's literally just to have safety while breaking this lockdown in. It looks like it has worked, but it is going to cost 1 live cast. They're able to find a frag, but at this point, a 2v4. You've gotten the Cypher down really low. I love this anti-lockdown deny protocol off of the Cosmic Divide. It's one of the last things I would expect to work out like that, but clearly Refrag was not prepared for it.
Yeah, really good use of util, really proactive from FlyQuest. And this is one of those moments where we actually see how well they've kind of prepared and how much they've played this comp on this map. Because previously it looked like they were a little bit hesitant on just how to deal with the comp, but this time they were like, let's just play our game. And they really, really proved it. And I think now it's looking a little scary for Refrag. They have this double senti comp. They want to get as many rounds as they can on this defensive side just so that they can be a little bit more relaxed on the attack side and not be too worried, because their executes are going to be a lot weaker. They only have the Sova Dart. They only have the Paranoia to kind of be that util for executing. So definitely going to try to do something to get back into that momentum. They have a little bit of a weird buy, the Guardian, but we're back to this double senti C setup for Refrag.
And Emlo again, that proactivity we've talked about. This time FlyQuest are expecting it, not too deep of a swing. And Riv here, I like from the shadows, because then they reinforced this C hold here a little bit. And now you have uncertainty, right? Is Riv in our spawn? And now you have to see FlyQuest Red go back, start clearing out every nook and cranny, like this deep grass point as well, because that's also where an Omen sometimes likes to ult. But also, like you mentioned, they avoid that double senti setup, that death pit they would have been falling into. Unfortunately, this round, I like this combination. Usually it's the alarm bot swarm grenade, but when you have a double senti, you can trap wire swarm grenade. And this is going to prevent them from getting to that choke point. Look at this. They have the Omen on site, so they know nobody kind of followed through.
Yep, they did a really good job of pressuring that B and leaving the Astra towards long C so that they can do this C split. But do they know that both sentis are still on site? Emlo with a pick and rise, shutting down that backside again. The Phoenix Flash just catching her, but it doesn't matter because she manages to get another one. Riv getting the trade, and Kazler just picking off Starbound. That, on paper, that round should have worked for FlyQuest, Zobi. I mean, they managed to get a lot of the util out of C, long C at the beginning. They managed to go back B, break a lot of that Molly and the Cypher Trip, I believe it was. They pulled the Omen onto that site, and then they ended towards that garage. Hypothetically, it should have worked, but they did not account for one, Emlo swinging through a smoke, and two, Rise just holding it down on the back of site. This double senti comp, these two players, Rise and Emlo, have been playing insane. They really know how it is to anchor, how it is to lurk, and they're just proving that time and time again. And now, this is kind of reminiscent of that first map where Kazer's just kind of wide swinging, getting a pick here.
Yeah, like I said, this A aggression just meant to scare you into that double senti setup. And I don't want to say it's worked, but it has stalled out the A take for sure. Starbound about to meet their equal here into garage as well when turret contact is made. Emlo, we know they're confident. I wouldn't be surprised if they push out to seek it out, but that's exactly what they're gonna do. The turret though, the contact, the trade there for Ev off of the turret is very, very nicely done. And all that is allowed, I would say Starbound to squeak in, but the spy cam has spotted it out. Spike is down A. Starbound though should not have been able to get away with that frag. You knew that they were there.
Getting all the way in past the defenses has been really, really good for Starbound. They opened up a lot of the map, but do they know that Rise is still sitting here on this side? Millie took so much space on that A main that Rise did not move, and now this execute is gonna go successfully just because Starbound manages to pick off Rise, the person that we've seen hold it down so well. Now the spike is gonna go off. I assume we have an Astra Star to be able to play off like that. KJ Mollies and Fade for info. Just chilling. This both one is going to be a little bit hard for Refrag to break.
I mean, yeah, 4 HP for Kazler as well, and all their utility now utilized. And the safety there from Sonder. Millie just looking to cause economic damage here. That comes through. There's that utility you talked about, Athena, both the Gravel and the Haunt. Just to confirm, nobody is on high-low protection. Kazler just taking it all the way. That's dropped down, though, isn't good. And Starbound with the 3K is able to tie us 5-5. But Athena, what I want to highlight there is if Starbound is able to get behind you when you are running a double sentinel composition, then something has gone wrong. And I think it really was Emlo. We talked about it. Yes, they have the mechanics, yes, they have the frag ability behind them, but that notion, that mentality of sneaking out these fights really, I think, is what, I don't want to say lost the round, but it definitely didn't set them up for success, right? Because then you lost that tight hold, that molly on the B side that might have been able to counter Starbound, because then what is it? Rise sees them on the cam, you pop the molly, and they have to fall back. But then they find Riv, now you're smokeless for the retake, and Bada bing, bada boom, you're tied 5-5.
Yeah, basically just bada bing, bada boom. You know what I'm saying? No, but that was. Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like MLO thought they had a timing. Unfortunately, it did not work out, and it broke the defenses. It kind of broke the ecosystem that they have of that safety net on the defense side. And now, Cavs are just walking up short with the Sheriff, getting a pick onto Sonder and MLO, trading Millie's to death. But Dodonut with this Vandal, taking the Cavs out on this A site. They now have a full hold. They have this post plant, but it is still a 3v3. They still have Paranoia ready, and they have a smoke in 8 seconds. Hypothetically, this retake could work pretty well, but they don't have any info of where these players are on site, and they're opting to kind of use their bodies and this Paranoia to get out. But look at this setup. Double flash, shutting down the retake at all costs. Ev getting the pick onto Emlo. 2 players out back site, but it's not going to be too hot. They're blocked up by as well. Thea stuck in this corner. Riv gets the pick onto that, and Rise getting the pick onto Ev. This is not looking good. Donut left in a 1v1. The stick isn't going to commit. Oh my god, and the thrifty refrag fully committing to that stick is absolutely insane.
All right, everyone, take a deep breath because I need the moment to recover.
Dude, my heart is like beating so fast right now.
That is devastating because that was FlyQuest Red. They're able to get on to the 6th round, and I think the issue there was 2 things. One, we saw Thea use that star that was on the spike for concuss before anybody was close, and then also just the understanding again from Refrag, from when they picked the double sentinel composition to counter FlyQuest Red's comp, to then just understanding we need to find this Astra, and that's exactly what Riv was able to do. But regardless, we still have one more round, and with the rounds that FlyQuest Red was able to rack up, they get a bye. So while it's not a potential to 7-5 half that has slipped through the cracks, they can still tie it before things expire, and they've identified again this weak site of utility. But Caster, they almost caught. That's your post-plant utility gone.
Trying to take this A link, the entry just was not successful. Cavs holding it down, using the fatal to clear that C link, trying to keep as much map control as they can for this post plant. Playing on this B site, just a little bit scary, but they have all of A link. But do they know that 3 of these players are ready to fight? So much util is going to be dumped here on both sides of this team. The Sova ult being popped, that Hunter Fury doing some damage. Dodo with a beautiful shot onto Millie. This is insane. Rise getting the pick onto Starbound. Sonder left, all with Dodonut in this 2v1. Kazzer, they've done it before. They're trying to get this 1v2, but it's looking a little bit harder with this tether.
Both players are pinged up. They're just playing mind games. They're just playing down the clock. And Sonder, the shorty, closing in. And there it is. The 6-6 have to tie us here on Haven when the sides swap. And I really want to highlight Donut there because I feel like this is a player, like, you don't typically associate them with the Phoenix, right? I really do think of that Raze. And it felt like that round they understood that as soon as Thea falls and you lose that utility, that extra ounce, that is why they're so comfortable in the post plant and what cost them the 30 round prior, that they needed to go on the offensive. And also you see that composition, you don't expect them to get aggressive, to get active. And clearly it caught Refrag off guard. It was a great way to change things up, freshen things up right before the sides swap. But Athena, now that sides are swapped, what do you think of the FlyQuest Reds composition, and I should say Refrag with a double sentinel on the opposite sides?
I mean, I feel like it's going to be a little bit hard for both these teams. I feel like both comps were made for the other sides. But that being said, for this attack, I've talked about it very briefly, but I feel like having this double senti comp just enables a lot of lurking and a lot of pressure to be made regardless of where the team is trying to hit at the end of the day. Because if you know that the KJ is always lurking and you see KJ, you're like, okay, they're going to be hitting A. But I'm just going to stop right here because all 3 players of FlyQuest have just walked down mid. They have so much information. Continuing to walk. They're behind 2 of these players.
Window.
Oh my god, they get 2 of these kills. That is insane timing for FlyQuest. And now, look at them all rotating onto the C site.
Yeah, and the information that was gotten by the Fade, they're gotten by Sonder, just sees them to rotate, sees Starbound for the anchor here on the C site, and their rotations are so quick, so fluid from FlyQuest Red this round. And at this point, I don't see how Refrag can get back in unless we see another Senti moment, right? Rise 50 HP, Omen Millie worse for wear.
Yeah, this is looking just a little bit rough for Refrag. Riv is going to try to retake this mid. The slow peek almost going the way of Riv, but Sonder managing to shut that down, and now Rise hearing a lot of noise, but it doesn't matter because Sonder comes out on top. And wow, what a round. I find it kind of crazy that these three players were able to walk down mid without getting punished at all. There was no Cypher cam, no KJ turret, nothing to kind of get that information, and all these players were just completely unaware. I feel like Refrag just needs to be polished a little bit more when it comes to those instances, and it really shows how FlyQuest, when they do have a plan, kind of like the last round of the last half where they just took a link, same as this round, they always follow through. They pushed down mid, they got the kills, and it worked out really well in their favor. Really good gamble there. But now these teams are going to be left in this kind of pistol round, and I will never ever ever talk down the Sheriff anymore because GC Sheriffs go crazy, as we can tell the past couple months.
But you know what else goes crazy is the Starbound Outlaw. They said to wait for it, and here on Haven, we're finally getting it. Great pivot around their utility here, but they haven't been able to follow up for the second here in the garage. They might be able to follow up on the turret, follow up on the Emlo. That's the hope. While the rest of the team's getting active elsewhere. You talked about a scale up to grass and the ability to prevent it. Refrag trying to do so. Instead, it's going to be Sonder. They did this on the pistol, and they're doing it again. Pressuring through long, and they can because they didn't have a weapon. So they're not conceding any advantage to Refrag by losing their life there. In fact, being able to find a frag here means that they can now all rotate to A confidently to contest these remaining two players, and hopefully even deny plant. Yeah.
The Stinger go burr.
They do.
But yeah, that makes sense. Good Thrifty going, or sorry, not Thrifty, but FlyQuest playing it safe, and now they're on their bonus round. So far, they've had a lot of success with doing somewhat aggressive stuff, which you feel like shouldn't be possible when you have these senses with so much util able to just hold any of these pushes, but it does not matter. FlyQuest, they have so much util to fight with. This is what they have over Refrag. They have so much more util to fight. They have flashes, they have mollies, they have tethers, they have dogs, they have a lot more info and a lot more active kind of protocols that they could use, and we could see one of them just being used there, the molly going down from garage, and now these players are going to rotate back to some sort of A site hold.
And this is the first time I feel like there aren't numbers here. Donut with the Deagle against the world. I mean, what better situation, but they do have the snare to fall back on here, and they have closed the distance here short, so could get away with a fast one, but even then, they spot the barrel out, and Emlo sinks their teeth into the A site more, while the rest of the players scale up through long. Tia is left unchecked temporarily, but all they can find is chip damage. Sonder, the trades, the challenge for the Swarm Grenade, yes, it eats away at their HP, but they have given a chance now to FlyQuest Red. Nightfall online at 2v3, and Starbound still alive. Oh. Let's see if Starbuck can do it, but it is an outlaw in hand, which makes things a lot dicier, a lot more difficult. So luckily, look, Sonder left them a gift in heaven, perhaps a weapon to use instead.
FlyQuest,
so hard.
They're just looking to get one more of these guns down. Dude, that's so much damage. But as I say that, Starbound just YOLO swags out of the window, almost catching one, but unfortunately the inaccuracy just being too rough. But again, not too bad of a bonus from FlyQuest. I mean, they managed to got 2 guns down. It's not going to mess with the economy too much. I feel like they're still going to be pretty healthy. They're going to be able to buy guns. They still have a Guardian, 2 Guardians. I mean, I feel like it should have been better. We have a player with 3k, but it doesn't matter. Oh, there we go. We have the Guardian on Kazir, but it's still pretty good buy. We actually have Sonder with a judge too. I wonder how this is going to play out. It looks like they're going to do some sort of heavy play for FlyQuest towards this A site. They're using this tether combo with the Gecko Molly a lot at the beginning of each round. I feel like it works pretty well, but Refrag, they haven't really been known to be going super aggressive with this comp at the beginning.
No, I would love to see that play, because I feel like a Gecko Phoenix combo, low-key kind of underrated, right? You're trying to dodge or shoot the Dizzy, and then a flash, a curveball comes in from Donut, and they swing. Like, I feel like it has the same potential as a Jet Sova here towards A main, but for now, it is just going to be the fade. Prowler to confirm a presence long, so that keeps Donut here. It's interesting to see there's been no other rotations, really, from the FlyQuest Red members, so looking like they're maybe going to try and play retake, right? Sonder just speaking for information. They have the Nightfall online, so it's not, I guess, unexpected. But for now, here it is. There's that Dizzy I asked for. Judgment able to frag off of it. Sonder just playing their life in the smoke because they have a judge, because they want the timing. And while it gets a lot of damage off of Riv, I think Riv is 1 HP. They got to be 1 HP. They have to. I want to see this.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Riv prevented that angle so far, but even then, 2v2, Thea on the flank. Starbound a similar position to last round. This turret could get the job done onto Riv.
Yeah, this is looking kind of rough. Riv
There
getting
it is.
picked off by Thea. The trade coming in because 3 is going on just in the middle of the lane, but Starbound gets the trade onto Enlo. And that round, exactly how you read it. You said that the Gecko and the Phoenix is really, really well together. And I feel like that early information was so good. Refrag, they had a pretty good understanding at the beginning of the round. They broke the KJ util, and that's why it took so long for the rotate to come in. They had to clear that garage area, but it didn't matter because they knew how to hold down this A site. And a lot of these macro plays from FlyQuest have just been really, really good. They're just so well polished and they work out a lot of the time. So really big props to them. They end this round. They're now 9-7 and they have the Phoenix Ult online as well as the Fade Ult.
And something that really stood out to me that round as well was that kind of default smoke, or I should say default plant location smoke that came out from Thea as well, because Sonder then knew that they hadn't scaled up their short, because that's what's been really clean on these A takes, is milling in their coordination to take that backside control simultaneously the Sentinel scaling up short. Instead it allowed that Dizzy to get so much information from side one prong, the only that execute, and that's when Donut strikes. And they know exactly where they have to play from because they have full trust in Sonder and their ability to hold down that smoke with the judge they had in hand. But look at this. You talked about no proactivity from this composition. I mean, that looks proactive down C long to me. Pushing up, probably going to destroy that Cypher troop if I had to guess, just so they have to dedicate an additional player to watch it.
There is so much information around the map for FlyQuest. They're gonna opt to just sit and hold. Kaiser with the spike though. They almost get caught off guard and drop that spike. That was so scary. But immediately they saw the 2 players towards that long C. They're gonna take that information and rush towards that A. They know that there's gonna be a little bit of a weaker stack on this side. And Sonder, using the ult right away, gets all that information. And these rotations are super, super quick coming in.
And I love the smoke again because it denies kind of merely the ability to clear out short. But look at what Rise is cooking. Thea aware of the possibility. Starving, though, yet to clear it from the realm of Thea's possibility. And just like that, they crunch off of the lockdown. And now they even have the Omen here in heaven. This is a really nice setup. Thea, though, off-site. We said on this flank that was cooking up the entire time. Could be what they need alongside this run it back to bring this round back from what looked really, really clean from RF. And at this moment, it is going to remain clean. A 2v2. But not much time to capitalize off of this Thrash in my mind. They're just going to see if Wingman can get the job done. They can get the trade ability. But unfortunately, it does look like it's going to escape them here. The Guardian, even with the audience finding Millie. It's going to be Refrag getting around and keeping things close between these 2 teams.
I feel like I hold my breath in all these rounds just because there is so much happening at a time. We literally had an issue of double lurk. We had Rise lurk on the Starbound and then we had Thea lurk on the Rise. Like it all just like kind of came for full circle. But the post plant, the play around the KJ lockdown was really, really well played by Reflag. They knew they had to fall off. They knew they had so much time to kind of delay with, and they really used that timer to their advantage. And now this round looking to start a little bit slower again for this Refrag team. They don't have that much to kind of fight super aggressively. But FlyQuest, this is super interesting. They have one of these players just spotting towards this long A and the rest of the team playing on this C side. They are full stacking here. Yes, they have sheriffs, but also it's so rough because all this Sova util is going to be so hard to break. They spot the drone, they break the turret, and now they don't have that much information to kind of play off of. They're really just going to go off of Donut, and if anything, they're going to take a timing here, FlyQuest, and they're going to fight down together.
I love a good eco strategy, but it's starting to evolve because of how slow the cadence is here from Refrag. And I thought they might rotate, like catching a whiff of what FlyQuest was cooking on C, but It still is this grass. It still seems to be this garage to see approach. And now my only red flag or flag on the play is going to be FlyQuest Dotonut. And if they clear out Cubby here. And right now it looks like Kazler is on it, but it doesn't matter if the GCD can hit going back for seconds. And although they don't find the frag, what they do is get the information. So now you have the Thrash really close if Spike gets tapped. So they can counter immediately, flood back in if they want to. They've cleared out garage. And that's where the Neural Theft now comes in and where things get dicier with each passing second. Ooh.
So much util to break. This is insane. They can't even play on site. They have to fall there. Rise getting a pick onto Thea and another one onto Sonder, and all of a sudden it's a 1v2. That round was going so well for FlyQuest, but the double swing for Refrag just to end it perfectly. I mean, Zobi, that was insane. They had so much util. They cleared out the site. They used the Gecko ult. That was their winning condition. It was literally almost picture perfect use of all of their util in that situation. But they still managed to just simply get out fragged here. Rise, beautiful, beautiful. Using that pixel angle and the double swing at the end just to play it so well. I mean, we saw the potential of these retakes with all this util from FlyQuest, but unfortunately just not enough for Refrag.
And what I want to know there is, right, I think Thea was the first to fall. Like, there wasn't a smoke. I don't know if the Cosmic Divide was online, but those might have been differences to make. But speaking of differences, FlyQuest right this time, a duel towards A main. Maybe accrediting that fact that it is hard to get offensive with this composition to take that space. And now Donut left to wait for the rotations, wait for Starbound. This is the first time I feel like Starbound's been on the site when the hit's coming through for A. So let's see what they can do to hold their own here, especially with the Cosmic Divide pop, just to fragment these players. Here we go. Plant. They come through, and there's a counter from Starbound, and the trades are immediate here. And now they line up. They set up the crossfires. If anybody tries to breach this threshold, it is GG. It's gonna fade out, though, eventually. This 2v2 hinges on no tradability here, and there it is. There, back not checked. Rise, at least position is known for Dotonut. They know where Spike was. Rise, still too off from the Neural Theft means no information, so that Dotonut can navigate and clutch out that round to get FlyQuest to double digits.
That was wild. At the beginning of this round, it looked like Fly was not winning it. Two players dropping almost instantly. But again, this post line just was a little bit rough. They actually fully executed, and the reason why this round went so well was because Dotonut was never actually cleared off of backside. So instead, she just used that Phoenix flash, came around the corner, Thea running out of the smoke to support, and a beautiful, beautiful round that the Cosmic Divide as well playing a huge role into that. And RF, Refrag, they really have to work on just making sure that site is clear, because that round technically should have been a freebie. It was a 3v5 for them. But now this round, they're doing the same thing. They're going super fast, which is what we saw last round, but this time opting towards C. Cows are getting a pick onto Starbound. That's going to be so much free space for them.
Yeah, very nicely done here, and I want to see what disruption they have to a retake here. And it seems like the answer is this Omen tucked away in the corner of Garage. They are going to clear out. The paranoia is perfect so that even if they fall, Rise should be able to punish, should be able to hold it under the site. They get out of harm's way at just the right time. Kazler using the chaos to scale up. Here into CT is run. In fact, active, they might be able to get a wrap on the body, but that's why Sonder has been left to watch the angle. Millie, it doesn't matter at that point. Dotonut left in the 1v2 does have the wall to try and fragment these players into 1v1s, and it does just that. Millie's position pinpointed, and another clutch for Dotonut, an ace at that to get FlyQuest red to 11.
That was a crazy round. Again, getting onto that site, getting that post plant, but just being beat out by this retake. I mean, Dotonut, obviously the clutch is what came in strong, but that was so well played again by Refrag. They had everything. They had the full site. They had Kazler on the flank. They re-wrapped. They used their util so well. The trades came in. Everything was looking so good, but then just Dotonut happened. Like Dotonut on this Phoenix too. We talked about how you mentioned earlier about how when we think of Dotonut, we think of Raze, but Dotonut has been phenomenal. As a duelist player, definitely one of the biggest strong points that Dotonut has had is being able to use her util in a really, really good fashion. Being able to also play around, make these mini plays, and not just be kind of this hold W Warrior. And now this trap trying to be set up by FlyQuest. Donut trying to light swing, get that dry peek, and so much fighting going towards this garage, but no one is going to get anything from that. If anything, just the KJ stuff has been destroyed. And now we forced 2 of these players to stay towards the side of C.
And I love how FlyQuest Red knows when to call it quits on the aggression, right? We talked about maybe a turning point that ended with the 6-6 half being Emlo, maybe getting caught out of garage. And what you see is the spray down. You don't see, you know, Donut push out unattended. And that is what keeps them from, you know, a potential 3-deep. But at the meantime, Sonder, Nightfall online, fast scale-up attempted here, but the Dizzy holding things down. The hot hands, the wingman, all doing a good job capitalizing off the choke points for A. So they have to depend on Emlo, they have to depend on this lurk, and now that that's been taken off the table as well, they're trying to make a fast pivot to C off of Riv, off of this from the shadows. So Riv has to hold down the site now, because Spike is still in Riv.
Keeping this backside control super good from Riv, but only a Sheriff to fight, but manages to get one. The smoke is back up, able to play on the side, but they don't hear the whole team already out backside. The donut flash coming in, and now Rise left in this 1v3, seemingly impossible. Absolutely able to get the wingman off of it, but this wall is just going to deny all that information for Rise. And now just shooting, trying to get some shots off, trying to get some damage down, but Sonder shutting it down. And now 12-9 Zobi. This is almost map point.
At this point, it looks like we might be getting to see Icebox. You might get to see your battle safe Donut in action. But at this point, I mean, Refrag, I like the attempts there. I like, again, how teams, or I like teams that use their ultimates, like we just saw from the shadows from Riv, on those anti-EQ attempts, because they are kind of these untraditional ults that can flip rounds into your favor. It just felt like it was a little bit too late. Like, they already lost immense numbers on that A attempt. But look at this. FlyQuest Red, they know they have 3 opportunities. They're going to take the gamble here towards the C site. It's also trust in the split utility of Starbound as well. Smoke window, that should clue them in that this is going to be a C split here, and they cut off Rise. They can scale up long as well, or direct all their attention to garage, and that fear is enough to herd the remaining members of a Refrag back towards mid, back towards A. And I mean, silver lining, nobody for FlyQuest Red is there, but Thea is prepared and ready. And they also have the locked-in for the retake, and I don't think Refrag is going to have as strong of a counter as we saw from FlyQuest Red for that.
Yeah, they get this whole site, and now 5v4. Emlo getting a pick on the rotation, but Sonder trading that out right away. 5v3, they have the lockdown. They know that they have to get off. There's nothing they can do to fight this A link, and now so much information is going to be given. And look at this, you have Sonder on the flank.
Yeah, it's so fortunate, right, that Starbound wasn't the one falling to Emlo, that it was Ev that took that sacrifice. But now you get that retake, you get this pinch off of the border of the lockdown. The C is converting these players, and that vulnerability is perfect for Sonder just to hold down the front and to close out map 2, 13-9 to equate us here in the grand finals between FlyQuest Red and Refrag.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm super excited for Icebox. Like, I feel like from what we just saw, this Haven game and the last Lotus game has been a battlefield. Every single round, there has been trades after trades, and it literally just came down to which team is more polished. And FlyQuest, they really took this one for a turn. I told you earlier, this kind of comp looks a little bit cursed, but I lied. They made it work. They did a really good job, and so props to FlyQuest. And then after this, we're going to see the Icebox. Zobi, what do you think about that map? Just before we jump to a break.
I think for me, like I said, Haven, and you mentioned this right before we jumped into the map, that this comp's been played a few times by FlyQuest Red. It felt really like a hard counter to FlyQuest Red, right? Like I mentioned, it wasn't the comp they were playing against other teams. And I feel like it's going to be a similar case here in Icebox, because like I said, Emlo and Rise coming in means I have no information about like the comp that they're going to play, right? And they also just don't like playing Icebox that much either. I have a 1 loss on their record, you know, out of GZ Open Qualifier 1 and 2 in SGGP. So they don't have as much reps on this map either. And the last time they played it, which was with Rika and Marina, it was KJ, KO, Jet, Sova, and Viper. So one of the many metas that's now going to be going up against this anti-Sentinel composition. But I feel like that we might see something spicy after what we saw, you know, on Lotus with the Vice and then the double Senti on Haven. So Who knows what they have up their sleeve?
Well, speaking of something spicy, the next map is gonna be super spicy, the final map in this BO3. So you guys can go on this break, but come back and catch this final map of this insane series.
Welcome back to the NRG Neon Dream Invitational. We just saw FlyQuest Red look very, very warmed up. It was a day and night from map number 1 to map number 2. Athena, what was it that allowed FlyQuest to just dominate that second half of that number 2 map?
Yeah, I feel like even though the rounds were really close, it still felt like FlyQuest just as a team had a very solid understanding of how exactly they wanted to play. They adapted really, really well on the fly. They had a lot of these little macro plays that were set up that they were ready to execute based on different situations and different scenarios, and I feel like they just executed a lot of them really, really well. And I feel like one of the biggest things too that they kind of came off of was their first map, a little bit lackluster. This second map, they looked, like you said, warm. They looked ready to fight. A lot of the shots were being really, really well timed, and they were also playing some insane Valorant. I mean, the mechanics were just so good. That being said, the trades were coming in, the communication seems to be switched on and switched online, and it feels like really they actually just went from night and day, from last game to this. So Haven was really their playground this map.
It makes sense, because if you look at it on paper, they have not dropped any Haven, at least throughout this tournament. So to see them do as well as they did, you know, you look at it and you're like, yeah, okay, we're expected this. So that kind of leaves me here, Zobi, thinking, all right, Icebox is our decider map. You mentioned in the green room that this isn't a good look for Refrag. Can you give us a little bit more detail on that?
Oh, for sure. I even said it during the pre-show, right? If Refrag wanted a chance in the series, I wanted to see that 2-0, that closeout on Haven, because in recent history, right, not only have they not won it in Series 3 recently, they only played it once and that was a loss, but also the last time they faced it against FlyQuest Red, which was an elimination map for main event Series 2, they lost it to a blowout of a 13-6. So again, maybe just not figuring out how to combat this no duelist composition, and for good reason. I would be afraid too if I saw Donut on the battle stage wall coming over, you know, screens into a duel, and them being warm is only going to add to the success rate of this composition.
Yeah, I feel like another thing just to add on to that is we talked about how Dodo, or me specifically, I talked about how Dodo is so good with their util, and I feel like Dodo has proven that, even as a duelist, that their util usage is one of the main reasons why their duelist is so strong. And we've seen her also do the same thing and perform on this stage. She's able to use that wall at an advantage, being able to be aggressive, being able to even at some points pick up the operator and use that kind of height advantage to her strengths. And I feel like that is something that I'm really looking forward to for this game, as well as FlyQuest being able to fully follow up and support whatever it is the plans that they are doing. But for Reformed, I mean, they really surprised me on Lotus. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I saw a whole different team, and I feel like, that being said, Haven was still pretty close. It was a pretty close match still. Like, I'm not counting them out at all. And so going into this, hopefully, I mean, I feel like we're going to see a battlefield again. I feel like we're going to see a lot of fighting. So I'm pretty excited to watch the fights, but I'm not 100% sure which team it's going to go to.
And it's hard to choose one, like you mentioned, Athena. The first half, you were like, I don't even know who to root for. It's a back and forth. You get one map, or you get one round under your belt, and then you get another, and it was just back and forth. There was that sprint of a run there by FlyQuest that ended up getting their victory, but now we are going into Icebox. Casters, FlyQuest has a lot to show. They are #1 seed. Are they going to remain #1 seed?
And yes, thank you for that amazing handout, that amazing transition into Agent Select. And while I highlighted this being a sore map for Refrag historically, I want to highlight the fact that they strongly countered, like you said, on Lotus, Athena. And then also their entire composition was built around countering FlyQuest on Haven as well, it felt like. So what I'm going to be looking forward to is Millie and Emlo doing the same exact thing here with this Arena ISO combination, which I think is going to work really, really well. Because something to note about this is, yes, it is a no duelist composition, which makes it a little bit harder to get into these sites, right? And their post plan is insane. So if Millie and Emlu can get ahead of that, if they can play consistent aggression, you know, say a main, then it makes it a lot more difficult for FlyQuest Red, because I feel like against the Teddy Tactics game, I think it was like almost double First Bloods favoring FlyQuest Red, because every time Venus tried to get active, unfortunately there was a lot of duels lost in that regard. Part of that credit to Starbound for doing, but still, that's what I want to see and how this composition is going to function.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a lot more active stuff from Refrag, and I'm actually excited to see Emluo on the ISO. Last time I doubted an ISO, I was wrong. I was proved wrong. It was my bad. I'm sorry. But now seeing that ISO on Emlo is definitely scary. I mean, Millie, they put up on a fight on that jet, but Emlo, their shots have just been so clean all match long. That being said, though, we saw FlyQuest be extremely successful with their util usage, and this kind of comp gives them so much more util to counter, to be able to fight with, to be able to kind of get as much information as they can, and even post plan, like get into that situation a lot easier. That it is still a little bit scary, because the second that you kind of let them play in their kind of home ground, which is this polished reactionary protocols, then it does get a little bit hard. But that being said, both teams looking pretty promising for this Icebox.
Oh, for sure. And I think my favorite thing about the Refrag composition, and this again answers my question between, you know, you have 3 Senti mains, who gets the Sentinel pick, is that Riv has finally come home to the Sentinel, to the Killjoy, right? They were Faye, they were Omen, and now they're back on a role that they have played probably the most in their entire, I would say, career. And I think that's going to help them feel a lot more confident, a lot more comfortable, and there won't be maybe awkwardness of any utility use. It's not that there was any previously that really kind of deterred them, but it definitely will feel more like second nature to them. And I think that's going to kind of add to, I guess, the ability for Millie and Emlo to scale up, because they're going to have that trust in Riv to be able to anchor down the opposing site. If they do, in fact, you know, scare FlyQuest right away into that site, because when they were up against Teddy Tactics, what we saw was kind of, again, them get the free site on those rotations, because Teddy Tactics was really fast on the rotates.
I feel like it's actually funny enough that you mentioned Riv going back on the Sentinel. I also wanted to mention that Rise literally has been playing Viper on Icebox for probably since the beginning of Valorant. I'm not even kidding, like way back, even way before the CLG Red days where Rise was on that roster. They were playing this Viper. She's been really strong at it. She's been a controller main for a long time, switching into that Senti role, allowing the lurks to still kind of flow between both roles that she's been playing. So that is definitely something super promising. I'm just so interested to see if FlyQuest are going to change a lot of their stuff up, because what we did see a lot of the time, especially when they're playing against, like, for example, Teddy Tactics, they just kind of ran it down. On their attack side, they ran it down. For their defense side, you've talked a lot about Starbound specifically with the operator. And this defense side, you know, you have the ISO shield, you have the Reyna Eye, you have the Sova Dart, you kind of have a lot to counter. So I wonder if they're going to switch anything up. I feel like adaption is probably one of the things that they're going to have to work the hardest on, just because they have so many more VODs of the same comps all over.
For sure.
So it's like, that's kind of the name of the game here for me. And Refrag has shown on Lotus that new comps, adaptation, they have no problem with. And obviously mechanically both teams are insane.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we've been highlighting a lot of the benefits of the Refrag composition just because FlyQuest Reds is the same that we've consistently seen. But maybe I can play devil's advocate here a little bit. And I have talked to Becky about this, Athena, but I think there is a third kind of pseudo role that the agents can fall under on Icebox in particular, and that's Spike Plant Securement, right? And there's 3 agents that fall into that. There's Sage, Gecko, and Harbor, right? You have the Cove, you have the Wall, and you have the Wingman. And the fact that Refrag is lacking that means there's a lot more pressure on Emlo and Millie to frag out. Now, I think Emlo, obviously that box ticked, we saw it, Exhibit A, Lotus on the Vice. But Millie, I feel like they've been playing that kind of more supportive duelist role. I feel like they haven't kind of had that glimmer moment. So I'm hoping that Feast or Famine Rain can ignite something new in them. But speaking of ignition, we're jumping right into the action here. And really quick, really fast out the gate, Refrag scaling up through B main.
Taking up so much space already. You talked about being able to get the spike down, and it's looking like they're gonna be able to get it down already. But all 5 players of both teams are on opposite sides of this wall. Everyone is ready to fight. Ev going for the dry swing on top 2, but falling to Kazler. This is going to be a little bit harder for Refrag when the Sage wall goes up. And as soon as I say that, it is Pop Sonder with a beautiful 2K, but Emlo answers back. Starbound with another 2K, and everyone is just 2King around here, and the Wingman just getting on the spike. And again, you talked about this spike going down.
What can I say?
This is crazy. Like, I don't know. This post plant is kind of near impossible, especially when you have such good retake util.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like the Wingman and the Sage Ball, you have to have only. I feel like for a successful Icebox, you want at least one of them. And the fact that they have 2 with the Sage and the Wingman together makes it like why they don't need a duelist, right? Like you don't need to make the space because the Sage Ball and the Wingman are kind of pacifying it. And I mean, number 2, please nerf Viper Molly again. You already took one of them away, and now they can't even kill a Wingman on the spike, while every other Molly can. And at this point. Now, FlyQuest Red, like you said, they're warm. They're going to try and carry this momentum from map 2 to close out Icebox just as clean as they did the last time these 2 teams met.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fighting for sure. So much util being dropped on every single one of these players. Rise already down to half HP, but so is Thea. Both Vipers looking a little bit lower. Now for this post plant, they're just kind of playing off. They're going to look to somewhat fight, but again, they have the sage already. They have the wingman ready, but Dodo actually dying at the first hit, but it doesn't matter because all these trades just going back and forth. And now Starbound with the Outlaw to end the round. It was a pretty good spike plant. A lot of good money now going into this third round. The first gun round for Refrag, they're going to have a lot of money to work with.
Oh, for sure. But FlyQuest Red looking right at home there. Like, yes, some players fell in the chaos, but the ability that they had to use that utility to pin these players to force them to swing around yellow. I mean, even that snake bite there, right? The vulnerabilities that Starbound could win out that final duel. Like, we're going to have to see Refrag and a way to get ahead of that. Whether that's starting out with the default so that you can have maybe alert players scale up deeper so that when your duelists get back over there, you can take that space without the immediate flood from FlyQuest. Or, you know, just now that they have weapons at hand, like you mentioned, winning out these duels if you are Millie, if you are MLUO. And again, I don't think it's enough to just get the spike down. I need to see this team, especially if they're headed back towards B, fight towards mid, fight towards Snowman.
Yeah, they definitely have to push past a lot of the util and take as much space as possible, because the second that they let FlyQuest onto the site, it's almost guaranteed that the util is going to outmatch there. So 100% agree with you there. Refrag, they really need to be super aggressive. We've seen Kazler previously push in each of their post plants and able to get that much space for the team. But on this kind of round where you have MLUO and Millie on the do list, we need to see them be able to do that same thing. But now, this round, slow start for Refrag. They have the guns. They don't want to lose anything to any kind of stacks. Just getting a lot of information and now falling back and seemingly grouping towards that A site.
And this is where it's interesting because Sage and Gecko are still here, right? Those retake agents that can try to flood back in. Or even Donut, you'll sometimes see her, pop this wall over towards Maze. So it generates a choke point for a flash, for a swarm grenade, for a mosh. And all of that works really, really well for denying this A main space and giving Emerald and Millie only one route to take space. And that's backside where there's now 3 players, almost 4, for FlyQuest Red, ready to get these trades, ready to hopefully get these weapons. And Ev, the wallbang through Nest is beautiful. They get a 3-piece, and Thea with the follow-up means that it is a 1v2. And there's the Starbound Outlaw trademark because it is just finished out the 3rd round bonus for FlyQuest Red.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. That util just being so beautiful from Donut, the team playing beautifully off of it. FlyQuest, they fully understand exactly what playstyle they're trying to do and what micros they're trying to do as a team together. And that's going to be really rough. But what I do like to see from Refrag is the Hero Vandal on the ISO as well as the ISO ult online. I'm wondering if they're going to try to do some sort of hero play this round, and it's looking like all 5 players are just going to be taking that A site pretty quickly. But there's a Starbound here, and we've seen them anchor really well before.
I'm glad you pointed that out because we saw an ISO in our first matchup with Oomfies where they did the same thing. They funneled a hero rifle to the ISO because this death contract gets an early advantage. And even if they die, then you get a weapon handed off to your teammates. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't catch anybody. So MLO just scale up alone. And unfortunately, there is respect shown this time for FlyQuest Red. Maybe here just numbers with a gun disadvantage, like they're willing to be brash in their plays. Or maybe it's just a dependence on Thrash. Sonder here with the retake strategy. They have forced all these players off site. Kazler, the last to leave. And now they have a flank distraction for Thea. This is all, again, shaping up to be a very fluid retake. And you don't have the weaponry to fight back against it.
No weapons, no space, not enough util. This round was honestly doomed for Refrag. They didn't have enough to kind of fight back, and 100% I feel like we're gonna see a little bit of a switch up here from Refrag. I feel like they're gonna try to take a little bit more space across the map and able to actually default and put a lot of pressure on either sides, because they have to bait out some of this util from FlyQuest. Either they bait it out, or if they rush and execute a site, they have to fight past all the walls and try to get into their faces, basically try to get as much space as possible. But looking like we're going to start with a B long kind of default, 2 players towards that mid side, but 3 of these FlyQuest players are ready. They're playing this sort of trap play. We've seen Sonder be super successful here in the past, but getting traded out by MLUO before getting that pick. And now Starbound just holding this mid, has the operator online that we'd love to see. Dodo try to fight Rise, picking off Thea, and all of a sudden Dodo dropping to Emilio, and Starbound is left on site with an operator. Not much that they can do other than trying to get a frag. This Hunter's Fury just missing the spike beat planted. All these players are one hit from the spike Fury. And Millie with a beautiful pick from top 2, but Starbound 1v2 this operator. It's looking a little rough. Might be time to save, but
And we saw 2 things from Refrag there. One, before the spike got planted, they were proactive in seeking out the players that were playing these common offsite kind of angles, like tucked away in nest, tucked away towards mid, and that really gave them that security and the inability for Starbound to play alongside their teammates with that operator. And the only other thing I can say is Emlu was playing with fire there. You're giving the operator the 1v1, and it is sad, I'll say, that Ev couldn't find more at that Hunter's Fury just because of how low those players were. And also, maybe if we saw Starbound scale up alongside the Hunter's Fury a little bit quicker, that also could have helped. But again, it's an operator. It's a lot harder to do that. But regardless, doesn't seem like it has dampened Starbound's mood. Scaling down 2 this time to try and seek out an early frag, but they liked that success on B, and I agree, it looked really clean this time. So I'm glad to see them try and replicate it here. And look at this, as a result, right? FlyQuest Red, they're playing so much further back, right? They're expecting this now from Refrag.
Welcome to my world.
nice little Viper's Pit going down the tap to kind of bait all that util, but now they're gonna see that there is no util kind of to be popped. Counter's gonna stick that spike. Sonder with the timing on Riv, trying to get some sort of relurk towards that mid, but being unsuccessful. But Calgary's back, trying to get some sort of pick, manages to get Sonder, but that means the wingman now for that defuse is gone. They have to clear out this Viper's Pit. Both players playing inside, but the tag hits. This is not good for the Viper.
But they are able to fall off unscathed. Immediately, I like this first line of defense. That bodyguard with the 1-for-1 trade, and so is the follow through for Ev, are all really clean here. And despite the Viper's Pit trying to patch that hole of what we asked for of duelist aggression, it still isn't enough to get over the line. And you mentioned it, right? The loss of the wingman. I was like, okay, maybe they'll pop the lockdown, right, to force the Viper out, but they just buddy system it all the way. You know, they take a friend with them, and the trades come through beautifully. So now they have the ults, they have the round, and they have disrupted the buy for Refrag.
And another thing too, we talked a lot about Refrag being more proactive, but we actually saw FlyQuest be extremely proactive round as well. They took all the A main space. They did not even care. They just walked all the way through. They are not afraid of any lurks happening, and they're not afraid of their mid presence at all. And I feel like that's a really big downside for Refrag. Wherever they've put pressure so far, they've kind of ended. And now this is going to be the first round that we see so much mid control, but it doesn't matter because Starbound is just here to hold it.
And the response from the rest of the members was clean at first, but look at the shots ringing true. The GC Dig, the Rise Guardian, Ev again has picked up the slack, but they don't clear out the angles. And it is just Sonder left with knife out. Yes, you have the Thrash, but there's so many angles to clear, so many players for Refrag. And that damage chipped away, and I'm expecting to see a double, maybe a triple swing here to close out the round. What a thrifty. I'm going to call it a thrifty. I don't see why it wasn't called a thrifty. But that is exactly what Refrag needs to bounce back. And something I wanted to point out was we have not seen a single Refrag timeout this entire series, right? Versus FlyQuest Red, I think has used, you know, they've used at least one per map. I think we may have seen 2 map 1. But regardless, it shows how Refrag is consistently adapting on the fly. Like, that was a huge change in pace, a change in strategy, and it worked quite well for them. Unfortunately, you can't do that every round. And I want to fall back to what you said you wanted to see change, which is lurk plays come out for Refrag. Because, like you mentioned, they just got all of A space for free because you didn't have Riv, for example, walking up. Like, we'll see consistently from, I feel like, FlyQuest Red next half of keeping that A site open. But now, what do they have? They have the Killjoy starting mid. They have, you know, Rise over towards B main. Unfortunately, though, I'm hoping Rise doesn't get cut off from the rest because look at the aggression again from the Gecko and stage down mid. But unfortunately, we do fall back to A, but then that's going to mean 4 players ready to flood back in.
So much pressure towards this A main, but only for Refrag to slowly fall off because they have all this space towards B. Rise. I've talked about her playing on this Viper. I've talked about the lurk roll being consistent. And now, so much information. The Viper being taken out by the ISO ult, but Thea winning the 1v1 versus Enlo, making it a 4v5. And they're going to look to try to get on this B site. But again, 3 players, almost 4, are already here. This is so rough.
Yeah, I mean, I saw them in spawn at that point, right? I mean, maybe they were just getting the orb, but it doesn't matter if Rise can open up the B site. One way, neutralized. Empress pop just to add an additional layer of security there. At this point,
Seconds left. Spike
surprised I haven't
planted.
contemplated a save. I'm not sure what the money will look like if they lose the back-to-back rounds. Starbound, though, does have the lockdown, and Ev, I've staged them as an insane closer for rounds, an insane clutch player as well. So let's see what they are able to achieve in tandem. Right now, they've pinpointed 2 players' positions, but there's still so much post-plant utility that it might not matter. Starbound left in the 1v3. You have a lurk player, Riv through mid. This is a done and dusted round where even a save is going to be prevented.
We talked before this map about the bloodbath that it's gonna be, and I think we're starting to see that last round and this round. So many kills just happening so quickly right next to each other that it's been kind of insane. I mean, Rise took the space, got all the information, delayed for long enough, and managed to get 2 kills. That was a beautiful round by Rise, overall winning that round for them. And you can tell that they had some sort of plan towards it because they put pressure towards that A main and came back towards that B. They had this plan from early on, and now 4 ults up for FlyQuest, but they are on a thrifty. They're saving here. Their guns are not looking too hot. The Sova drone trying to get some sort of information, and they're just looking to stick together with this KJ lockdown to take this site. Refrag, they're not taking any chances against this thrifty.
That makes me nervous because I look at the ultimates for FlyQuest already, and again, I see retake potential. Like, it's not the same as what kind of fueled them before, where they had players backside to counter to fight, but still, I feel like this is exactly when you want to use these ultimates, and that's exactly what Millie's trying to get ahead of here. Take the screen space so you can't pop the lockdown, you can't thrash with a comfortable impact as the last time it was used. And at this point, they might just be flying close to the sun. Thrash evaded from the dismiss, but they have so many players pressuring them that I'm surprised they can get another one. And as the dust settles, like I said, you might have flown too close to the sun. Your wings are burning up. Riv is left in a 1v3, and without flight, they cannot wrestle that round back to the side of Refrag. What a thrifty, and they used only one of those ultimates that I spoke of.
Okay, listen up, chat. I need someone to try casting this because this is insane. Like, you literally cannot catch up to the amount of stuff that's happening. Dude, poor Priya's just trying to smash buttons as fast as possible to catch any of these kills. This is insane. I mean, FlyQuest, they're just so fast to group and get those picks, and the initial pick, I don't know if you noticed, but Rise was in spawn and Sonder was in B main and got the pick with a classic on Rise, which is insane.
No.
Like, that opened up the whole round, but we're looking at Refrag now to make some more presence towards that mid. They're starting back with their long B default. They've liked this before. It's been pretty successful. They've managed to take site, but Sonder has pushed all the way up A main. Neither player knows where each other is.
And the timing here. Dodonut also edging past. They didn't see the gun barrel. I cannot see Dodonut fall back, and it doesn't matter. It's gonna be Sonder with the Refrag. It's almost guaranteed at this point. Back turn. The issue is if they find another player here, the A side is not open for business, so they have to lock into B, and the rest of the players, which is Ev and Starbound, who've seen their clutch prowess, are gonna scale up here. Play for the retake, play for the spike denial off the Hunter Shuri. So now what they're going to do is force them to take the fight against Starbound, and this is Starbound we're talking about here. They get the pings off as a result with the dodge that Sonder now is trying to punish, but they do it carefully, right? They don't want this 3v3 to slip away, especially when they have a tool like the lockdown. They have options here for this retake.
Yeah, gonna be a little bit scary to put the lockdown down when they have that Sova ult up and online, but yeah, Kaiser, it's a really good spot. They're gonna see where that Hunter Tree is coming from, and because of that, team kill. That is so unfortunate. Adlo just trying to run away, but Kaiser all of a sudden left in this 1v2. Ev is spotted from that Sova ping, and now the spike. Starbound has to be able to get on it. 6 bullets for Ev. Starbound, you need to stick this. Oh my goodness. They don't unfortunately get it. No time. They had to stick, but wow. That was a masterclass on delaying. Even though Kaiser killed Emo. It's okay, because they delayed for so long there.
I think the issue there that I saw was, you mentioned it like, oh, they know now Kazler's Snowman because the direction of the Hunter's Fury. But it didn't look like that, right? Look at how deep Starbound was down B main, searching for this Sova that you expect to be playing off-site with the Hunter's Fury, right? And that is what prevented them from getting to site that fast, right? They find the frag on the Millie, and then Starbound, like I said, is almost in the attacker's spawn. Whereas if they were a little bit closer, if there had been that communication maybe on par, then there would have been more time there to get that defused. But regardless of the outcome, I mean, FlyQuest Red's still sitting at 6, so they are really just looking for a lead here. They have a few more opportunities to secure it.
Yep, slowing down this round. Once again, Refrag going for that B main default, getting so much information. Rise manages to get the KJ turret down. That is so much free information, and now FlyQuest, they're just playing for this fast rotate scenario. 4 players towards mid. Sonder just kind of spotting a site from the off chance. They have the Viper's Pit and they have the Res online for FlyQuest, so they're looking to play a retake scenario on that A site. But Thea playing so far back on this B. Ev just walking down, getting the pick onto Rise. And this is looking a little rough. They don't have a wall to scale with anymore onto B. Thea spotting Millie, but Millie manages to come out on top.
And you mentioned that prior, right? I think it was Sonder finding the pick onto Rise, set themselves up for success. But this is the adaptation we wanted to see from Refrag. These individual duelists, this double duelist taking space in these rotation zones, right? We have Millie scaling up towards mid-tube off of this Empress. We had the ISO really deep towards Snowman. And all this is preventing, hopefully, them from getting a good position for this retake. But it isn't going to prevent them from getting and baiting the Resurrection. Sonder insane here. 2-piece. Millie's angle not cleared out. The dismiss, though, and the wall is going to prevent their escape. I think that's a 3K for Sonder. The defuse to follow suit. And that is an insane retake, and FlyQuest Red coming back online to secure a lead at the half.
Yeah, this is a lot of the things that we were talking about, where we talk about how polished FlyQuest is. This is the round that kind of highlights that, because they know that they're playing retake from the very beginning of the round. We saw their setup being heavy towards mid. We knew that they were going to be doing something sort of aggressive and having those fast rotations in order to retake, and they executed it somewhat flawlessly. Yes, they lost a couple players, but it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, they didn't even have to use their Viper's Pit. They didn't have to use their ults. They just managed to get onto that site. Yes, they did have to res, but that doesn't really matter. And now we're going to see Refrag trying to end towards this B site again, putting so much pressure. Actually, a lot of pressure. 5 people just running up, fully committing to this B site here.
Last round, and it's showing them the best success. This is our second Viper's Pit this half, right? We saw how clean FlyQuest Red navigating without using ultimates, and now they have the Thrash online so they can clear out and locate this Raze. Unfortunately, I think the MVP this round is going to be that turret. It prevents it from getting additional information, and while you don't expect the operator to be good against a Viper's Pit, it is doing a good job clearing out, holding down yellow. So with this wall up, with the wingman up, you cannot swing with a visible sightline around the wall, because Starbound and Thea are there, and the Viper's Pit is non-existent at this rate. Flawless, very little damage off of all these players. Look at that. And FlyQuest Red end the half 8-4 here.
Again, I was talking about how polished they were. You've seen it.
Oh, yeah.
We've all seen it. That was another textbook round. But again, Refrag, it looks like they were just grasping at straws to kind of bring back the momentum. But, you know, coming into this half, we've seen their comp. We know that they're going to have to play just a little bit more aggressive, just because their comp has those double duelists. You don't really have that much util to fight on a retake or to fight the post plant and push them off site. It's just going to be a tiny bit harder. But 3 players, the double duelist at this A site, holding this up down angle, and 4 players from FlyQuest might be running into their crosshair.
But this is the half I wanted to see from this composition to Refrag, right? Namely, yeah, the Rada and the ISO on the same site scaling forward. But you mentioned Kazler and how proactive they are as a player, you know, the one that's been switching between the initiator and the duelist for this team. And they're the ones trying to lead the charge here. They have a nice little crossfire, Emluo holding Fell, and then the high-low setup. Unfortunately, FlyQuest Red has yet to run into it. Here comes the crowning moment, but Kazler, they, you know, fall off right before they would have struck Diamond. And as a result, they get all that space for, I would say free, but they're going to be extra cautious. Owl Drone expended. At this point, I'm still surprised to see Kazler rotating off the site. Maybe they think the Sova utility is just a fake.
Poison orb emitting.
Both teams just holding, trying to see what the other team is kind of up to. They still have these 3 players. They're gonna hear the Gecko kind of take that util, and the dart, sorry, is gonna catch one of those players off guard. But with that, FlyQuest, they've done a really good job at applying pressure and rotating off to the other site in Haven, in Lotus, and now they're doing it on this Icebox. All 5 players heading back towards this B site. Thea getting all that B main space, and Rise is alone here to kind of hold. And again, we talked about the util, the wall being so hard to break, but Thea managing to get a pick onto Rise through that toxic screen.
Punish them even if they are managing to break the wall on a pistol. And at this point, this is what I said, the post plant for FlyQuest Red. Yes, it's a pistol. Yes, they don't have as much utility, but it is so powerful with these players. And that is a prime example. Textbook Dizzy gets 2 players as they're trying to get the spike. And now, what do? You reclaim the wingman, use that to gather information to deny any control over the site. And FlyQuest Red now 2 for 2 pistols. And that's something in itself to highlight, Athena. They went from winning no pistols to 1 pistol to 2 pistols. So they've improved over the evening, and it's showing.
Stonks. They got the stonks going crazy. No, but they definitely have kind of figured out their game plan. They figured out whatever issues they were having with their comms. And I feel like right now we're just seeing them be completely warm. Each one of these players are performing. Normally we see Dodonut, you know, at the top of the scoreboard, but it doesn't matter. She's actually at the bottom because every single one of the players, including their newly picked up player Ev, is performing. And I feel like that's something that you would love to see on this FlyQuest side. And now again, starting with a lot of that pressure, but this time all 5 players are grouped up here for both sides of the team. They don't know that this is a stack, and it's looking like they're going to be running right into it.
There's the only one spotted, so you think you take care of the kills, or you think you take care of business, but that is the rude awakening. They know there's still 3 players backside, and at this point, yeah, it's get out of dodge. Saunder the bodyguard so that Donut lives to see another day. And this is going to be huge because they should have that heal either for themselves or for a teammate once they rebound at the B site. And you can see here, look at this, the Poison Cloud prevents Kazler from getting a frag on the rotation, from finishing the job they started. And with 17 HP, yes, they can try and delay off the recon bolt. I don't really see them finding too much, especially with, like we said, this Wall Gecko combination still online, and Starbound still a threat with the Outlaw. They didn't get a chance over on A, but they are getting all the chances here now towards B. Wall even put down so they can seek out these frags. Millie, a high and dry snowman, and Starbound confident in their swing, confident in FlyQuest's ability to lock in double digits.
I like the confidence there from Kazler swinging with the classic at low health, but unfortunately it didn't work out. I mean, this stack, really good read from Refrag. They had the idea, but unfortunately they managed to get out FlyQuest. They just ran away. And I think, again, like you said, like we've been talking about, I feel like the comps game has been the biggest thing that we've been seeing for both of these teams. It was Refrag earlier with the Vice and the Deadlock, and now we're looking at this Sage and this Gecko combo just being so annoying to play against. The second they get into any post-round situation, it is almost impossible. But they now have this bonus. Thea taking a lot of space towards this mid. They actually don't have any players towards mid to be holding. Only the KJ util, the turret holding that kitchen, and the Laurenbot holding the lower. But 4 players taking the B main peak and winning against Enlo. That is not what you want to see from the Icy. The Stinger should not be winning against a rifle, and Ev getting a pick onto Rise as well.
You did not expect them to scale through a snake bite and a one-way combination, but expect the unexpected. FlyQuest Red still flawless opening for this round. They are still on this lurk. Silver Lining turret still online here. They should get spotted out. Oh my goodness, they almost recalled it! And I think they did. I don't think they heard the shots ring through. So now look at this. Surprise, surprise. Thea is coming from behind Millie. Able to at least flip the script, but here it is, the Outlaw and the Stinger follow-up. What a lethal combination. And FlyQuest Red do a great job continuing their streak of dominance, denying any rounds this half from Refrag so far.
FlyQuest have been doing a good job with their bonuses. I think last map they also won one of the bonuses as well. So they've been doing a really good job. And now This sucks for Refrag. It's 11-4, about to be 12, only because they have this thrifty. Either they full save, try to get those guns, and try to make it an equal 12-12, but it's looking so rough. Another Hero Vandal, though, onto that Emluo, onto that ISO, and I'm hoping that they can make it work this time.
It's feeling grim, but like you said, Hero Rifle, huge dependence on that. And look at how fast they're scaling up on the flank as well, so they don't have a Thea lurk. They don't have to worry about that, but you would think that's the case because you have players through B main, but they lurked up beautifully through mid. They'd have disrespect for the alarm box, but kills with utility. Now, with that frag, they have the advantage. That Millie and Kessler try to wrestle back, but at this point, Thea is doing it single-handedly. They're able to shut them down, and now Emlo, who had that hero rifle, is left trying to run, sprint to the A site before that double tap expires, because if it does, they only have 20 HP, and the wall from this age is just solidified, so that's a delay factor that neutralizes Emlo and makes this near impossible. No HP. Starbound, you know, probably has a swarm grenade or two, and they're even just playing next to each other maze, bagging on tradability here. The spike isn't really planted there. Swarm grenade destroyed. The nice tuck here, but I'm expecting a hand or a backside swing to be exposed. And even now, they didn't even get it to half. Just mind games. They're just milking this round for timing. That's disrespectful, though. Okay.
The drop of the weapon. That is too funny. But yeah, this obviously is do or die for Refrag. They're gonna have the guns now. I think Emily is gonna be a little bit on the poorer side, but it doesn't matter. They almost did the work with the sheriff. They almost had the right read again, but unfortunately it just came down to being able to abuse that lurker. The Thea is always alone on that lurk, and no one has been able to kind of catch her off guard. She's been doing a phenomenal job at this lurk position, being able to catch the timing, being able to just be a nuisance and even get a frag. Like, that has been the name of the game for her here. And now we actually see some sort of contestation towards this mid. Emlo pushing down this tube, trying to get a pick, but Thea's ready. Wait, she got confused. The turret shot and she got so confused, and Emlo actually getting the first blood. This might be exactly what they needed for Refrag to get back into this. They get all the information from this A main. They saw the people towards that with the Sova drone, but 4 players, they've rotated already. Full B main control from Rise, but she's gonna be met with 3 more players just now.
Oh, and I was about to say, you probably don't expect a second lurk player, but Starbound dealt with, and at least there's to be 1 for Rise's efforts with that aggression B main. This does open up the B site temporarily for this Sage Gecko combination, but all 4 players for Refrag are right on their tail here. This is why Sandra's gonna swing. They know they need an advantage here, but it doesn't matter. Meat grinder of a swarm grenade, Kessler with the punish, and Refrag live to fight another round.
What a round. That was so well played. They finally found the answer, picking off that mid player, which is exactly what I said before the round even started. I feel like they need to find the kind of weaknesses that FlyQuest have, and unfortunately right now, the only weakness that they can really find is that Thea is normally alone. But they might switch it up this round. Thea has that Viper's Pit able to go down, and it's looking like all 5 players are going to be going towards that A main, only because they do want to get into that post-round position. We've seen them be super successful, super annoying. The Viper playing so far back towards the A main, and the counter push here might be a really good read. Emlo getting a pick, and Sonder getting a trade onto Millie.
And there it is, the death contract sprung onto Starbound. It's going to be perfectly executed by Emluo. No scale up in the meantime either from FlyQuest Red, just respecting the 1v1. But if you respect the double tap, you're gonna see Emluo on par for an ace. Double tap online. Their teammates sacrificing themselves so they could take the fight and take the spotlight. Emluo, what a way to open and close the round there. Perfect use, and that looked like an Aim Labs routine, Athena.
Yeah, Emlo was like, we're so back. 12 is all they get. Dude, don't even worry about it. I'm warmed up. That was insane. Again, beautiful, beautiful performance from Emlo. We've seen her perform all match long. And again, just looking to see that ISO work, and we finally got to see it this time around. The aggression has been working for Refrag. We talked a little bit about how they were going to have to play that sort of aggression, but it's looking like those gambles have worked. The push towards mid was really good, and now that fight towards A really worked out in their favor. But again, a lot of pressure towards A main from FlyQuest. Emlo looking to just take some sort of pick, they see Emlo and they're running away. They're going the other way. No mid presence from Thea, no B main presence from Thea either. So they're gonna have to retake this B main control the hard way.
And Rise is there, and we've seen Rise is good for at least one. This time, falling off the angle, or just trying to methodically re-clear all of them. Get to see the Dizzy pops. They should know, and this is when we start to see some of the rotations, like the Killjoy over to Kitchen. Here comes the swinging this time. Uncharacteristically, they aren't good for there. So Millie trying to delay off of this Lear. It really isn't respected here by FlyQuest Red. And we've seen how strong the post plan is for FlyQuest Red, and they have a pit, and they have a lockdown. If there's a time to close out Icebox without a timeout from Jovi, it is now. Both used in quick succession. The Thrash online from the plant as well. How does Riv get on the spike this early, and how are they getting it to have? Snakebite finishing the job, but now they have to be extra careful because it is one Ninja Fuse away from losing a round where they invested everything. So Thrash coming out, don't know what to scale up off of it, and they close out the semifinals 13-6 with a flawless round, and they will be your second grand finalist to face off against YFPX in the NRG Neon Dream Invitational.
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations to FlyQuest to getting it all the way there. Their first map was a little bit shaky, but they brought it back. This is what they're kind of proving to us. They're showing to us who they are as a team and exactly what they've been working on for this upcoming GC. I feel like this is the best place for them to sort of prove themselves. Refrag, they really pushed them to their limits. I feel like they genuinely showed us a lot today and they caught us by surprise. But FlyQuest just coming out on top and being that polished team, they did such a good work, and it really is so fun to watch them.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I feel like both of these teams take huge W's today because FlyQuest Red, right? They've been competing in some of these off-season events like Red Bull Homeground and now the NRG Invitational, but they've already punched their ticket to the main event. So they don't get those kind of official reps in. And I don't want to say you can get rusty, but you can if you're just scrimming in the downtime. And in addition to that, I feel like Refrag, like you said, was a real contender, right? They brought up these off-the-wall compositions that I said were designed to trial and show and identify and pinpoint the weaknesses of those kind of, I guess, off-meta compositions FlyQuest Red is running. So now they know that those exist. They can bot or even be like, okay, if this starts happening, what is our counter? If this is a composition we can run against ours, what is the counter? And I think for Refrag specifically, like I said, I was shocked at how early they went out last main event. Because this core, like I said, is so strong, reformed, you know, like I said, went really far in main event number 2. And they feel like they are back, they feel like they're in form. And Emlo and Rise, I hope that this is not just an NRG Pug roster and that they are sticking with this squad for that open qualifier.
Yeah, totally agree. I feel like what we saw today cannot be taken away from us. Please, we need to see more Emlo, Rise. You guys are great additions to this roster and making it look really solid. And I feel like just in general, FlyQuest, again, I know they made the grand finals, I know we're hyping them up, but I just want to say big props as well to the creativity. I feel like that's been a really big thing, is that the comps we questioned, but they've proven us wrong. And so now we have this amazing kind of comp schedule. And I don't know about you, Zobi. I feel like I don't want to do predictions or anything. I want to do that later on, closer to the match. But how are you feeling after that map? Because I feel kind of like bewildered. Like I have to go take a breath.
Oh, I really thought Refrag was about to upset my prediction that I had coming into this event, which was a YFPX FlyQuest Red Grand Finals. But I am so excited for this Grand Finals, right? You have the two teams, the only teams to beat Shopify Rebellion this season in a Grand Finals coming together. So in my mind, yes, Shopify Rebellion is still like previous GCC champs, are still kind of undisputed, and obviously it's open qualifiers where they have another opportunity, but this could solidify right now the front running team in Game Changers NA, kind of in that top 3, I guess, bubble that we have. And it's just gonna be a banger grand finals. If I'm not casting it, I'm gonna be looking forward to watching it and sticking around in chat, but either way, both teams I feel like have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, for sure. And now we are gonna stop yapping and we're gonna send it off to a short break so we can get ready to watch that grand finals. So if you guys are here, stick around. This grand finals is gonna be coming up and it's gonna be a banger of a match.
Our generation has a choice. Turn away from the world's problems or chase them down. We refuse to sit back and watch them pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Rise to every challenge and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Hello friends, it is I, Cute Noob, here at the NRG Neon Dream Invitational. I wanted to take a quick moment to thank our sponsor, Army National Guard, for sponsoring this game changer event. And we are looking at Gen Z. It is a coming of age at a tough time with global pandemic, historical unemployment, and skyrocketing student debts. The media has counted you out, but the National Guard is here to help you out. You can do part-time commitment. You can also go to school full-time as well, and they will be helping you out with a financial aid. So this is a way for you to be able to pursue multiple paths at once, while also making sure that you are setting yourself up for success. So once again, shout out to the Army National Guard. And this is a point where I welcome back my casters who are still taking you through this battlefield of the Neon Dream Invitational. Athena, Zobi, you guys just went through FlyQuest versus their opponents, and it was really a tough match. There was back and forth. Refrag just seemed like they were going to give them a run for their money, and they were going to cause the biggest upset in this tournament. What was it that really made sure and cemented that FlyQuest Red made it through and continued to be the leading force in this tournament? Zobi.
Ooh, I think it really comes down to just, again, what I mentioned, this pseudo roll on icebox that is this Gecko and Sage combination, right? It really is the best of both worlds, right? It secures the plant without a duelist on the attack side, and then it makes the retake so much easier on the defense, just because you can protect the wingman, you can free up a player, and then also add Thea in with this insane lurk potential, which I feel like is a fairly new role for her. Like, usually it would be like Starbound on a lurk, or it was Lace, because they were sometimes a Viper Flex player, and it was just really, really impressive, because like we said during Teddy Tactics, we didn't get to see the depth of this playbook. They were, you know, in a sense running it down maybe, but we had to see that development, that complexity, and they delivered.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There was so much learning, I feel like, for Refrag, just because of how much time it felt like FlyQuest has had together. They knew exactly when to trade off one another. They had so much utility combination. Athena, you were consistently like, there's the backup of one of their other teammates. There's so much synchronization happening. But I still believe that you mentioned Refrag is a team that you want to see more of. But I guess my question more so is, how is it going to be possible for YFPX to beat FlyQuest?
I mean, it's definitely a little bit scary. One of the hardest things as a player is playing against a team that is already warmed up. Now, obviously, FlyQuest, they just played. We just watched them play. They have everything online. They fixed a lot of their communication. They're warm. They're ready to play. YFP coming into this, they've been successful before by using and abusing their firepower. They have some insane mechanics across the board for that team. They've had really, really good shots at adapting, and they've taken a lot of that as well. And I feel like when it comes to FlyQuest, there are just so many VODs on them right now, especially just being able to watch the game that they just played, that you're able to kind of pick apart the playstyle that you want to put in to counter it. And I feel like YFP, they've done a really, really, really good job at being able to adapt, at being able to counter, whether it's mid-game, whether it's pre-game. So going into that, I think they just need to be as confident as they need to be when going up against FlyQuest.
One thing that lives rent-free in my mind besides everything else, which you're probably wondering, how is there so much room in your brain to have people just living rent-free? I have no idea, all right? But Scary Shark, Nora, was like, we just have fun. We pug it out. We're here for the vibes. So I think that we're going to definitely see YFPX do a lot of that, which is adapting and just kind of going with the flow of things. But that kind of leads on to my next point, which is I know you guys are ready. I know we want to see this banger of a matchup, but we need to slow our horses. It's time to set the mood. Two Titans are meeting up at this grand final. They will be the champions of the Neon Dream Invitational, but they must slow up. They must regain their energy. And yes, Zobi. Do you have a?
Oh,
no,
that
I
was
thought I
me
saw-
saying like, yes, we must wait.
Yes. There is a
yes.
confirming.
yes.
Yes, we
But-
must take it slow. Reserve our energy, and I mean, FlyQuest just went through a whole journey. They need some water, they need a break, they need to regather their thoughts. So we're gonna take you to a small break. This is the perfect time for you to go follow not only Radiant, if you haven't followed Radiant, but VCT Americas, and make sure you also follow NRG, and go pay a visit over to our sponsor, the Army National Guard, as well. Don't go anywhere, folks, because we have a match to witness. We hope that you have been just bobbing out to this wonderful playlist that we have here at the NRG Neon Dream Invitational. It is I, Evie, aka Cute Noob, and I have one new face. I've been going one by one today. Gompers, hello, how's it going? But we also have Athena here with us as well, who has been taking us through this battlefield of war matches that we've had back and forth, left, right, all around. But we eventually came to the grand finals, Athena. We have YFPX versus FlyQuest Red. What a journey it has been.
Yeah, it's been completely insane for both of these teams. If you look at this bracket, both these teams, they went in groups 3-0. And up until this last semifinals, neither team has dropped a map. The first map to be dropped was by FlyQuest to Refrag on that Lotus game. But nevertheless, both these teams looking strong as ever. And there's a really good reason why. Both these teams are very, very prominent in their playstyle. They're both equally matched with their mechanical skill. And both teams have a really, really good shot at being one of the top titans in this next Game Changers. And this is just a warm-up for the next Game Changers as well. So going into it, both teams, they're looking really, really solid. I feel like this game is going to be the closest game we've had all event for sure. And this grand finals is really, really going to be one of those bangers.
Okay, we have to start off with the idea that YFPX has got a break. They went 2-0 against Oomfies. They were like, you know, we are the most we played the most time together. We have the strats. So they were very, very confident in just 2-0ing that squad. So do you think that that's going to play a little bit of a part here as we go into grand finals, Gompers?
I think maybe it could, honestly, for YFP, you know, ending off on a 2-0 in playoff semifinals, right? Feeling good, playing against one of the probably strongest contenders right below, I would say, FlyQuest Red. So running off a high would definitely keep you in the momentum of being like, you know what, we got this. Like, we're good. We've played against a team that has probably pressured us as much as FlyQuest Red is going to. I think overall it really is just a game of mental, because both of these teams are going to be just equally as skillful as the other. And for YFP in general too, like, this is the time to show that you're better than a team that has been pretty solidified for a while now.
And I feel like one thing just to add on to that too is that FlyQuest, for me as a player, I feel like they have the advantage because they're so warm coming off of that game. They're ready to play. They're ready to jump in. They've done their warm-ups. They've played a whole BO3. They haven't sat there gone cold. Whereas YFP, they have had to have kept their game up and have to have kept their hands warm. They would have had to be warming up in their own way, maybe playing a ranked game while that BO3 was going on to be able to jump back into it. But that does give them a little bit of an edge on what to expect from FlyQuest, because obviously they just watched them play. They know their play style. They've seen kind of the habits, and even they can pick their maps based on the success that FlyQuest has had. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if YFP tries to get a Lotus in there somewhere, because they struggled a little bit on that map. So I think it goes both ways. I touched on this a little bit before, but I think it really does play into the mental game, as Gomper said.
I was going to ask, how do you think that the fact that FlyQuest Red dropped one map help out FlyQuest Red? Do you think that's going to let them know, give them that confidence that, yeah, FlyQuest leads, they're able to be beat?
I think
Athena, sorry.
No, it's okay. Gompers wants to take it away,
yeah,
man.
Gompers, you go. Yeah, let's do it.
Let me cook, guys. I'm finally here. I think for sure, like, I don't know. I guess it mostly just gives YFP a pretty good say as to what map picks they should pick and what map picks they should ban, because performance-wise for FlyQuest, the Lotus map wasn't looking too good, and I think that in general kind of gives a good incentive as to, you know, if YFP was watching, if YFP had the chance to, even then, just to look at, like, you know, the stats that were going on there, they should 100% know, like, hey, things can change. Like, hey, Lotus is looking pretty good on our side. This is a map that we can gain ground on for, like, a first map. Obviously, like, map picks and bans, no idea what's going on. Just waiting for the truth, waiting to see what's going to happen. But I think in general, like, it's good to know your opponent before you verse them, but then it's also good to to see that your opponent is beatable. So I think for FlyQuest, honestly, they 100% think they're going to fly with it anyway, because we've seen so many teams in Game Changers like lose and then they're like, we're going to win anyway, it doesn't matter. And so like I think mental wise they're still up there, but for YFP it could give them some ground.
Yeah, I think too, just to get a little bit more technical with it too, watching FlyQuest, the reasons why they lost Lotus was because they were losing a lot of their first bloods. And I feel like that is something that YFP can easily capitalize on, because we've talked about both these teams being really equal in mechanical skill. YFP, they've kind of built their roster on that mechanical skill. And if they are able to kind of dry peek and take those picks as they want, the same as how Refrag was doing, they would find a lot of success too. So FlyQuest, yes, they are a Titan, but they are beatable. And same for YFP. FlyQuest, they're not going to have that much time to recover coming off of this one. Not that much time to kind of plan how they want to play, but only solidify the way that they are playing right now.
All right, well, we have the maps. What are we going to go? Where are we going to go? What are we going to see? So we're for sure not going into Icebox or Abyss, but we are going to get the map number 1 being Sunset. And this was YFPX's pick, Athena. How do we feel about that?
I'm actually really surprised. I mean, I know Sunset is fine. YFP, they've played Sunset a lot in the past. I'm not surprised about it. I think it makes sense that they're trying to get FlyQuest onto this map that they haven't practiced as much of during this tournament, and try to get them off of the map like Icebox, where they've just played, they've had so much more success. But I am a little bit surprised about the bind, because when I think of YFP and FlyQuest, I find YFP just to be the little more puggy team. I mean, Nora, she said it earlier, they talked about how YFP, they all have these part-time jobs on the side, or studying, or they do a lot outside of the game, so they are kind of the more puggy team. And when I think pug, I think bind. And so the fact that FlyQuest has picked this is a little bit confusing, but I guess if they're feeling confident, it makes so much sense.
I think too, like, the thing that's so interesting to me is they have 0 playtime on bind in a professional setting for YFP, so they're going full in when it comes down to tournament play on bind. They are trusting, I guess FlyQuest in general kind of, they don't care. They pick this map. They're like, yeah, okay, we see you have no playtime. We see that, you know, because it's so much more intense than when you're in a scrim. Scrimmages are meant for testing new theories out and putting yourself in very awkward situations on purpose so you can figure out how to get out of them. I think here it's so awkward because putting them in a situation where it's so competitive on bind is kind of risky, to be honest. And I think FlyQuest have the right approach to this.
Jovi just cooked up some stuff. They were like, hell yeah, we trust in Jovi. Let's go.
Well, it looks like our players are ready. Ladies, take us to map number 1, where it's going to be FlyQuest versus YFPX. 2 Titans ready to collide. There can only be one. Who will it be?
Who will it be? And now this agent select is going to give us the first taste of this game and how it's going to be. YFP, they've had a lot of success on this Sunset. Marceline on that Raze has been doing a lot of work, and their discipline has been super good with a lot of this util. And whoa, I got excited too. I was like, are you seeing what I'm seeing? But
I don't even know if Vice is allowed in play right now, but I did like that a lot.
It is. We just saw the Vice on Lotus. Emlo was playing it, and that was the one map that Refrag actually won over FlyQuest, so it's pretty funny. Felt kind of like a diss, you know, like, I'm gonna pick Vice, the one that you lost against.
That would have been awesome. Man, now, what the heck? Why not? Why not? Like, let me ask you that question first. But no, I like the comp we're seeing. I'm waiting for the lock-in because I get trolled so much, and then I'm like, oh, I love this. This is great. And then they switch, and I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. I'm not a hater. But yeah, lock-in with the breach. Pretty typical in my opinion for a Sunset comp. I think the Raze is a cool addition to this though. Actually, sorry, not the Raze, the breach kind of coming in as that initiator play. I'm excited to see how Scary Shark kind of handles this. I think it's going to be great to play with, you know, Omen Paranoia kind of moving forward, early information with the Sova drones and whatnot for Corrupt here on the attacker side. So big push I'm seeing coming forward.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a lot of success with the trap plays for YFP, but this double senti on FlyQuest red. Okay, listen, Gompers, I have been questioning a lot of FlyQuest comps today, and every single time I have been proven wrong. So I am going to shut my mouth. However, I will simply just say, wow, double senti? Huh.
I like it. I dig it. Honestly, I'm a big double senti believer. I think too for FlyQuest red, like I guess with the aggression that YFPX like to show so often, I feel like their main gameplay here is really just to either cut them off or create those chokeholds where Dodonut can really flourish, which I like. I think this is great for FlyQuest, especially with Dodonut being like a super insane player. So for that in general, setting up Dodonut for like success is going to be super great for them already starting off on this first map.
Yep, this pistol is going to be the start of it. We just watched FlyQuest and they weren't doing too hot on the pistols, but the second they started winning them was the time they started coming back and winning the maps. And now starting on this attack side, YFP, they're looking to do a lot of defaulting. They're just kind of holding this, trying to get a pick towards mid, trying to take those picks as they can, but not really ending anywhere yet. Getting a lot of that mid control though.
Yeah, they could have applied pressure on A, but they just got shut down. And this is good. FlyQuest, they're starting off with kind of just conditioning these players to know that things aren't going to be as easy as they believe it should. Just kind of seeing what their reaction's going to be to that wall. Already moving up towards mid, so finding some space. And this is good info.
Yeah, that wall being broken by pistol, it's funny because it takes so long, but that wall being down so early for Fly is so rough, and YFP getting that initial pick, Scary Shark just peeking into Ev. They know that there was some sort of rotate happening, and now they're looking to crunch onto that A site. Sova still left in this A main, looking to go a little bit slower because they know that the deadlock is here somewhere, but Dodonut with a beautiful tag onto Corrupt, and now both these players in elbow stuck. The breach flash doing so much work, but this nade is not going to delay any longer. As I say that, Sonder with a beautiful 2-kill to take out Scary Shark and Melia, and now all of a sudden this is a 2v3 post-plant scenario for YFP, and Elaborate, the beautiful shot, Starbound getting the trade, and now this 1v2 looking too rough. Thea with a beautiful kill in this round, first pistol round going for FlyQuest.
It's so risky too, like it's so good though, because Sonder mostly playing that rush mostly for info gather, because they knew it was a 3v1. Sonder could pick off the location, either that or pick off the player. I think it was more so picking off the player that was intended there, just off that 2K alone. But I like that. FlyQuest, they applied pressure on A. They kind of did faulty that push a little bit, and then from there they just took the defense. Very lucky though for Sonder to get that 2K. I think there, if that didn't happen, it would have been the other way around for sure.
Yeah, and now just a nice little thrifty for YFP. Never count out the Sheriff, the GC Sheriff. I swear, every single time in these BO3s, there's at least one thrifty that has been won because of these Sheriffs. But a lot of mid-presence, again, YFP, they've started a lot of these kind of mid-presences with just contacting up, walking up. They're trying to find this weak point towards mid, and a lot of information to clear this by Fly.
Thea is so making some sort of contact and effort, but Fly, yeah, running it down on an unfortunate round for YFP, where they don't really have a lot of weapons to play with. A map pick that is originally theirs, so you would believe that it would be a bit easier to win that last pistol round. They were close. It's even like this round is going to be somewhat of a throwaway here. Spike is just chilling. We're just chilling here. There's no worry.
Yep, they're just chilling. They don't need to mid-round or anything. They're just running together as a pack, trying to find this Spike, trying to find this Sova, but Corrupt potentially going to be able to get this Spike down if they make it out onto this A site. But all of FlyQuest is just holding W right now to try to find them, so looking a bit scary. But again, I mean, that round, yeah, they're on a thrifty, but it just comes to show kind of what I was talking about earlier about how FlyQuest is formed. They're not afraid to just all take those fights and take down mid and run down mid and hold W and just be as confident as they can be because they've had so much success.
Well, success is the name of the game. It's been a long day for these players too. So honestly, for FlyQuest, it's just another day in the office, and they're like, yeah, you know, we're used to playing hours and hours worth of Valorant. I feel like the same for YFP, but you know, already going through flawless for the defending side, leading down to that 2-0. So it does have to feel good. Starts the momentum up just a bit, especially.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good momentum-wise. But now we're going to go into this bonus round for Fly. So far today, they haven't done anything too crazy with these bonus rounds, but they've been super successful. Somehow, I have no idea how, but they keep getting first bloods with the Stinger, like from a long range. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it's been playing pretty well. Now YFP, they're looking to do something somewhat grouped towards this A main, going back towards that mid presence that they love so much, and just holding, playing it a little bit slow, trying to see if there's any stacks or any pushes, getting as much information as possible.
Huge shot too. It's got to be a good blast pack coming through from Marceline just to take a shot like that one. So they get first-hand elimination.
Bring them down.
The Prowler coming in, that's a lot of information for Fly, but they're not looking to rotate just yet. Another Stinger from that long range for Ev, and Melia coming in to get the trade onto Donut, but they know Ev is still here somewhere, and the rotates are finally closer. All four players taking this just a little bit slow. They're allowing the rest of Fly to rotate in and to support, but it doesn't matter because they're going to util dump here and try to get out, but the Deadlock ult is going to hit. Breach stuck in this ult, and Ev gets the trade. Starbound, another one onto a library, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2 Gompers.
30 seconds left.
What could Starbound do? 2v2 scenario. Smoke is coming in quick,
One
but
enemy remaining.
Melia, they don't necessarily play together. A slight distraction there, Corrupt just a little too late to the engagement, but Starbound getting ready to maybe turn the corner here. Is looking for a play of information. Doesn't go through, but it's unfortunate. Actually caught out by just timing.
That was insane. I feel like YFP, they waited too long to get out onto the site there. I mean, they let them rotate. They let them take their positions and just play off of it. They dumped all their util onto the site, but didn't come out with it. Fly, they're looking good. They have that momentum. I'm going to keep talking about it because it's super important. This initial kill by Marceline was just so good. It looked so promising here. Everything was playing out. But unfortunately, no one was in a position to trade each other. Everyone was just a little bit off angled. And then the time and the hesitation just let all of Fly come out onto the site. And now Ev, they're one off of the ult orb. They're 7 out of 8 for that Nightmare. And all 5 players of YFP heading up to this enemy.
Ooh, so close too. Pretty much just one more to get a free takeaway off the start, but they got info. I'm surprised they're just constantly going for the A site. I guess it works the best for them. For the slight save round, already Dodo not making effort work, and Ev just taking everyone down the moment that they try to reach for that entry. And it's unfortunate. You do your absolute best to kind of elevate yourself onto the site. Already headshot left on Starbound, so they could have won that fight too. Ends up a 4-0 on the side of FlyQuest.
That was... Melia almost 180'd and got another kill, which is actually crazy. She got the dink on the other player. But again, 4-0, you're right. This is the first proper gun round for both these teams now. I'm not looking warm, looking to fight, and everything just seems to be falling in place. And again, this is YFP's map pick. So they really need to be starting this attack side a lot stronger and hopefully getting some of these rounds to sort of string together, because 4-0 is a little bit rough. And within a couple more rounds, FlyQuest will be running away with the half. So they need to step it up now. They need to get some sort of plan online. And I feel like right now their playstyle is just defaulting, getting a lot of information towards that mid and ending towards A. But this is the first round that we see a lot of B presence coming in from YFP. So maybe they're looking to end somewhere closer there, or at least do more towards that mid. But it's looking a little bit slow. Still slow. But again, Bomb going towards that B site.
A change in pace from the typical A site that we saw which I think is good. Not aiming for, you know, the same play that didn't work before. I think this one's going to be quite difficult, though, because there's so much util just waiting. Yeah. Already caught out. Still waiting for the entry to come in. Sonder finding some good contact, although not able to really keep that one down in the box. And YFP, they finally make way. They don't have a disadvantage. In fact, they have the advantage now, especially with Melia coming up around the back. For YFP, this is a very, very good day.
Yeah, that was a really, really good execute. I think that's one thing that we've sort of been missing is coming out with the util. I talked about this on their bonus round, actually, where YFP dumped all their util and weren't able to come out, but now they're actually using that breach to the full capability. Again, FlyQuest, they have 2 Sentis. They need to bait out a lot of FlyQuest util, bait out that wall, break the Cypher trips before fully committing to an execute. But once they do, they need to be able to use that breach to its full potential. We've seen Scary Shark be really good with their util and constantly perform. Back on the EG days, back on all the pug rosters that they've been on, they've always performed as this initiator. And so this is super important. And now FlyQuest. Sheriff on Sonder. I'm not 100% sure if they're on a full thrifty, but looking like they're playing a stack towards this B site.
Oh my gosh, they just stacked it. This is so nice. Like, one player. It takes one player to just run right into this. And it might be Elaborate. Elaborate has a play, though. No, information given away. Now Showstopper already settled. And that's nice. It didn't get majority, but at the same time, you still have one.
Standing ahead.
That was a really nice, quick little trap play off the Raised Rocket, but now all of FlyQuest, they've rotated off, and Starbound pushing way further than they should, and all these players have already rotated off, and Corrupt is gonna see all this information but get caught off guard. Ev with a pick onto Corrupt, but now the full sight for YFP on this B
30
side.
seconds left.
And that goes away. YFP, they did retaliate just a bit with pulling out the showstopper themselves. Doesn't work, though. This is nice. Paranoia. So many players there not playing together, taking the 1v1. And then you have 2 players left. YFP, player advantage. Yeah, and absolutely nothing you can do. That's brutal. Getting solo ulted. I would cry. Absolutely no way out of that.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, maybe, actually.
Dang, that was close. Dodonut always performing, always putting up numbers, and that was a little bit scary, but they had to use their winning condition that round. That, I mean, is a little bit expensive on the alt side for YFP, but FlyQuest, they did expend a lot. They did ruin a little bit of the economy of YFP getting it down to that 1v1, but it still just wasn't enough. They're able to get these sites. They've had success at B, and I feel like there needs to be some sort of read. As I say that, we see Starbound is fully set up on this B site, hoping not to overextend, but they're going to use this to do some sort of market split on this Omen. The stun coming in, Thea actually peeking out beyond the stun, getting the pick onto Marston, but Elaborate is quick to get the trade.
This is not going to be a good way to go. They need to push back. Actually, maybe not. Reinforcements did arrive in time, actually, in fact. And information's already still going down in mid. So Sonder does know that there is the possibility with that lurk coming through from Elaborate that it could go A.
That's so funny. The deadlock wall just being knifed to death because no amount of bullets can break that wall fast enough, unfortunately. And all of a sudden, YFP, they had some sort of game plan, but FlyQuest, they just had their read on it. Left in this 1v3, Scary Shark just trying to get that spike down, trying to do anything, any sort of damage as well to the economy. Just walking up. Ev holding this angle. Crouched, is going to be able to get the pick onto Scary Shark, and that is another round going the way of FlyQuest.
They got a jam-packed. FlyQuest, okay, they lost 2, but they did recollect in time. That's going to be a good thing. Honestly, keeping tally of all the rounds they lost and kind of just adapting to it, which not taking too many 1v1s. I am seeing a reoccurring theme, though, with YFP for that to be the case, right? Pushing themselves in maybe just a little bit too far, not playing with the util too, because you have a breach. I feel like take advantage of that just a little more.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. Like, being able to use the util to set Marceline up and being able to get those picks is super important, as well as the executes should technically be unholdable unless you just have a sentinel hiding somewhere on the site, but it's not looking like they're using that breach to the full potential. Sonder with this operator just holding this elbow angle could be a little bit scary, but the jump spot is going to catch that out.
Questioning if they saw, like, just a peek of Sonder. Maybe they did. Yeah, that's beautiful. Exactly what we wanted to see. Play with the util, gather info. Not a good repeat though from Sonder. If anything, maybe just keeping themselves tucked back in the corner because they're going to be watching that for a while.
Using those paint shells to re-clear elbow and push them back, but it wasn't enough. YFP is keeping this A elbow control. They don't care. They're holding this down. They're looking to end towards this A site. Cypher looking to break some of those trips, put some sort of pressure just to pull any of these rotations off. And there we go, the smoke going down. But YFP, they went too early on this other side. Marceline got picked off by this operator. Sonder sitting so far back, and there's nothing that's peeking them. No 1v1 is being taken. The spike is going to be planted, but this post wants to be so hard.
Yeah, they keep the run-up happening. Corrupt doesn't really have too much backup. This is going to be good, though. Utility-wise, seems like Paranoia already used, but that's going to be good. Cornering from YFP, still stuck to this 2v1. Elaborate might just be able to find the effort here. Of course, Diffusal, they are halfway point, and the 1v1 solo, but Ev has it.
That round was insane. A 4K from Ev. That was so back and forth for a second. FlyQuest, they looked like they had a really solid read, but YFP, they did a good job. They pushed up pretty far. They tried to take as much space because they were down numbers, but unfortunately it just didn't work out. A little bit lacking on the end. This pause is going to come in, rightfully so. I mean, 6-2 now. This is really, really hard. They need to win out these rounds to equalize. Getting a 6-6 half is ideal. When you have that breach, yes, you can set up trap plays on the defense side, but eventually you can get red unless you just have the correct gamble. So it's going to be a little bit hard. I was expecting a lot more confidence from YFP coming into this, a lot more aggressive executes, knowing that Marceline can be set up by flying past the breach stun and getting the flashes for that support, but I don't know. I was just expecting a lot more for YFP for these first few rounds.
I agree. I was kind of on the same wavelength. Like, YFP composition's looking great. The attack, honestly, some of the engagements that they made were awesome, right? Blast pack, quick blast pack in. There was a pop flash coming through to actually offset maybe the possibility of an op. I think they have the right approach, but you know, when that plan B has to take action, they don't have a plan B. It's like a deer in the headlight situation where it feels like everything just starts to crumble, and then they're taking these 1v1s, and then they don't know where to go, and they feel like it is a situation of just really just taking a breath, recollecting yourself, and then saying, I'm better, and I have it. Like, it's fine. We can do this. What util do we have? And let's work together as a team.
Back from that short pause, but it doesn't matter because they're on a thrifty. There's not that much they could do, and Sonder just absolutely shutting down Elaborate with that lurk almost immediately. The spike is down towards spawn. All four players of YFP are up in mid. They don't have the spike. All they're doing is trying to be annoying, trying to be a nuisance and get one of those peaks. Putting pressure towards this mid is a pretty good call, but it doesn't matter because they have to send one person back anyway. 4 players from FlyQuest ready for this mid hold. 2 players in this market looking for the split, and the other 2 just top mid holding. And Sonder with this op has been phenomenal on this defense side. Starbound, 2 kills to help Sonder trade that out. Market is on lock, and finally the spike is collected, but a little bit too late. Scary Shark left in a 1v5. This is not looking too hot, but again, that was just a thrifty for YFP.
This is like a mental game at this point for YFP. Going 7-2, like, is not fun, I think, for any team in general. It's such a far off balance too, especially when you're like in economic despair and you're kind of like, oh my gosh, I'm broke. Like, that's me in my daily life. Like, I'm basically walking around like I'm in Valorant with 0 economy. Like, this is crazy.
No, that I get that makes sense, but counter argument, not for your real life, unfortunately, but only for the game. Counter argument is FlyQuest, their comp is definitely more defense sided. So I think as a team, they're looking to get as many rounds as they can, and 7-2 is an appropriate scoreline for the double senti. That being said, I've seen them do a lot of work with these kind of off-meta comps when it comes to attack side 2, getting into that post-plant situation, using the deadlock wall to kind of deny any sort of retake has been really good. And again, setting up for this util for another market split, but it doesn't work because the door is already closed. Saunders already repositioned with this operator, and Marceline getting into market, but the op just shuts her down.
And I'm curious how that worked out, but it did. I mean, that was extremely good. Kind of waiting with the op, trying to take the play away. 3v3. And an ultimate, that gives away the locations of many. They might just be able to play down through smoke here. Beautiful. Lotus. Actually, Sunset. Sorry, looking good. Where did I go? In my brain. I'm back here.
You're still thinking about being broke, man. Damn.
Spike planted.
It really does. It really does take the brain cells away, I'm not gonna lie. But 2K coming through, FlyQuest slowly recollecting themselves.
Melia in this 1v2. The spike is planted for them, but this is going to be a little bit harder. Smoke just came online. Could be using some sort of one-way to deny. Starbound is really low, taking the peek, but it doesn't matter. Starbound with a beautiful 3K. The Cypher all just pushing Melia out of their hiding spot. That was a really good round from FlyQuest, a really good read. The Saunder op is doing work, Gompers.
We go on my mark.
They're taking the retakes like crazy. And like you said, it is like very defender sided. They have obviously like the double sentinel that they're kind of cooperating with here on both sides of site. And again, right approach, they're coming through from Marceline, but unfortunately it was just unfortunate timing of util there. So overall, they had the right idea, elaborate, able to gather information pretty early on, but nobody played together, and I feel like that's where it fell apart. Like, just kind of getting picked off one by one, isolated in these fights, and FlyQuest is so good at doing that with the util, at just picking these players off.
Yeah, and I feel like YFP are trying so hard to find success in this mid, but they're using their util a little bit earlier. They're walking up with their rays instead of satcheling, and no one is at tile is able to trade almost immediately. So it just feels a little bit kind of like broken up. And Marceline, their feet are going to be seen by Thea in this off angle in market. They're going to know that they're trying to do more mid stuff, but elaborate. What a shot on Ev, absolutely shutting down the Fade player on this team for FlyQuest, and Dota not trying to get some sort of trade here.
You can know where my feet are, but you can't win the fight. I think that's how the saying goes at this point. The fight was, in fact, won out this time, though, by Thea. So, kind of just regathering themselves as they go along. Paranoia's gone. Can't play with that, though. Mid-site, so many players just residing there, but it doesn't matter. 2 Sentinels still alive, and both sites very, very covered for.
Regrouping back to A. This is a good call. 4v4. Numbers are equalized. They know the raise is just a little bit low for FlyQuest, and using this paranoia to take as much space as they can. The full execute finally coming into wave. The shocks coming in, the op just catching the feet of the one-way. Again, this is what we've been talking about, not running up, not committing off of the util, just standing there holding, trying to catch any of these players in a wide swing. They need to be much more confident. They need to be a lot more fluid with the way this game is going.
They got 9-2, I think, too, like, even if FlyQuest do struggle with attack, they've gathered so much ground this round, and I think it's just going to continue because economy's not looking too good on the side of YFP, at least for the next round here. But they've gotten so much ground that it feels almost as though they're just playing for the rounds at this point to try to give themselves some leeway on the attacking side.
And this is YFP's map pick. Like, that is the part that is so hard for me to process. That's a lot of information from the fade out, though. They know the Omen has TP'd, going as a group. FlyQuest trying to find this Melia, and Melia is found via trading that out, and Ev holding it down at this A main, just taking the fights. I love this from them. Sonder with a judge and an ult to get a 2-piece, and it's just left to that cocoon to be unraveled.
Everybody was literally having a goodbye party. And that sucks. The last thing you see are the people who trapped you in that cocoon. And that's not going to feel good. So IFP, they have to take this round in. At least for this pistol round. Just to give themselves like something to play with here on the attack.
I feel like they have to win this. Like, they literally have to, or else the rounds are just going to snowball so fast. It's already 10 rounds for FlyQuest, and on this attack side, I mean, again, I've talked about this comp. I said when they get into these post plants, it's almost near impossible, but the Breach is really good with this retake. The Breach Sova combo, the Raze being able to fly off of that util, making sure they capitalize off of it. And right away, we see this heavy fight towards mid. YFP is not scared. They just showed us that they have the confidence. Marcin with the first blood.
Oh, and the Elaborate just gave away their location too. Yeah, so if you're walking back, it's like easy ground for you to just understand what you have to do. YFP, they've lost out on a couple, actually one player. So regardless, they're still on good grounds. Those Starbucks making such a star-studded play. They could have moved up a little bit more though. They could have fought for more.
Cage triggered.
Both players from FlyQuest running back towards that A site. YFP, 2 players are low. They do still have the Breach. I don't know how much util is left, but they can wait for the stun to recharge. Actually, it's already up. They also have a flash. That's going to be really, really good for their retake. But again, you talked about Starbound. Look at this play, staying in spawn, trying to catch off rotates, but no one is there. This means they're going to have a pretty good time to reposition. But that does mean Thea is left in this 1v3. This is so scary.
This is so scary. I think staying on site at this point would be best case scenario. Seeing as nobody's there yet, and they're going to hear it too. So many players already rotating up amongst themselves and just left on site. Thea, no backup. 8 seconds left until they do manage to get something coming through, but of course the right clicks are working, and Starbound is getting every single elimination coming down on the board. So that 11-2 is going to look so good.
I like that little chest bump at the end between Thea and Starbound. That was so cute. But yeah, no, again, Starbound being the person in this round to turn it. Obviously, Thea staying alive on site for as long as possible, but I talked about Starbound being able to reposition themselves, and it worked out flawlessly. That is so hard. I mean, they had numbers advantage. YFP, Marceline had a beautiful 3K. It was so good. We literally just missed it because it happened so quick. They got a pick with the pink kills. They got 2 kills, and it just didn't work out the end. And now a super fast execute for FlyQuest on the C site.
Oh, and this is good. Oh, I thought they were going to wall out everybody from leaving this hallway, because Sonder looked like they were pretty spot on with the play there. Oh my gosh, but it doesn't matter. The classic is too strong. A free gun, by the way. Just wanted to remind y'all, but...
My classic doesn't do that. What the heck?
No, for real. At this point, charge me money to play with the classic. I can't do this anymore. But it seems like Scary Shark can. They collect stingers here on the side of YFP, but it's not enough. The match point, 12-2, is coming down.
Okay, I swear this was gonna be a lot closer of a game. I swear, chat, we didn't lie to you. YFP, they looked so strong throughout this whole tournament, but I feel like right now FlyQuest, they're going off of that momentum that they had from that last semifinals match. They played so well. They played out of their minds. They brought it back in the end, regardless of losing that first map, and they're making it now the name of the game. And look at the scoreline. Ev, Starbound, and Sonder all performing absolutely insane. I mean, every one of their players doing their jobs, but this is insane to see, Gompers.
Oh, this is that was good approach, pretty aggressive. Just the intention of applying pressure, but Elaborate just way too good. at leaving, you know, Cypher trips there to make sure everybody is preoccupied. But of course, Util comes through, blinds left and right, and the abruptness of this round starts to look better for FlyQuest. They get Elaborate in hand. Now their Cypher's gone. The flank, though, might look good. Nobody knows, except Paint Show finally makes its way back, and the fight commences, but missing out on the shots here.
That Pain Shell giving away their spot. Marceline could have turned this round around, but unfortunately just whiffing a couple of those shots. Now Melia tapping the spike. It's down to 3v4. Scary Shark takes the aggressive peek and wins out, but the grab net kept them standing, and Melia left all of a sudden 1v3. All these players are low. It's doable. It's winnable. Tries to get one, but Thea with a beautiful shot to end the game. And 13-2. For FlyQuest, this is not at all what I expected for this scoreline.
I wasn't expecting this either. I mean, we pretty much hyped up both of these teams, saying like, you know, hey, there's no way. This is going to be the longest game we've had in history. 13 what? I'm sorry. Take me back right now. I don't know what I just read or what I just saw, but I think it might have just been the jitters, right? Like when you're going up against a team you highly respect, I feel like both sides definitely feel a bit of that discomfort. But I think they will come back in the next one. I believe in the YFP supremacy. So
yeah, I feel like they're definitely gonna take what they got from that game and be like, hey guys, we really need to fix what the hell just happened here. And it could just be like FlyQuest, you know, their first game was a warm-up game, and going into the second map, they finally got warm. They finally won out. But speaking of second map, we will be seeing Bind next. But we're going to do that after a short little break, so stick around to see what happens on the second map.
Welcome back to the NRG Neon Dream Invitational. We just saw map number 1, and the casters were apologizing for how much we hyped it up. And I have to ask, Gompers, what made FlyQuest Red so dominant on that sunset?
I'd say for FlyQuest Red, I really love the double Sentinel sort of composition they had going on. I think the deadlock was so valuable on the A site, and I think it provided so much site hold. Like, you couldn't see them get onto A. They tried 4 times. And after that, they were like 4 times in a row in the beginning. And after that, they were like, okay, let's go B. B site. There's another Sentinel. You see the Cypher. And you're kind of like, oh my gosh, what can I do? Let's go mid. Mid, not working. You still have so much going on there. The Omen working with the paranoia there coming through from Thea. And then you're like, well, what do I do? And at that point, they just started going with brute force. And even then, like, you just could not win the aim.
So a lot of Sentinel locked down, and I was sitting here 1000% believing that the YFPX was going to warm up, right? They were gonna get the flow of things. They got 2 rounds, but after those 2 rounds, Athena, there was nothing else that really seemed able to be done by them. So we're just gonna say GG go next. You know, they needed 1 map, that's okay, no worries. We still have 2 more, but the next one being Bind, that's the one that we're gonna go see. The one caveat to this, Athena, is the fact that this is a FlyQuest Red map choice.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit rough for YFP if they don't get out of this sort of rut that they're in. I feel like as a team, they're struggling to find the momentum of smoothness, of how fluid they want to be with how they're playing. They're getting a lot of really good reads, they're getting a lot of really good playstyle, but the issue is they're not following through. And I think the biggest thing with that is their confidence. So my advice for YFP going into this bind is, again, you guys, yes, you guys are the puggier team, but also mechanically equally as talented as FlyQuest. This is definitely doable. Bind is one of those maps where the person who gets the most frags wins. I know I can say that for every map, yap, but also genuinely on Bind, you can use the raise to not only get an entry pick, you can also use the util to deny sight. Get those extra space that you need, be able to push forward in all of the post plants, be able to take extra space and extra information. And I feel like Bind is one of those maps where you're really able to walk forward, push forward, and take the space you need. And YFP, previously, they've been really good at being proactive. They've been really good at adapting on the fly, but it's just not working on that sunset map. So they just need to reset. Go next, GG go next, exactly like you said, but they have to have that confidence going into it.
So you are an ex-player, Athena. You've been in this position where it's like, okay, my back is against a wall. I either clutch us out, take us to map 3, and we also know that YFP is more of a puggy team. So what team composition would you like to see them bring out to Bind?
Oh my god, I would love a double duelist, but I think that's copium. I would love a double duelist. I would love to see a race Jet just going crazy. I mean, we've seen Marceline perform and frag out before, and I would love to see, you know, even Nora throw it back on that Jet, go crazy. But it's gonna be a little bit harder. They just need to fix the biggest issue, which was being able to fight off of that util. So if they do have a Sky or some sort of info initiator like Fade or Gecko, they just need to make it a lot more smooth with their executes. So honestly, any comp can go fine as long as they can just set up their duelist properly.
Gompers, give me a prediction. What are we feeling here? What's gonna happen?
I'm feeling a FlyQuest game. I think after their performance, it was looking pretty rough. I would say, like, I don't know if it's just the day or whatnot, or the composition. The composition was great, worked out great. I think their synergy today is just insane. And I think for FlyQuest, they're going on Bind, a map they played like so many times against a team that has yet to play it in a tournament setting. So I mean, 4-1, 80% win percentage in the last, what, like 3 months? They've 13-4, 13-0'd everyone. So I think this is like a good map for them.
Athena, are you also on that same wavelength, or Are we inserting some copium?
I was gonna say some Copian. I really think YFP is an underdog. However, I feel based on FlyQuest and how they've been playing, and the fact that we haven't seen YFP play Bind yet on this whole event, it makes me just go towards that FlyQuest. So I feel like I am also siding a little bit towards FlyQuest, even though I usually go with underdogs. I'm going with FlyQuest on this one. They just look so solid. Exactly what Confer said, but that is what it is.
All right, I'm gonna have to be the copium for the chat. It's okay. I will be there and say, you know what? They warmed up. They had to take a little reset after that big break, but now they're ready to go. Casters, take it away.
Awesome. Let's get into it. We're finally in the second map coming through. Is it the last, or is there going to be more? Let's see how this goes. FlyQuest Red versus YFP X. And this is going to be fun, Athena. I think this is going to be super fun, especially since I'm seeing a Chamber, a Yoru. What's going on there?
Yeah, I think the Chamber, oh man, I was excited for the Chamber. I just did what you did. I got baited so hard. But I love seeing the Yoru and the Chamber in general on Bind, because I feel like you have those super fast rotations, especially on that defense side, able to help the rest of your team out. But unfortunately, we're only going to see the Yoru. But the Yoru has been pretty good. The whole time throughout this tournament, we've seen a lot of Yorus being used strategically in a way to support the team. Not only just to entry, but to get the rotations, to use the flash to initiate, and to get a lot of information with the ult. So that Yoru, I think, yeah, once it's locked in, is going to be pretty good to watch. But FlyQuest, I mean, their comp is pretty interesting too.
I'd agree, actually. The FlyQuest comp of kind of throwing, kind of used to Thea playing on that controller, but more so throwing like that double controller comp with the Gecko adding into the mix, and the Sky being that chosen initiator. So I'm definitely seeing, you know, now that we've switched sides over to the attack, they're going for more of that attackers-based sort of composition, and also having a little bit more of that defensive side on there. Because I do like the double controller. I think that's going to add a lot of value to getting themselves onto sites, and into allowing, you know, this duelist to flourish, this Dodo not to get onto the site and feel that sort of comfort. So for me, they love going based on the side that they're, I guess more so not even just on the side that they're picking, but more so the comforts that they kind of lie in. So I'm excited. They pick Bind for a reason. They love Bind. I love Bind. I love Valorant. So let's get into it.
Yo, me too. Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, I feel like just in general too, FlyQuest, they do have a lot more util specifically to work with, because they do also have the Astra Stars. They have the flashes both on Gecko and Sky. So it is going to enable them to get a little bit more information compared to the Yoru. And it is able to get them a lot more delay on their post plants with the Mollies, with the annoying Astra Stars on the Spike being able to delay for so long on their post plants. Overall, makes sense for a team like FlyQuest. And right off the bat, getting so much information from this short, the dog going all the way up short A.
Yeah, and they keep the continuation going, dude, but already off the bat, right? Getting picked off first thing, that's not going to be a good addition to the round that you played before, the mental. So if they can pick this back up, it'll be good, right? Pain Shell still left alive. Do you have Boombot as well? Yeah, to kind of bring into the mix here. They did close them off just a bit. Melia with Paranoia readily available to utilize as well. And there it goes. YFP slowly on the outcome. And on the outskirts as well. But it's Marceline.
One enemy remaining.
And now Thea as well against the world. But there it goes. 3K down. And Marceline there to finally bring the lead on the board for YFP.
Yo, we're so back, YFP.
Yeah.
We're so back. We won pistol. It's all good. But yeah, looking a lot better. I feel like just in that round, we've seen YFP work together more cohesively as a team, and it just looked amazing. Marceline already with 3 kills on the board, doing a phenomenal job at delaying for so long and catching FlyQuest out. No one was holding for the spike being planted. No one was ready for that push through the smoke, and they completely abused that issue. And now, Thrifty coming in from FlyQuest, but never count out these sheriffs. As I say that though, pretty sure 4 of them had classics. Just a heavy showers fight for YFP.
Oh, this is so good though. FlyQuest You can see the approach going up to it. They're super, super aggressive, but using the util to try to entrap some of these players to keep a weapon in their arsenal, but it's not going to work that way, right? The weapon disadvantage really does lead you astray. And of course, you're left with Starbound that wasn't there in the first place, right? Trying to gather information on the opposite site, maybe see if they could get this rotation in. Yeah, not going to work.
We're seeing a lot of the dry swings from YFP working out in their favor, so confidence, the name of the game, hopefully it has come back. But now, this is a bonus round for YFP. So far, they've looked to take a lot of those extremity controls. They've taken that long B control, they've taken that showers control. So I'm wondering if they're going to try to set up some sort of plan here towards that short A to try to get something different. The Outlaw doing work for Melia on this A site. But FlyQuest, they're looking to just start a little bit slower, having that default towards long B just to make sure there is no crazy stack, no crazy push, and the fake Yoru clone going through that TP.
Toxin screen down.
Ooh. Good counter to the slow play that we do see FlyQuest putting into. And this is new. This is very different from, you know, the quick, fast approach that we got to see just a little bit of on Sunset. Now they are moving back, though. The A site looking very, very attractive, but we're ready, right? For YFP, again, they're back, so they're ready to rumble.
Regardless of losing that player short, they heard the Yoru TP, and Marceline able to get a pick onto Thea, and Corrupt trying to keep U-Haul control with this Omen. All these players are already up on site. Ev trying to take as much space as possible, but getting up close and personal against a Classic is not the best idea. Dodo and Sonder just pushing past through to backside. Marceline left in this 2v1. They've done it before, but Dodo Nut just coming out on top with a nice pick to end the round. 2-1, but they lost 3 guns. That's going to be a bit expensive.
That's a huge expense coming through for YFP, but they could regather. They could regain, of course, a Guardian in the hands of Thea, but we've seen Thea slay on the Guardian, so I do believe it could go well, though the op is what kind of worries me. Actually, sorry, on the opposite side, Economy is still looking fine. I just trolled. I trolled everyone. It's okay.
You got me.
I got you.
Look at this. 2 players fighting for the shower control. The fast molly from Thea, the double molly control to try to take that showers away, but they still aren't able to fully get as much space. So much util being used here, and the fight going the way of YFP. They use that Yoru flash for a beautiful play, but the crunch from behind the site. All these players from FlyQuest getting the trade onto the showers, and 3v3 in this post-round scenario. Still not getting Spike down, though.
Well, but that's the time. Okay, Spike. For FlyQuest right now, just keeping it. Oh, but this is so dangerous. They're splitting themselves up. There's no trade potential. They're just taking the isolation 1v1s. I think right here the best plan is play together. Play the fight. Play the Spike. But maybe the play will work out. No, Thea can't even seem to get a trade off. There's nothing you can do, and of course having some of the util still stuck on it. Luckily enough, maybe putting some pressure and applying that, but Elaborate knows where one player is, and now they're calculating that the next might be in showers, especially now with information just arriving. So down to this 2v2 situation. Melia managing to make a play, but you're in a good position. Maybe stall for time. Stall for time is the way to go, and it goes that way indeed. Thea making a very star-studded play.
That was insane. I was so scared for a second because Thea used their star a little bit early, only because they were getting pressured. And the first tap, the star was used, but it doesn't matter because Ev, with that dog from showers, delayed for long enough, and getting that pick on the short player too for Thea was super important. Melia did some work with the operator, but you don't want that in a clutch scenario. It is so hard to be able to come back from that. But anyway, we now have the Cosmic Divide from Thea. We also have the Showstopper on that Donut FlyQuest. They could be looking to make this round super explosive. But Corrupt just wide swinging through a hookah, and Starbound punishing Marceline for the short push.
And it wasn't enough for Fly, though they do get one. They still have no sight. I think B is looking good because there's not a lot of util kind of residing there, and now the back off, so the retake is going to have to occur.
trying to regain that hookah space with this dog. Ev is gonna clear that up. That is so much information for FlyQuest, but it just depends on if they feel confident enough to fully end here. They'll be coming out of one singular choke point, and Corrupt looking to fight this, almost catching Sonder off guard, but the flash is here to save the day. Thea with the spam onto Corrupt, and all of a sudden, Thea with another kill. The TP trying to support the play, but Melia's left on this B side, trying to get some sort of plant, trying to get some sort of gun down to improve this economy, but no one is watching the smoke, but it doesn't matter. Dodonut getting the pick onto Melia, and now Elaborate left in this 1v5, just trying to get some sort of economy damage.
Voice heard away, okay, but Elaborate's putting in some of the work there. Either way, FlyQuest, they take it back in 3s. And that's just how it goes. I believe it was, I'm not even sure if it was 3 in a row. Yeah, 3 in a row. 3 rounds in a row, of which they just kind of took over. So, yeah, disregarding the pistol round, not really caring about, you know, what economy was looking like back then. They're on a high right now. They own mansions. They're good.
They live in Beverly Hills, man. They're chilling. But I feel like right now, FlyQuest is just doing such a good job at defaulting, getting the information, using their util to fully pressure and clear angles, and they're actually capitalizing off of it. That being said though, YFP, they've done a good job at fighting extremities. Nice to see that. The showstopper misses, unfortunately, but Marceline answers back with a showstopper of their own. Sonder trying to get the pick onto Marceline, and Corrupt left in this shower side, TPing off that A side, and Melia left in U-Haul with this operator to try to defend.
Defense working ever so slightly. Already taken out 2 of their players, and those 2 had ultimates. So really the win conditions of the round for FlyQuest, which are going to go down. Huge shot already coming through from Scary Shark. But the paranoia doesn't work out on terms of FlyQuest. They still fight hard.
Player standing.
That they will do, though. Left up to 1 player. Finally, the fight back for YFP. They're not looking to give this away. Without a fight, but I think 1v2 here, especially now with the rotation over towards B, this is going to be a lot easier for Dodonut.
Trying to get some sort of spike down. The camera is spotting Dodonut, but both these players are going to be going the same way. They're going to stay grouped in this 1v2 scenario, but do they know that Dodonut is going to be in this hookah control as well? This pick is going to be super important, and now Dodo in this 1v1, all of a sudden, she has no idea where Corrupt is, but this player is just creeping up into hookah. They're gonna have to make noise if they want to drop. They have util, and Dodo spots it out, just playing backside, using those pin shells. Corrupt trying so hard, but Dodo clutching in a 1v3. That was crazy.
Probably the best way to end off the round. Honestly, the best way to make your opponents fear you and be like, yo, hold on, we really do have to watch out for this player. And of course, I mean, the duelist coming in, able to just take a fraction of everybody's lives on the side of YFP and clutch up the round is absolutely insane. And this is the best part about having a teammate you can fully trust. It's to put on that duelist role, to frag outright, to go 8-3 is insane. And now 3 ultimates on the board. They could pretty much just run away with this round. Of course, though, a save, so they might just save, you know, that for a pretty important day.
Yep, getting that first pick. They know that there is a Marshall. They know that they're going to be on a little bit of low buy, and I love the confidence to just kind of wide swing and keep the shorty. Is it going to get cleared out, though? Oh, it is. Sorry, Bucky, but it doesn't matter because Ev, Melia, Elaborate here for trades. Melia getting 2 on the side. Dodo trading out, but it doesn't matter because it's a 2v1 all of a sudden. Starbound left in this hookah. They have ult, but they've been spotted. Marceline sees Starbound standing in that hookah, and it's gonna be a little bit rough. I was just about to commend FlyQuest and say they're doing a good job at being aggressive and not being scared on the eco, but now this Thrifty looking really scary all of a sudden for FlyQuest.
Oh, that's so scary. They just used their paranoia. They had the smoke holding. They didn't really have any necessary use for that. So now it's just bare bones coming through on the site. If Starbound can take this one over, it's simply because of the lack of util here. I think they might have it though, because there is no trade potential. Still slowly working themselves inside the smoke. Starbound so set up for a 1v1. and Melia's gonna take it away. It doesn't matter. No paranoia needed. The thrifty from YFP, and the fact that they were even able to just put FlyQuest Red in such a position on the thrifty round is insane.
Yeah, that is wild. I thought this kill here was... I thought Corrupt wasn't going to get spotted, but then the second the trade came in, I thought for sure it was good. But the issue was they all came out of this tiny choke point, and they didn't use enough util to come out, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter, because look at this. 5 ultimates online for this round. They know that it's a gun round. They can do something speedy, and it looks like they're going to contact up to this hookah, getting the first pick. 2 picks for FlyQuest, and the follow-up with Donut to pop that showstopper. Completely blind, can't get out, but it doesn't matter because a kill onto Corrupt that's hiding under this hookah. Now all of a sudden the site completely free. They used 2 of those ults and a 5v2 post plant for FlyQuest.
They ran away. Honestly, that was a crazy round. That was like a, man, we messed up. I didn't curse. I didn't say
Find
that. I know, right? Wait, hold on. Please, Umbro. Don't do that. We messed up. You know what? I'm gonna stop talking.
Just slowly losing it for this BO3 while we're watching Marceline get a pick on Dorada. Dude, okay, I agree with you though. That round was absolutely crazy. They just got the first 2 kills and they're just like, okay, go.
Yeah.
And then they just zoomed. They followed up. They used their ults. They used their util. Dodo just full satchelating, even though they were completely blind. Doesn't matter because they used the second satchel to get out onto that site. It was really well played by FlyQuest. And again, those first 2 picks were really, really beneficial to turn that round around.
They had everything set in front of them there for FlyQuest, man, and YFP. I mean, they're not going down without a fight regardless. Okay, you have one round where, you know, the entry is spectacular. You managed to get yourself on the site, but we're going to fight back. I see, you know, duelist sentinel play going down on A, actually double duelist. So it may not be the jet raise that you wanted, but it's still a Yoru in a race, so it works.
Yeah, they actually heard me. I don't know if you know this, but I'm their coach.
Yo,
No, but oh my god, the Viper Pit being put down into U-Haul, but Elaborate getting the pick onto Sonder. Thea unable to cross just yet. The Astra caught off guard, using that Cosmic Divide to split the site in half, and Starbound trying to use that Viper Pit to get into spawn. But Melia, they are holding this outside of CT. That Cypher ult is gonna show everyone what the strat was. Marceline picking off Starbound, and immediately all the pressure they had towards U-Haul is just kind of gone. YFP still holding this backside. The TP is coming in, but they don't know that Sky is holding this hookah. They need to be careful in clearing this out. And the trade not coming in. Scary Shark with 2 beautiful picks, and Ev finally getting that kill, but left in a 1v4. This is not ideal, and Elaborate just finishing off that round to bring YFP back up 4-5. Now this is the YFP that I was looking for.
They are back. You said it at the beginning. And the double duelist is working. Honestly, on a defensive side, that's a little scary, I think. Especially with the firepower that they're putting into, honestly, just seeking out these early engagements. I think it's great. Like, they really are kind of abusing the composition they have. For FlyQuest, it's quite difficult. They're not going on the same wavelength that they were before.
Toxins going up.
FlyQuest using 2 ults that round, but still not being able to come out of it. Little bit scary for them as well. Scary Shark playing this crossfire with Melia and this full showers control. We've seen YFP be really successful at holding the showers. It makes sense that they're playing to their strengths, but so many fights happening, so much util happening. Dodo with the nades getting a pick, and Ev getting the pick onto Melia and FlyQuest. All of a sudden they have this long lead, but Corrupt still on site, putting this Yoru to work.
Time to jump.
This is exactly what I was talking about this Yoru just being so well played all around this tournament.
That's such a disrespect. Oh my gosh. So many players down. And then a pop flash to kind of add on to the pain. Shouldn't have happened. That's insane. Just doing so good on the side of YFP in using their util for these engagements. Now look at that. Corrupt is like, hey, I got you. no worries about it. And what can you do about it? Marceline now wallbang coming through, and that's good, right? Ultimate coming through. I think there the Yoru util was spot on.
Elaborate, definitely the MVP of this round, doing such a good job at delaying, fighting, getting those picks, and getting info literally all around. Every single thing that they could have done to get this round under their belt was done. And again, this was looking a little bit scary. FlyQuest, they had an inkling, they had a feeling that YFP was playing towards that Long B area. They used a lot of their util to clear it out, and there was so much util that I couldn't even see what was going on, and I'm trying to be a spectator, man. Like, I'm not even in the game, and I couldn't see. But it just worked out so well for YFP in the end.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I thought that would have worked out, actually, and maybe baiting out some sort of play coming through, but no. It's still left up to B side. 2 pieces of util kind of waiting around here to try to stop this push. YFP, they've had enough of FlyQuest.
This Thrifty playing it super slow for Fly, trying to get some sort of pick. Starbound sitting at the short A, trying to get another pick with the timing, but the Raze Roomba is going to catch them off guard. And now stuck in this TP, we have a Cypher in the hookah holding, waiting. Elaborate is ready. Corrupt is ready. And now 3 of these players towards Long B still, looking to TP. Look at Thea. They have full showers control. They can TP at any moment. And they wouldn't be too worried about trying to get out on site. But U-Haul is completely taken over by the Raze.
Oh my. Melly is in such a good spot here. Honestly, paranoia alongside all this pressure already coming through from the Seekers that we just saw would have been huge to play that one. Everyone blinded. Everyone stunned at that point. Nobody knows what they're doing. But either way, a nice flank coming through from Elaborate and YFP. They are running everyone down.
Also, I just want to point out, I was hyping up Elaborate for the Yoru play. I am so sorry. It is corrupt. My brain is tiny. I saw a 0 and my brain automatically assumed it was Elaborate. But yes, again, all these players now, all of a sudden, YFP, they're in the lead. They're taking this one away. They've got the momentum on this defensive side. Yes, their comp is a little bit more defensive sided, but it still is a big deal. Melia, they have enough for an operator. Again, we've seen them do work. We've seen them hold it down towards that showers, and it's looking like they're gonna eat a creep towards that. This is going to be a little bit rough. FlyQuest, they need to equalize here because their comp, it should technically be made for this attack side.
Looking good. This is the last round for these players as well, for those of you to keep in mind. At least the end of this half. So if FlyQuest don't run away with it, they give YFP a pretty tremendous lead, which YFP have been fighting for so long. For the fight, honestly, going back over to FlyQuest. Seems like the energy is back. YFP, they're having trouble trying to regain some exposure here. They do have an ultimate that really, honestly, what could it attest for? Maybe creating a distraction along the backside to let that entry go in melee, and now ready for the paranoia. And here it comes. Pop flash out, but so much util just dropped. And this is beautiful. They can't entry. And the timing of that was insane.
5v2 FlyQuest. They're looking to get this round. They're looking to solidify. The Thrash being used. Melia is going to get caught off guard. And now this round going the way of FlyQuest. 6-6. This is exactly what I expected in this grand finals. Both teams to be neck and neck. And both teams proving exactly what they are here to play for now. For this defense side for FlyQuest, their comp, we talked a lot about these comps, and I feel like for FlyQuest, they're gonna have to be setting up a lot of these trap plays. The Gecko, the Astra Suck, the Raise Nades, and the Sky, all of these things have so much util that would optimize kind of their defense side and be able to have those quick and fast protocols, which we've seen them be really, really good on. But on the other hand, YFP, their Yoru, their Raise, the double duelist kind of goes crazy on Vine, to be honest.
It's so good. and they're playing with it so well too. I love how, you know, you do see the follow through now coming through from the attack of the double duelist comp. I think it's a little risky though because, you know, nobody's really there to kind of lead the way for the pack. I think probably just playing more so off Corrupt's flash there to lead outside of Showers, but a little bit more than that. YFP struggling with that 2-player disadvantage. Just be able to bring it back though. Here it goes. YFP though missing on a majority of the shots, and it's up to Melia to bring it back, and it won't happen that way. The pistol round looking good on the side of FlyQuest, and they've only lost 2 players this whole entire time.
Really good Showers fight at the beginning. Unfortunately for Elaborate, the Cypher Cam does not actually go inside of this U-Haul, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to clear left with nothing. And Sonder with a beautiful 4K. Again, that trap play towards Showers looking pretty good. They're really good at fighting it with all that util that they have. And I feel like FlyQuest, they're going to have a lot of success at fighting the extremities unless the Yoru and the Sky combo does something pretty significant to push them off.
Might just be it. To kind of, honestly, this is exactly what FlyQuest needed to push themselves in this round. Because it was looking like a YFP comeback, and it might just still be. Of course, yes, they did win the pistol. You know, they do get that 2 round advantage, but they are buying just a little bit, which worries me for FlyQuest. I mean, for YFP, because playing more so for that extra round. Unless Sonder goes down, then that might be very, very good for YFP here.
A lot of noise towards this long beam. Ev just holding with that stinger, letting Starbound do their thing. The Marshal or the Outlaw, sorry, getting that pick. And now the regroup from YFP towards that Showers. They have Corrupt just sitting there waiting. They have a lot of that space, but the TP is going to give away a lot of that noise. Thea and Sonder, they're playing towards the short. They're ready to turn around. Thea has the exit. And they have so much util, including a smoke, but the smoke is actually going to completely block their vision.
Oh, and it's huge off of the side of FlyQuest. Dude, so many players already taken down in a matter of seconds, and you're left with a 2-round advantage going through from FlyQuest. So yeah, they're running off that high, and they still have a Vandal left inside of their arsenal, which is going to be super dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, Starbound on the Outlaw goes kind of crazy, honestly. I'm not even excited about the Vandal. I think based on the shots that we're seeing from Starbound, that is definitely something I'm looking forward to. Shout out Zovi. They were really talking about Starbound's Vandal, or sorry, Outlaw earlier in the past couple of games, and now we're trying to see it shine. That being said, what's interesting is neither of these teams have been super successful at getting the orb every single round and being able to farm it. Not even on the defense side. So I'm looking to both these teams to kind of start trying to farm their orbs, trying to get their ults online, because as soon as they get their ults, it feels like both these teams have been a lot more proactive. And now the tap on the orb, baiting the trap play from FlyQuest, really well played by YFP, but Corrupt just took so much damage, and Marceline just stuck in this corner, but they don't know.
Oh, they heard that. They heard Gecko try, or Sonder try to get some sort of ability back. Now they do back off, but nobody's pushing site yet. They're actually waiting and listening into the info here. They know that somebody has gotten an orb over towards A. They're feeling a little bit worrisome about that in terms of the ultimate points, so this is a good call. I think information-wise, this is like the best call that YFP could have made, moving over towards B.
Slowly grouping up, but Dodonut with a judge is gonna be somewhat of a nuisance, not able to find any pre-firing, a little bit too quick, but Ev with the stinger is the bigger problem towards long, getting Corrupt, but Marceline being able to trade that out, getting low and tagged in the progress. And now Scary Shark, beautiful shot onto Sonder, but the TPs are completely active. All these players have rotated off the A site. It is completely free, but Scary Shark knows that Thea still has to cross, and Thea is stuck delaying that rotate for so long, and all of a sudden left. Melia, they're facing Starbound in this heaven. They don't know it yet, but both players so low. Oh, sorry, Melia is not low, but Starbound is so low.
Oh, saw them before. How does that work? That's insane. Just kind of waiting on the outskirts. But now it is a little bit more probable when you're sitting on the defense. There's Scary Shark giving away the information as to where they are. Flashbang Not coming out just yet, but still. Possibility there, yep. Dodo not making sure the numbers are low. Now the smokes come out and it could happen. Just waiting, watching. Pain shell there. It's closed them out, but the Dodo is still wanting to go in for the knife shot.
Marceline lives with just a slither away from that spike explosion, and Dodo tried so hard to delay and to get any of those exit frags before they left, but it doesn't matter. I mean, FlyQuest, it looked pretty promising. That is a really, really good bonus for them. Only 2 guns left in their hands, and now they have these 2 Vandals. They're forced on the YFP side to get the half armor, and Corrupt looking to get some sort of Guardian or at least a Vandal, but selling a lot of their util. Doesn't matter though, because they're playing a lot towards this long B. Sonder, I talked about getting the orbs, and now they have the Thrash. This is what I was expecting from both these teams. The orb being farmed, a lot of noise towards long B, and it looks like to retaliate, Sonder is rotating off of A. They just assumed that it was going to be a fake.
Using the Trailblazer to etch their way in just a little bit, maybe see what they can do. Her up towards B. They gathered some info that maybe some players are here on the attack. They're looking to knock on the door. Is that going to happen though? Maybe not. They do back themselves off on YFP. They're looking a little bit more towards the A side.
The full rotate coming in, but look at this, FlyQuest, they've already taken all this space up short A. Sonder, they're gonna see that TP, they're gonna know that there's someone coming back here, clearing this corner, but not actually full clearing it. Scary Shark getting the pick, the Yoru TP being absolutely wild. I'm guessing they assumed Sonder was left alone, and they tried to crunch back onto that Gecko, but YFP, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place because all 3 players are already on site, and the other Sky is rotating right here. They might have U-Haul control, but they still don't have sight. They're fighting off the short. Dodo absolutely denying it from heaven. Melia left in U-Haul in this 1v4. Fake TP to sell something, but they're so low. The nades just barely passing by. Everyone's coming in. Ev, Guardian to finish off the round. 9-7 for FlyQuest, and they're looking really good, golfers.
They keep rolling with the punches. I think FlyQuest, they're so good at, you know, in dire moments like these where they are starting to feel a bit of the pressure come through from YFP. They're starting to understand like the playstyle that this team really wants to go for, especially with this double duelist comp and Marceline just owning on the race. I think they are genuinely just getting really good at adapting to the repetitiveness of the plays here. YFP though going for something a little bit different, actually moving over towards the Yoru, soloing some information or some noise over towards Showers. Theo with a good shot though.
Denying short control with the spam through the smoke, but it doesn't matter because the Gecko is going to get so much more information that there's 2 players already up this short A, getting that spike down. They're looking to play this retake pretty slow. 5 players, all 5 of them are here, are ready to go. Spike isn't even down yet, and Dodonut has already gotten a kill. YFP, they either need to TP or back off Starbound. The spam through the smoke, spamming through the box, almost getting it, but Thea Corrupt is dead because of that. Dodo looking to push over into U-Haul. Melia again left in this U-Haul position, getting spammed through smoke, and oh my god, that round was insane. FlyQuest, they didn't even budge, didn't even lose a player on that execute.
They ran with that. 10-7 already, and the energy, it feels so tense for YFP. Getting closer and closer to the taste of victory. And they can feel it. They can see it on the scoreboard. But it's unfortunate because it's just such a big bring back from FlyQuest Red. And they're forcing, you know, YFP into such an uncomfortable position where now they have to do their absolute best using all of these ults to really solidify this round.
Yeah, it's definitely their win condition. Like, they need to be able to convert in order to get the momentum back. And Elaborate starting this round off with a bang. Sonder trying to be a little bit too aggressive, walking up towards that short A, but it doesn't matter because now all that info is gone. The cabbages are going to be popped. They're going to know that there's these 2 players towards this B side, but it doesn't matter because Starbound just peeking, getting 1. Elaborate on the other side of the map, getting 3, and just like that, FlyQuest completely wiped. Ev with a flash, trying to get an opening, gets 2 kills before going down, and that was a really big switch up from YFP, just running it down and getting all these picks. And honestly, they only used one of their ults.
They have that jam-packed YFP. They didn't care. They used the ults, and they knew that this was kind of like that reset moment. Of course, yes, they don't have ults for every single round. They're not going to be able to use it every single time. But it's a moment to really just recollect yourself, right? To see that point go on the board and be like, you know what? Okay, let's regain, see what we do wrong, see what's our easiest option, easiest strat that we can do, and kind of go from there. But it does seem like aggressive take up towards long. You're trying to bait out some sort of isolated fight here.
Another long default for YFP. They know it's been working for them, and it works again. But as I say that, Sonder with a beautiful trade onto Corrupt, and now 4v4 almost immediately. Two players at A just haven't budged. They know that there's normally some sort of lurk, but no one is being spotted yet. And finally, the rotation coming in. This might be a really good timing for the Cypher to get out, and the TPs are officially coming in. They hear at least one of them because the rotations are coming back in. That dog is going to scout all sight, and they're going to know that front showers is clear.
If they can get past anybody else. Oh, the sneakiness of this is so beautiful. But Marceline clears up the B site. Very, very nice and easy. Two players now trying to make their way over towards B, and it is Dodonut that manages to do that raise 1v1. So in a good position right now for FlyQuest. They don't know the flank is necessarily coming, but they could still win out the 1v1s if YFP has anything to say about it, though. Maybe they don't. The plant that ends it all with YFP slowly making their way back.
That round from YFP was absolutely phenomenal. Not only did they TP, fake the TP, and then fake the Omen ult to go back towards that B site, they forced FlyQuest to constantly be rotating, constantly be questioning where that spike is going to plant and where YFP is trying to land. They were not afraid to just let their lurkers lurk. And a big shout out to Elaborate. We saw them get that pick, get that opening, take as much space, and actually punish FlyQuest for all of those rotations. But now going into it, FlyQuest, they still have 3 ults on the board. YFP still with 2 aggressive ones. They're gonna pop the Yoru ult. They're gonna try to get that information towards showers. And Marceline's actually gonna get that first blood onto Dodo.
That's good. You take out a very, very strong contender, honestly, on the side of FlyQuest. So they could work with this. This is huge. The question is, where could they work with it? In fact, the reinforcement starting to make its way, and now everybody on FlyQuest just looking to hold the site. I think they're getting too ahead of themselves, though. They're not playing the way they used to, where it was teamwork. At this point, it's starting to look a little bit more individual.
Looking a little rough indeed. Like, a lot of their aggressive plays just have been individual, exactly as you said. They're not really setting each other up. That being said, they're still keeping their trap plays. It's just a matter of YFP is not falling for them. And Saunders stuck behind this trip. They're going to know that someone is flanking here. Unfortunately, tapping it just before shooting it. But Starbound already out on this site, and the Cosmic Divide is going to split the site in half.
Oh, Viper's Pit coming in at a perfect time. This might make it for FlyQuest, but I like the paint shot. YFP. They could bring this back. Okay, the wall goes down. Now that gives away to some information. They know where Starbound is. They know where the ult can go. And it's a 10-10. Slowly bringing themselves back here.
YFP playing with confidence. I'm surprised we don't see a pause coming in from FlyQuest. I feel like they need to talk about it. Maybe next round when they actually have the guns, because now that's 3 rounds in a row for YFP, and all they've been doing is being aggressive and getting that first pick. They've got it towards that long, they've got it towards short A, and they got it towards showers. So it's just a matter of how they're getting those kills and being able to deny that. And so I think a big reason of why FlyQuest is losing a lot of those first deaths is because of what you mentioned. A lot of the plays are a little bit more individualistic, and these players are just kind of walking out trying to get picks. But instead, we see a setup with the Gecko in the sky towards this long B. 2 flash initiators ready to fight Corrupt. Getting a pick onto Dodo almost immediately, but Thea with the trade so quick. And now, Sonder TPing, getting that gun, dropping it towards Thea. And all 3 players of YFP on that B side are zooming up towards this B execute.
I think they've seen this angle before, though, so many times. Oh, they don't clear it again. Marceline caught in a position where they actually got a previous kill before. But the whiff is not something you want to see, especially in a round this important, right? You might lose out,
I know exactly where.
especially with the big aggressive buy round that majority of these players actually invested into. So you can already tell, not going the way that was intended.
It's okay, Av. We've all been there. Don't worry about it. Like, we didn't see it. We didn't observe it. It's fine. Spike going down for YFP, and what looked so promising for FlyQuest all of a sudden got turned around, but it doesn't matter. This is their thrifty. They need to put some sort of wrench in this economy. I know that YFP is going to be able to buy no matter what, but it doesn't matter. FlyQuest just trying to get their picks, taking this site pretty quickly. Thea starting off, clearing all their angles, but elaborate on top, and Melia getting the final kill onto that Thea. And YFP, they were so behind, and now 11-10 all of a sudden.
Just good crime scene etiquette.
I mean, they're back into it. FlyQuest slowly letting themselves go. I feel like also a majority of it is like Elaborate really stepping up the game here in terms of what the Cypher has to offer. I think this is a good time for a timeout. I feel like it could have been used before, though, like way before. There was so many moments where FlyQuest kind of just started letting go of the rounds, and then you know, there should have been like an optimal pickup moment where they didn't let YFP gain the lead, because now YFP is so set.
Yeah, I feel like they're just going to be talking about a lot of the mistakes that they've been making and adapt a little bit towards how they're fighting that long B, because I feel like that's been their biggest weakness. Allowing the Yoru to just sort of run up long B and get the pick has been their like weakness towards the extremities. It happened at long B, it's happened at showers. It just feels like they're not properly fighting with the util they have, which is completely not like the FlyQuest that we normally see. Normally they are the polished team that has all those util ready. They know when to peek. They know exactly why they're flashing and the timing of these little protocols that they have. But it just feels like they're a little frazzled by what YFP is doing. And we're going to see just a standard setup from both of these teams. But YFP, I mean, they have to keep it up. I don't know if I like this operator on Yoru, though. I just saw that. I don't know if I like that on attack, man.
The op on Yoru, I kind of dig it. I think
Watching here.
it has potential. What they really are like hoping for, though, is something like this, where somebody peeks the angle, is looking to just kind of end things up quick, which it absolutely does not happen. I think best bet here was honestly just not to buy it all for FlyQuest. I think a huge save to play into. Maybe the next round would have been ideal, seeing as they don't really have much to work with here.
Really good adaptation from YFP. I doubted the op once again, and I was proved wrong. But now, clear out this corner. Sonder just slightly being seen corrupt. Denying everything from FlyQuest this round. Thea fighting, getting the pick onto the operator, but not before Corrupt already got 2 of those entry kills. And now the spike being planted on that A site. Thea trying to live and be on their own, delay as much as possible, but 2 players are coming in to crunch. One from A short, one from that cave all the way in spawn, and Thea not looking too good. Melia dropping that down, and now a retake 2v4. This is going to be really rough for Fly.
Yeah, 2 players, not a lot of firepower behind that, but they do manage to save the Vandals, in which they will 100% need moving forward into the next round. I think this is like the big turning point, though, for YFP to kind of bring themselves maybe to another map for the grand final. So they're giving themselves a chance to keep themselves in the game and maybe win that grand prize. So kudos to YFP for the mental game they're being put through, and the fact that they can just keep themselves feeling very optimistic about the result.
Match point.
Yeah, and this economy for FlyQuest is going to be a little bit messed up. Yes, they can buy, but they have 2 half shields, and they're not going to have as much util. I'm pretty sure someone had to sell something somewhere. They still have these 3 ults, though. They really need to use these to turn the tides, because right now, they need to get it to 12 rounds. They need to bring it to overtime. They need to be that confident. They need to be able to use that Skyle to get the Skyle to get the information that they need when they're expecting that kind of mid-round, because right now, not only are they losing the initial picks, they're also getting caught off the mid-round. And as I say that, Marceline again with another initial pick, but it doesn't matter because the instant trade, the protocol coming in, trade after trade after trade, the operator picking off one, but Dodo had to expend their ult in order to get the other. And now holding that hookah from sight, Starbound getting the wall, getting the molly out, but they don't know that Scary Shark is already in hookah. They've been spotted, but 2 players ready to hold. And Thea so far in spawn, using the star to kind of support, but they still don't have any information towards that A site. They have completely given it up and just gambled towards that B.
All they need to do is chill. Like, oh man, but so many players are just left over on B. There's nothing to kind of keep to it. I'm wondering if Thea has actually any util to kind of put in their pockets here too to use for A. I think retake here, 3-player retake is definitely good, but it's going to be so challenging on a site like A. They could have put a little bit more attention towards it, maybe stop the push from happening, but either way, the push comes along. Amelia looking for the plant.
This is going to be a pretty hard retake for YFP. They do have those paint shells. They also have a star under their belt, so potentially it could be good, but the noise, they're making so much noise while on this retake. They know that all 3 players are together. Corrupt trying to fight this 1v3, getting taken so much health off, but it doesn't matter because they stay alive. And now all these players have to do is just delay clearing this U-Haul. They're running short on time for FlyQuest. They need to get on the site. The delay is so good, not clearing the corners. Melia, Corrupt, and Melia to end the map. And now 1-1 in this grand finals. This is exactly what we were talking about going into it, that this is how we see YFP play, and they did phenomenal, Gompers.
I don't even think they were expecting that. I don't think they knew how to play against the Yoru. There were times where they felt dumbfounded by the strats that YFP had kind of put together, and I think that's great. They took back a map that wasn't theirs, and it's the vice versa that we like to see in this whole entire tournament, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like we had such high expectations from both of these teams, and after that first map, first of all, Cute Noob was the only one who was on YFP's side, so like, hey, our bad man, like, you got us, like. But yeah, no, YFP, we thought that they were, after that first map, going to be struggling. I knew that they were a puggy team. I knew that Bind is one of those maps that they can pug, which is why I was surprised that FlyQuest picked it. But again, there was no information on YFP on this Bind, so they really surprised us and pulled out all the stops just to get this to a map 3.
And a map 3 we will go, which I'm super, super excited for you guys who are watching. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Neon Dream.
And the plot thickens here at the NRG Neon Dream Invitational, presented to you by the Army Guard. It just, guys, when I said that YFPX was going to win, I believed 1000% with my soul. I wanted to be like a definite W key to the win, but it was not that. It was really a scrappy fight, Gompers. It was up, down, left, right. Anyone could have taken this home.
I truly believe that. I think anyone definitely could have taken this home. FlyQuest, they were so close to kind of closing this one out, and I think maybe like there were just hiccups left and right, and then the timeout coming a little bit too late, and then it felt like even then, like there were moments where, you know, there could have been a little bit more of a proactive play that could have happened to keep situations like these from happening. There weren't really early situations going on where I felt like, you know, on the defense they were moving forward to kind of stop these attacking plays to happen from a double duelist comp. So definitely a lot more I feel like we could have seen. Overall, YFP, they slayed on this map.
And there's a specific player, Athena, that you wanted to highlight, and it came with the agent Yoru.
Yeah, Yoru, the one that I keep talking smack about and being proved wrong. Yeah, Yoru, that guy. No, but Yoru, Corrupt played this character really, really well. This agent was super, super good. I really feel like one of the biggest momentum turners for YFP on the defense side was when Corrupt managed to get a 3K just holding it down on site, and then being able to get all that information, being able to deny so much and fight showers and fight extremities with their util. It was super impressive. Not only that, but they also got 5 first bloods. Like, not only were they getting the initial picks for their team, but they were also delaying and playing for so long. And I really wanted to shout out to Corrupt. Even faking their rotations was super, super well played.
And I'm kind of surprised because we're in a setting where YFPX got their map stolen from under them, and then FlyQuest ended up losing their map choice as well. So now we're going into the decider map, which is Haven. How do you feel about us going into Haven, Gompers?
I am excited for Haven. I think off of what we've seen so far from both of these teams, we've seen that the defense, sometimes it is a little bit lackluster. I think on Bind it was really good for YFP because they got to play a little bit more with, you know, just the aim game that both of those duelists like to play the most off the side of YFP. I like Haven because I feel like now we're going to get to see a little bit more of that attacker side come into fruition for honestly FlyQuest and YFP. I think both sides definitely have a very, very strong take on the executions they like to put forward.
And Athena, how close do you think that Bind and Haven go hand in hand? And is there going to be a map that's going to maybe potentially favor the scrappiness of YFP?
I mean, I actually feel like Bind is definitely one of those more puggy maps, and going into Haven, it's a little bit more strategic. You have to be able to capitalize off of util. You have to be able to pressure both points. But speaking of YFP, they did that really, really well on their attack side on Bind, and I feel like they just need to fix a little bit of their small mistakes in order to make it really work. And same thing for FlyQuest. They lost out towards the end of those rounds because of small mistakes. So I feel like both these teams have a really good chance at coming out on top on Haven, just because the map in itself has been out for so long, has been in rotation for so long. Even though it was removed, it came back and still strong as ever. All these teams have been playing really, really well.
I am stressed, but also really excited. Stressed because I don't even have a favorite team, and I'm sure you guys don't either, but it's like, I just want them to have fun, but also give us a really, really competitive match. Do you think that's going to be the case, Gompers?
I think it's going to be, man, hyper competitive. I think we're, I don't even know. Like, this is it, right? This is the third map. This is the longest we could have gone in a best of 3 grand final series. Like, everyone's on their A game, and I think even one single mistake can drag you down, especially like in terms of the stakes. The stakes are so high. Like, if I were in a game like this and you know, I was playing for a grand finals, one round would feel like 5 hours worth of effort to me.
Yeah, and I also just want to touch upon that too, is stakes are so high and YFP let Haven go through, which makes me wonder if they're trying to play FlyQuest on that comp that we've seen all day, all event long. Their comp with Phoenix and what was it? Phoenix and what? I don't even remember, but there was a Phoenix in there and the comp was so crazy and it actually worked out in their favor. And so I feel like letting that go through is kind of wild, and I feel like YFP, they've watched FlyQuest play it and they've been like, hey, we know how to counter this, we're okay with letting this go through, so it's definitely going to be a super close combat game.
It definitely is. This is the last mile to this marathon. FlyQuest Red and YFP have taken it the distance. Who will be the champion of the Neon Dream Invitational? Casters, take it away.
In it to win it. Who is it going to be? And my belief, the Dodo Nut Phoenix? Is that where we're going right now?
They're going to be playing that comp over and over and over again. Apparently throughout this whole tournament they've played this comp, and honestly they have 100% win rate, specifically with the Phoenix, Astra, Gecko, Fade, and KJ comp, which at first I did not really like it, but what I saw, Gompers, was they had a lot of these mini protocols that were just so fundamentally good and so fundamentally polished that there was nothing that you could do to kind of counter it. Stuff like using the Cosmic Divide to go break the KJ ult, and doing a lot of these small little initiations that worked out for them was really, really good. And their stronger side was actually the attack. So I'm really excited to see this go through. But for YFP, I mean, we've seen their meta comp do some work within this tournament as well.
I'd agree. I think this is good though too, because the problem that FlyQuest were having previously before with the composition that YFP were kind of throwing at them was, you know, super aggressive. It was pretty hard to do anything about it. I think here with, double initiator actually coming through too, for an attacker's sided advantage, I feel they definitely have in their pockets, especially with Dodo now bringing out the Phoenix. You're going to have the opportunity of the ultimates coming through pretty quickly, actually, to give yourselves like a quote-unquote sixth player to gain that entry.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting. I feel like YFP, they must have something under their belts to kind of come into this, because again, they just watched FlyQuest play Haven in the BO3 right before they played this one, so maybe they have some sort of strat, maybe they're ready to adapt. They were really good at adapting that last map on Bind, and they were able to kind of push that agenda forward. And I feel like going into it for this YFP, for their defense side, it's a little bit harder for them to fight unless they're planning on doing a lot of these smaller trap plays with the breach, using the util to kind of fight, and hopefully not following through with how they played on Sunset, where they were a little bit hesitant to kind of peek off the breach util. So this time, going into Haven, maybe they can kind of bring it back. But again, right into this pistol round, Starbound setting up this KG turret and looking like a default for this attack side.
Revealing area.
Could make that recon dart work with some effort. So with that being said, Sonder just wants to kind of lay inside of the cubicle there and see if they can find anybody else to push out to the extremities.
Looking like a garage crunch, and this is going to be really scary for Elaborate. I mean, they're sitting here close contact, but 3 of these players are going to be funneling in through a small choke point. But the contact play, Dodo Nut manages to get that pick, and now speeding up right into that C split. And it doesn't matter because there's no players left on site. But Starbound staying towards this garage, trying to keep control. Melia might be getting caught off guard a little bit, but everyone else is setting up for this beautiful retake onto the C site.
Smoke down, placed it in a nice position, but it doesn't seem like anything is really going to work at this point. FlyQuest, they are managing to take out everybody else here on this pistol round, and is it going to continue to work? There goes another, and yep, YFP are all down with a team ace going through from FlyQuest.
I feel like I blinked and that retake just happened. Like, I have no clue what happened, and then all of a sudden everyone was dead. But really well played. They set themselves up for success by just leaving a couple players towards that garage area and playing on that site. And again, FlyQuest, they've had a lot of success on their attack side with this comp. They've gone, what is it, like 5-0 in this tournament on Haven. So that's why, again, like, it's really wild that YFP would let this go through. But yeah, they're going to be looking super strong and now just trying to play this round. They like to play together a lot on their force. It's looking like they're just going to stay grouped and not be too worried about the Thrifty on the other side.
They could do this. This might actually be pretty good in terms of retake. I think the 3-player flank is kind of quirky, but I like it. Definitely could hit the right audience, but of course it might be unfortunate here, especially with the alarm bot now making its way, information given out towards mid, so they know a possibility of a flank is there.
But do they know it's 3 players waiting? Probably not. Starbound holding this with a Guardian. We've seen them do work. A lot of util being set up from the A-Link side to kind of put pressure and pretend. But now, YFP, they're playing for exits here. They're actually trying to get some of these guns down before FlyQuest is able to escape. So much fighting is about to go down. Starbound and Ev getting picks. Melia finally getting a trade onto Ev, getting that gun down, and Melia trying to get another one, but Sonder capitalizing off of that, and both these players dying to the spike, making sure that their economy is reset, and now a bonus coming in for YFP, or FlyQuest, sorry.
2 and out, and a huge possibility for more. I'm seeing some possibility for maybe some ultimates to come on the board here for this team. I think both sides are definitely looking to kind of find a good way in to taking this round. FlyQuest went more than ever, and it might be good though, because Dodo Nut coming through could collect the sword. Maybe for Ev, actually, this might be a great thing to do. Yeah, 1 pick and it's over, especially with that thrash.
I love the aggression from both teams. The Gecko gonna be able to get a flash and see that Omen is falling outside. Starbound actually lurking into the garage, getting a really good pick onto Scary Shark. That should not have been that open, but unfortunately with the falling of that Cypher, they didn't have any more traps to hold this, and a lot of holes throughout the map. And now, just like that, 3 players left alive on YFP. They have these 3 Vandals. They're looking to get some sort of pick to kind of capitalize off that and potentially retake. But it's looking a little bit scary. Marceline gets a pick for Theo with an instant trade. Another gun going down, and now Melia left alone. This is going to be so bad for their economy.
They could have had it. It could have been so good. And FlyQuest, it didn't really take too much. Didn't take Vandals. It didn't take any of the sword. Honestly, all it took was teamwork and great positioning to lead themselves over on the opposing site. But we've seen this before. We've seen the 0-3. We've seen this team just take away from the pistol round and make YFP feel uncomfortable. And that's what's worrying, right? Is they fought so hard to take that last game, and now they're back in a position where they're struggling.
Yeah, like I'm a little bit worried because their sunset started out in a very similar fashion, where there were players not able to capitalize off that util, where it felt very individualistic, where a lot of these players were just hesitating and unfortunately losing those first bloods to a player like Dodonat. And now this is kind of unfortunately becoming the reality. Dodonat, another first pick. This Phoenix doing wonders for them, and Marceline left alone on this A site. The super fast rotate is coming in, but not before the flash is out. And again, this util from Dodonat being absolutely phenomenal. Definitely one of the best duelists to be using their util in this way in the whole tournament.
Looking upwards. Let's see if I can find somebody out in window, but for Melia right now, Paranoia is available. Seems like everybody's just kind of waiting on the outskirts though for FlyQuest to make a move, but that just gives another free round over to this team. Although somewhat of a save for YFP that they really, really did need.
Yeah, just trying to see if they can get any exits on their way out. Peeking a little bit too aggressively, actually dropping Melia, and now all these players looking to save their guns, looking to save their Vandals, not trying to drop anyone else, and getting a flawless round. Sonder trying to block is pretty funny, and Scary Shark and Elaborate dying so they can reset their economy. They don't need those Guardians. They can buy Vandals now. And it's going to be the first official gun round of this map. 4-0. 2 ults online for FlyQuest though.
This might be it. This is the time to really bring it back. Marceline though on the C site. And nobody's really directed there for FlyQuest. Actually, if anything, just more so putting the attention towards mid, which I think is going to be interesting with Scary Shark and, you know, and the Omen trying to make their way here.
3 players from FlyQuest looking to be a little bit more aggressive towards this mid site. The orb going out onto that site. These players, they're running back, pushing through that A-link. We've seen this before previously. They love to push aggressively on their post plants and running through that smoke. Unfortunately, not going to do anything for Elaborate. Now Marceline left 1v4 with this operator. It is insane how fast this round has gone. They literally just walked up towards mid, used a fade eye. Oh my god, I cannot even speak. Used a fade eye and just completely took down the site. They only lost 1 player, and that is insane. Again, these are some of the little protocols I was talking to you about. Dodonut popping that out, pushing through towards that A-link, getting a lot of that pressure and clearing the site at the same time. It's just really well played by FlyQuest and a lot of polished stuff coming into it.
The op doesn't go away from Marceline though. Still is going to hold on to this, which is exactly what Marceline needs to keep on to this. Maybe even pick some of the players off in the process. Yeah, but everybody goes down. Even though they didn't necessarily win this round, they still do keep the op.
Yeah, I think that op is going to be pretty good for them. They're going to be looking to do something somewhat aggressive to equalize the numbers or capitalize on those numbers. Because YFP, they've kind of been struggling to get that first blood that normally they've been so good at. Last map, I mean, I talked about Corrupt getting those 5 first bloods. We've seen also Elaborate also getting a lot of those picks, even just on this Cypher, getting those rotate picks. So YFP, they're struggling to get that initial pick. They are on the defensive side, and they have a lot of that util to delay and to fight sites, and they're still struggling against this comp.
The struggle is starting to become a little bit more real too. Like, I mean, at what point does the op start to become effective? Is it when you know, maybe pick the right site to be on? But even then, it's by chance. And I feel like here, you know, they need to be a little bit more proactive with the information they're gathering early on. I think they have so much good information to really utilize as well. Maybe keep the Cypher on a site by themselves, preferably the C site. You know, have the Sova gather early info outside of A. And then from there, you kind of work along those lines.
Yeah, and I feel like being proactive is going to be the name of the game here. They have that operator. They need to be able to get some sort of solid line. And it's looking like they're going to set Marceline up towards that base site, peeking towards that long. Going to be breaking the fade eye for them and just letting them post. They have the breach as well, ready to fight just in case. But what they don't know is all of FlyQuest is towards the C site already.
Oh, try to make themselves find a way, but it seems like here everything's working out nicely down towards the back of site. FlyQuest are literally just not giving anything away. YFP, they fought long and hard, but they just get taken down, and then it's again the scenario of the op just being left in this moment.
Marceline, they got a 3K last round trying to save it. Maybe they can get another one this round, trying to walk up, trying to find any sliver of hope. They do see the little barrel coming out of that default box, but it isn't enough. Getting the pick onto Starbound though. Beautiful trade. The get from Molly being a little bit of a nuisance. Marceline fighting for their lives and forcing to save that gun. And yeah, the operator being saved. Really good again. Just unfortunately, bad stack. They gambled towards that A site. They gambled towards the A line. And unfortunately, FlyQuest, they read them like a book. And I mean, dude, Gompers, what are you supposed to do when a Phoenix just runs up and flashes through smoke like that and everyone on site is blind? Like, it's almost impossible to hold the site or at least to have any sort of counter util to deny that, because Dodonut literally just held W.
I think, yeah, Dodona honestly is the cause of the chaos. And I think with Phoenix, you definitely feel a little bit more comfortable in just running it down. W key, especially on the Phoenix, because I feel like the main objective there is really, you have 6 ticks going down for your ultimate. Like, you just need 6 orbs and you're pretty much good. And I think at this point there's trying to take advantage of that, right? With the first bloods and then getting eliminated early, maybe trying to round up the orbs early on, which I think might kind of be the cause of play here. But the attacker's side leaving Corrupt by themselves and seeing if they can isolate this.
Forcing to stay on site, Marceline Corrupt holding it down, actually getting the wingman to deny the plant, and Melia getting an operator kill from that CT side. All of a sudden, FlyQuest plans, they've been shut down. They were not able to push, and Elaborate actually getting the pick onto Ev that was looking at the player, making so much noise in the smoke, and Starbound 1v4. Here's the drone, but there's nothing that they can do. And FlyQuest, they tried to go fast once again, but this time they weren't ready. I like the call to stay on site there. Marceline, you saw them coming in as a jet, telling the Sova to stay on site, and everyone decided to actually flood together. And I feel like that is one of YFP's strengths, is when they decide to just fully play together, flood together, make all these split decisions together, they make it fluid. The only time that they struggle is when they hesitate or when they have the long gamble stack. And now FlyQuest looking to go towards A again. They're refusing to give this up and just put a lot of pressure towards this side.
Right here. Scanning ahead.
Showing up to it. Can they find a way? Maybe something else that they can do. It's gonna be hard though, especially now with lockdown kind of ticked up. No, Scary Shark though in good positioning to try to fight something back, but this is the moment to make a change, and the change is made, but FlyQuest are the ones who are going to make it. The B site absolutely free for anybody to contest.
What a really good set of util, the tether, and the ult coming in. Sonder, though, being denied, but it doesn't matter, because look at this. It's a fake. Thea was left towards that A at the beginning of the round when they did that A pressure, and they're going to take all of this site. They're going to see the dart. They're not going to break it. They're just going to run away from it. But look, there's still a Cypher cam up here, too, and nobody has been able to see it and break it. Unfortunately, Corrupt killing Ev, the only person with their ult left alive other than this lockdown. The lockdown being completely destroyed, and Starbound left alone. The spray coming in, and Melia finalizing that. It's okay, we didn't see that spray. It was fine. No, don't worry about it.
We don't have to.
No, I didn't. Did you see anything?
No, I didn't. My eyes were
I was
closed,
yawning.
to be
Like,
honest.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, timeout though. Starting out. This is a good moment. They lose one. They're trying to reel themselves back in, which is absolutely beautiful. Marceline picking out on a good start too with the op. I think that's exactly what we've been waiting for with like the engagement, the importance of the op as well. I feel like was losing itself. So finally good to kind of reel that back in for YFP, so they feel comfortable using it in the first place.
Yeah, and I feel like they've really sped up with their retakes now, instead of just waiting and kind of holding back and making sure that they have everyone ready to rotate. They've just been flooding, and I feel like now the only way for FlyQuest to counter that is to either bait a lot of the util at the beginning of the post plant, don't even plant the spike, just tap it and see what happens, or they have to push past through that backside, through almost towards their spawn, just to make sure that they don't have enough space to set up for the retake, because these floods have been insane. They need to deny. They have the Gecko Molly, they have the tethers. I know that round they used it. They also have the hot hands on Phoenix to deny them just running out like that. Yeah, but it's just not working. They even have the Astra Star. I mean, realistically, this should work for FlyQuest on paper to deny a lot of that, but this round, maybe they're looking to do something more with that Thrash on the Gecko.
The Thrash could be of use. I think it's gonna, honestly, yeah, kind of just waiting for the possibility of a retake scenario. I think they're kind of well aware of Marceline just sitting on the C site looking for excess amounts of picks, which is exactly what they're gonna do. I have to fight for something else. Nice usage to maybe try to catch out some of the util there, but Ev checking on the site, checking on the outskirts, and they leave it on so they can use it again, and that's gonna be good. The Thrash still readily available, and the op now down. That's so aggressive. YFP slowly making themselves and their way back, but it's not enough. You lose out a majority of the players here.
Again, look at how fast these YFE players are here and ready to play. Marceline getting that initial pick onto C and was still able to go back all the way towards that A site and come out during that post plant. I feel like YFE, they finally found their groove. Yes, FlyQuest is ahead by 3 rounds, but they understand that they need to have those fast rotations on lock. FlyQuest, they've just been full committing almost every single time that they see the Astra, and so this is a really good read. And again, that operator, you talked about it, I talked about it, it's finally being put online. And I think Dodona, unfortunately, that flash went a little bit backwards. It's actually funny to see on the free cam there, but that is okay. Now they have the run it down ready for the Phoenix. Another life. Marceline going for this pick once again, but not being able to find anyone there.
Yeah, no picks covered just yet for either side. I can see, I mean, semi-aggressive going up for Dodo Nut, but the ultimate ready. I'm surprised they haven't even used it to like just do something aggressive. They're guaranteed at least 1 or 2 picks with that ult if everybody moves in, and I think that's the most valuable thing. All they need is sight, maybe play for the post plant, take the free 2. But util already used, and they didn't do anything off it.
Yeah, they knew that Marceline was pushed up long still, and they didn't even try to pressure them off, which I think is just so weird. And now, ending where this Cypher is, they are caught on the eye. They know that someone is back site. But Fade, the only one out on site alone, but it doesn't matter. Sandra getting the initial pick onto Elaborate, and this flood is going to get shut down because Corrupt is also gone. Phoenix lurking towards this garage, but gets dropped by Melia. And now 3 players in this post plant on site using a lot of their util to deny this breach. Sandra with the op holding it down towards CT, and Breach stuck in heaven with their flash.
Seven seconds left until that stun comes through. Seems like Scary Shark is kind of just chilling along the back. I thought they were going to wait for it just a little bit, maybe try and see if they could execute off 1 pick. Yeah, nothing's happening. More so stopping the players as they try to leave the building to kind of keep away from Melia, which I think Melia, yeah, in good position here. Nothing else to do.
I genuinely thought Melia was going to get more than 1. It looked like it. They were lining up, but I mean, yeah, pretty good. They still have a lot of economy. It's okay that they lost that round for YFP, but now 7-3, this scoreline's getting a little bit scary. You definitely want to have a couple more rounds, at least getting it to the 5 rounds. They need to win these last 2 to equalize on Haven, but they're 2 off of a breach orb too. I mean, they haven't been fighting that aggressively for this A orb or for anything. So YFP, I mean, I feel like they're lacking just a little bit. They could be doing a lot more, being more proactive other than Marceline. And as soon as I say that, Sandra just spams them through the smoke for trying to push.
Running away. FlyQuest with a mission to just end things off as fast as possible. Not only that, but they're looking for ticks to kind of put on the board for their ultimates. And I think they're almost there for majority. I mean, you can see the Astra has it. The Fade is almost there. Gecko slowly on the way. So very solidified for the next round. And the possibility of winning this one, I mean, here it goes. Maybe. Have to see. So much util just waiting.
They're ending towards the Cypher side, but it doesn't matter because the amount of util that just came out, making it impossible to hold it down. The Gecko flash and a lot of the follow-up is just really good for FlyQuest here. Sonder getting 3 kills this round, doing a really phenomenal job, just running it down towards the A side, getting those picks, and then coming back towards C, getting another one. Just doing really good. We've seen them consistently perform over this series, over the last series as well, but I feel like that round just goes to show how strong of a player Sonder is. And now Scary Shark just left, trying to save this Vandal. Not much they can do. They could still buy next round, but again, they needed to get the scoreline just a little bit closer so that they can have a really good attack side getting into it.
Yeah, with that save coming along. Ultimate left on the Scary Shark to maybe bring it back, but they need a pick to do it.
Spend it all.
And they need a lot of hope here for this last round. I think
Who needs a buy?
regardless of whether or not they win this last round, 9-3, it's not a terrible way to end things off. Either way, I mean, the position they're in is not ideal. I think they're holding themselves very, very well, though. They're so close in many moments. Like, it's not like it's a big extent to where they're not holding it down. Did I just see 2 ops? Am I crazy?
The double off was crazy. Marceline just being allowed to push down mid again, getting this initial first blood. That is actually crazy that they got away with it. But the immediate follow-up with one of those ops that you did see, Starbound just holding down towards that A site now.
Looking to live. Looking to back off with the op. Honestly, nobody wants to chase that, and I think Starbound knows that because attacking off is a little insane, especially on a Killjoy now withstanding. But possibility to move in towards C may be there, though. B site especially preoccupied, so everybody's still watching on YFP. I think this might be good.
The slow mid-round for FlyQuest. They're not trying to run into any of these issues. They want to make it a 9-3. It looks like they're moving up towards this front B, but Melia getting the pick onto Dodonut, just walking into that crosshair now. They're not able to come out just yet. The wingman being tapped, ult coming in. A lot of this util being dropped by Gecko, the flash, the molly, the eye. So much information, but it doesn't matter because he can't even make it out of the choke point. Scary Shark and Melia just shutting down all of that, regardless of not being able to see or hear any of these players coming out.
But now the half ends off, and it's not 9-3. Instead, they actually did hold themselves a little bit. Marceline's so good at, you know, that first initial entry of getting themselves that first engagement, which works out tremendously. But again, this is the grand finals, right? This is the last map, so there aren't any room for mistakes. And an 8-4 is looking very dire in the hands of YFP. Can they bring it back? Can they do the same thing they did again on Bind? Is it going to be risky? And I believe it will be, but you know, for a pistol round like this one, Melia kind of investing a little bit maybe into the paranoia, which could work out here.
Yeah, maybe they started out with a bang. It's looking like they're gonna wait. We've seen this tether Gecko Molly combo happen a lot from FlyQuest, but the stun is gonna be the perfect counter to all this A aggression. Marceline beautifully peeking off of that breach stun, getting a pick onto Sonder, and now these players have fallen back to this A site. But YFP, they're not going too fast just yet. They're just holding, trying to see if FlyQuest make any of these mistakes, pushing up too far, re-aggressing, trying to capitalize off those numbers, but looks like nothing else. I think Elaborate just heard those players fall off of mid, and the call is going to be made to just sit while Elaborate sees what's going on.
I mean, a good call from here, because B starting to get emptier by the second. Well, FlyQuest, they struggle on the defense a little bit on the pistol rounds to concur. So YFP always made. Oh, that sucks. Everyone's like, yo, what?
Oh no.
30 seconds left.
That's so not good, and now it's looking like the execute is gonna go underway. The paranoia just slightly missing. I don't know where that went. F getting the initial pick, but Scary Shark getting 2, and Melia with another one. Starbound left in this 1v4. The execute, the util was too much to stay on site, and a beautiful flick from Starbound trying to get another one on Elaborate on this flank position. Doesn't manage to connect, and Elaborate getting the final pick on Starbound. Again, these rounds super close, and it feels like the only reason why that might not have worked was because Scary Shark accidentally just tapped their classic.
Pistol round given away to FlyQuest, but they gotta work for more, right? I mean, my apologies, YFPX. But they do have to, you know, keep that continuation working for more. It's interesting to see, you know, kind of like the dedication here going over towards C for FlyQuest, but I believe we've seen thrifty rounds kind of work out in that endeavor. So maybe for the A site, you know, trying to push these players back to go over towards C with that layer, or seeming like nothing really is happening now.
Oh yeah, the GC Sheriff, the GC Thrifty goes crazy. I feel like it's known amongst all the lands that the GC is just so successful at getting a lot of these Thrifties. And FlyQuest, they're just gonna stick to their guns. They're gonna sit on the site of C. They're not gonna rotate way too quick. There's not that much information being gotten by YFP just yet. Sonder is gonna be alone on that A site just spotting, so it's gonna be a pretty quick rotate once they do see that there's players over here. They don't actually spot Sonder, but the eye is coming in. No player able to break it in time, but it only spots one. Luckily, that's not enough to warrant for a rotate. Sonder walking away. They're gonna be gamble stacking the wrong site, and YFP just fully committing to that hit. The smoke's coming out, using their util. They don't want to risk anyone being on site, and they know that the site is clear. It's all free for them. Spike is going to be able to go down.
The retake's going to be difficult. They haven't had, you know, any Phoenix ultimates or ultimates in general that they've been able to use. Sheriffs and classics left in the hands of FlyQuest. Not much to really work off of. Seeing if they can maybe pick about with the Cypher. They know the cam is there. They've heard it. They know maybe in close quarters, but maybe not. So stuck down to this 5v5 and a dream.
This is cute. Oh, the eye not quite making it out of window, but all 5 players on FlyQuest are just sitting here. Are they going to be able to get any of these exits? Wow. They managed to get 2. But that is just not enough to put that big of a damp on the YFP economy. They're still going to be able to full buy this round. And FlyQuest, they have a lot of money too. And it's looking like it's going to be a full gun run. I lied. They still have the Outlaw. They still have the Guardian on the side of YFP. So it is going to be a little bit of bonus. They still have enough money to buy next round, even if they lose. But this is a gun round for FlyQuest. They still only have a Bulldog too. And it's looking like they're going to opt to fight towards that A main presence here.
I think that might be the smartest idea though, because for FlyQuest, you know, kind of getting shut down so early on in every other site, but the A site somewhat passive in an odd way. So yeah, with util already making its way, the Astra does a good job at keeping the A extremity under locks, but it's Marceline with the first pick.
Put down.
The getting a trade, but Elaborate is there to immediately shut that down. 2 players spotted in this garden outside of garage, and they know that Elaborate is still stuck in here. The drone gonna catch a lot more of that information. Elaborate, good for another. Sonder getting dropped, and now all of a sudden this postman looking insane. YFP, they're on a very slow incline back into this game. That's 3 rounds in a row now that they're winning on this attack side, and most of it is because Marceline is just able to get past the defenses, able to get one of those main picks even on the pistol, and it's just looking really, really good for YFP. This is looking a little bit like their comeback on Bind Gompers.
I agree. This is where FlyQuest really did start to choke as well last time too, when, you know, they did see YFP start to bring it back up. And I think it's interesting. Like, they were so close to getting the dub the last game, and now they're close to getting the dub again, but they just can't seem to finish it off. And the question is why? The ultimates are there. They have a Phoenix that's very capable of doing some early engagements, or maybe even then just work as a team to really bring this you know, this victory up into fruition, because I think that's exactly what FlyQuest are doing, right? Playing the trade potential, keeping themselves very, very well intact, and the buddy system, and honestly just winning out on their 1v1s as well.
Yeah, and I feel like YFP is doing a really good job at finding where the weak point is and actually getting through to that. And they've done a really good job at adapting as well, reading how the other team is playing. And I feel like part of that partially might be due to the fact that they just watched FlyQuest play this map literally only a couple hours ago. So they had a better understanding. But at the end of the day, YFP, they're still playing really, really well. The flick, that was a little bit scary, but Elaborate managing to pick off Sonder, but Donut has walked all the way down mid with Thea. The trades coming in, Thea going crazy, trying to get another one, but Scary Shark pushing through towards that mid. Marceline with the final kill, and again, FlyQuest, they're trying to do something new, trying to do something with that Thrifty just so that they can get to this gun round. And now they're hoping to bring it back, able to get the 9th point for either of these teams, which is important for FlyQuest, because if they don't win this round, they're going to be broke again, especially with that operator on Starbound.
I agree. This is the big turning point, like for everyone, honestly, for YFP to kind of face the resolve of, hey, we beat one of the top teams and we're better, or for FlyQuest to kind of keep that title and also keep the prize money to themselves. So what's it going to be right now, especially as we do see a slight workup starting to move into Garage. The C site not necessarily empty, but of course Starbound just makes it so much harder.
Ooh. 2 kills on the board for Starbound. With this operator almost a third, just a tiny sliver of the head. Donut just running past a couple of these players in spawn. Melia getting a pick. 2 for Melia. Thea getting another pick onto the Labyrinth. All of a sudden it's down to a 2v2. The ult, the plant, looking good for YFP here. They know that one of these players, at least one of them, is in Garage. They just spotted the Silver Drone. The Wingman going out, trying to be a distraction, but the spray down actually catches off Ev. But it doesn't matter. Melia with a 3K. Melia's been absolutely popping off this map on this Omen.
Seems like, yeah, at this point, they pushed FlyQuest to taking another timeout, and that's got to feel really, really good. You know, to pressure such a strong team into not even knowing what to do against the stretch that you're holding on the defense, and the attack just being so difficult. And I think majority of the reason being, like, actually my apologies, not the attack, the defense being so difficult. And I think majority of the reason being, you know, that double initiator comp that we talked about, kind of taking its toll at this point. And it could definitely work, but I only see that happening in a world where, again, they do abuse that Phoenix on FlyQuest, which I don't feel as though they're doing. They have Astra, they have Phoenix, they have so many amenities here that they're just not taking advantage of to stop any sense of push coming through. And I think early engagements might be the name of the game here, especially on a map like Haven.
Yeah, you're 100% right. They have so much delay util to hold down sites, to hold down choke points, and they're not letting the team come out onto sites and able to kind of play those positions. Instead, they're opting to go for these semi-aggressive plays where they're playing a little bit up to get some space, but they're also not full fighting with util, so it's a little bit rough. They need to fully commit to one or the other. Like FlyQuest, they either have to full commit to fighting, very completely active, using all their util to push through and get that space, or they play on these sites and just delay the plant as long as possible. They have really good retake util, really good delay util, and it seems like they're not just putting themselves in those positions in order to use them successfully on the defense side. It's super rough, but again, another thrifty for FlyQuest, just spamming. And YFP, this is the first round in a while that we've seen them do something a little bit on the slower side. Marceline just chilling, all these players holding down, seeing if there's any stacks or pushes from FlyQuest.
Slight noise made. Over towards mid side. So with the B side, they are looking for access to entry. There it goes. The plant attempting to go down, but Thea isn't really letting anything pass by. And FlyQuest, they just let the B side alone. And the quick rotation isn't necessarily something I would have expected, but could it work?
But look at this, elaborate with the Owl trying to get out onto site, but Sonder denying it. They were planning YFP to come back towards that A site and see if they could get that space. But it's looking like they're going to try to do another one of those double fake Sova all the way towards that A-Link. Omen trying to put some sort of pressure towards Amy, but it doesn't matter. Corrupt trying to catch off these rotations. They heard the spawn. I think they just caught a little sliver, and all of a sudden this round has been turned around for FlyQuest. Another pick onto Starbound, and all of a sudden it's 1v5. This thrifty going the way of FlyQuest so far. Melia looking seemingly impossible, and as I say that, the thrifty going the way of FlyQuest. That was insane. They really won that. Now the numbers are equalized, Gompers.
This is exactly what FlyQuest wanted, and they got it right. They taked up some ults on the board. They managed to tie it up 9-9, and now they could and have the possibility of guaranteeing themselves another round on the board. And then they can kind of slowly just start to inch YFP away from you know, that economical advantage. I guess they don't really have, but any economical advantage YFP might want.
5 ults on the board. FlyQuest, they should hypothetically be able to convert this round into a win no matter what. To these players, playing off this KJ alarm, but just holding this crossfire, being really patient. But that means Garage is a little bit open. They have a weak link. And now Elaborate, being able to catch of Ev, that definitely should not have happened. The Gecko flash should have taken a lot more space than that, but these players now regrouping towards that A side. They know that the information has been there. They saw the Phoenix towards that B. They saw the Sonder, the Fade peeking towards that short. And now playing off, playing that retake. They know that they have the KJ ult to retake this, so no pressure for FlyQuest as of yet.
The dash to initiate might be good here, especially now as they slowly start to gather information. Down towards the backside, the flash goes off. But they're good. They're safe. YFP, they've taken onto the site, and the biggest struggle starts to come along, right? The retake, of which FlyQuest, they've been struggling on. They can't seem to really make anything work, and at this point, I mean, the effort really has to manage itself. 9-9. Finding the lead would be good.
Scary Shark trying to fight forward. Unfortunately, not good enough. The time was way too long there. Starbound getting the pick, and now this Astral is going to be holding it off. Dodo now pushing through with the flash once again, getting a 3K. And Sonder with the instant trade onto Melia. What a round that went by so fast. And this is what I was saying with these ults. They had to convert this, but unfortunately, that does mean 3 out of 5 ults were used. So they're left with just this Fade ult and the Gecko ult. So they need to be able to play that retake once again. These two ults are still really big ults for retaking. So technically, if they play the similar style of aggressing towards one area, playing that crossfire, and being able to fall back in a retake, they should be good.
No, that was phenomenal. Kind of utilizing the wall to work in cohesion with everybody else, bobbing and weaving in and out, and I think they definitely use their skills to the test. They haven't been, like, you know, aim-wise, not even aim-wise, I guess duel-wise, they haven't been winning out every single duel, but the assists speak for itself, right? 8 assists coming down to the board for the Astra, and, you know, a dream to try to just take away the prize here in the grand final. So 10-9, FlyQuest, they take the lead back, and all they have to do, again, is just keep hold of it. But how is that going to happen? Already a top flash kind of leading itself forward, and already a player down. YFP trying their absolute best to hold on to this. Maybe take things 10-10, but the defense, they moved up too quickly, too fast.
They tried to make a play off of those 3 pings from the Fade out towards that A site, but unfortunately just didn't work out because YFP again, they're one step ahead. They had a read, and Melia again with these 2 picks. I'm telling you, Melia's been on one this map. Yeah. Scary Shark with another trade, but yeah, YFP, they just seem one step ahead every single time now.
And I think they might just be, honestly, like, they haven't struggled once whenever they were anything was brought to their attention, to be honest. And Melia especially, right? Like, you wouldn't expect your Omen player to be playing as well as Melia is right now. I think that's definitely keeping the resolve of the players a little bit thick. But of course, the attacking side working out well. They have an ultimate ready on the board for maybe info gather, but I think the Thrash is going to prove to be somewhat of a bad time here.
Yep, they're opting to go back to that retake A, which worked so well for them. And 2 of these players just spamming through to deny that C orb. They assumed it was going to be Graham. Marceline actually getting caught off guard by Starbound. The first time that Marceline has been denied a first blood in a long time. But YFP, they are grouping up towards this B side. All those KJ utils being popped. Molly is on, and now Scary Shark on the site already. They're looking to fight towards that A lane, gain some sort of space, because you never want to just have that B site. And Corrupt falling back, gonna meet Sonder eventually. So much noise being made, and Sonder might be able to get a free pick from here.
Ooh. That would have been so good if Sonder could have taken that away. FlyQuest, they might have just been able to keep themselves in the game, but 4v4. And now, of course, the numbers dwindle. Melia might be the reason this team walks away with the victory after that one.
Dude, Melia is the MVP of this map because, oh my goodness, every single time they have just been spot on with their positioning, their timing, and of course, their aim. It has been phenomenal. Now 11-10 for YFP. Again, FlyQuest so far ahead on their first half, but in the second half, not managing to quite get there at all. And it's so hard to watch because I feel like FlyQuest, they have the right ideas, they have a lot of the stuff down on paper, but it just comes down to a lot of these mini timings that they're just missing. I mean, we saw Sonder almost getting the pick onto the Sova, but just whiffing, even though they heard and they knew that they were there. So again, so many of these small micro mistakes are the reasons that FlyQuest are losing round, but YFP, amazing adaptation. They pushed through B, they took A link, they saw it was free, and they were not scared to switch towards that A side.
This should do.
They have everything under wraps here, right? Potential to bring it down to this match point. Driving themselves crazy round after round to make sure they don't lose. And honestly, they're almost there. It is YFPX that might just be able to take this game under wraps. And will it work? Maybe. I mean, already a big push coming through from the attack, and there's only Sonder just waiting to keep this defense.
Look at this mid push from FlyQuest. So they've done so much. They took so much map control, but it doesn't matter because the full execute is coming out. The Rolling Thunder being thrown down, but they cannot capitalize off it because no one was playing on the site. Again, ready for this retake. It is 4v5, but they're using the Thrash almost immediately. Sova ult coming in to counter that. Ulting the Gecko while they're on their ulting just like that. Trade after trade, and Elaborate again being so annoying on this flank position. YFP, they have played this and been a step ahead and practiced whatever protocols they need phenomenally. They saw the Gecko and they were not scared.
Move in to lead it up to match point. And this is it. Is this the end for FlyQuest Red to take that second place? I mean, we're just going to have to see the match point. So beautiful. Great plays already coming through. I mean, they did immaculate stuff leading up to the attack there. 25-13, by the way, coming up to Melia. And that was just off the clutches alone.
Yeah, YFP, they seem to just be really atop of their game, and I really think that they've done such a great job of adapting and being able to keep up their confidence regardless of that 13-2 from the first map. I feel like we're seeing a completely different team here, Gompers, like literally just night and day. They've woken up, they know exactly what it is they need to do. They're actually fighting with their util and using a lot of these protocols to get themselves out onto sites. And again, putting a lot of pressure towards the C side, but not committing to it, which is fine because Elaborate, again, taking space towards that mid area, being set up for that lurk, but Sonder has this deep space and is caught off by that owl.
Could move in on this. Yeah, information given away. FlyQuest can't lose anybody just yet, and that's the thing. That's what's scary. Hear the silence, just not really knowing how to read into it at this point.
The setup for a fake, it looks like Elaborate all the way up in Garage. Starbound might be meeting their fate soon, but the dart not going out from the Sova, but Starbound aware that this is probably happening. The alarm bot still up towards that B site, just holding Garage. They hear the Omen TP, and now no one knows where this player is. Marceline all the way up through mid. The KJ alarm bot being put in such a weird position that they can just walk past it. The flash coming in, Starbound being spotted, and YFP again adapting on the fly. All four players here stuck in the spawn side.
Looking to display themselves in a different light though. FlyQuest, they have a different energy to them, but I guess the energy is in fact YFP's because they might have just run away with this. They are looking for the 1v1 and it's not enough. It is game over for this third map of the series, and it is going to be going in favor of course, YFP.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. YFP, the biggest underdog comeback story I have seen so far in this tournament. They lost the first map 13-2, and they came back into it, dominating, coming back in the sunset. Now this Haven just being so clean, winning that bind, winning this Haven. They really put themselves on the map for why they deserve to be here and why they are the #1. And don't forget, this is the running up for the GC tournament. This is where most of these teams are practicing a lot of their playstyles. So they're right now making a huge statement with this win.
No, they're doing absolutely amazing. Honestly, we got to see a hint of what could be the next Game Changers champion, which is absolutely insane. The fact that, you know, with all this practice and all this time and all this resolve, it wasn't a fake comeback. It was a real one. And, you know, YFP, they're here. They're looking to continue playing the game, and honestly, they're just going to get better over time, which I think is absolutely amazing. But of course, I know you guys want to see a little bit more. We have more for you. Don't go anywhere, please. We'll be right back with more Neon Dream.
about going the distance. We went above and beyond, and you can see how much each one of these teams wanted that number 1 slot. Athena, Gompers, it was a back and forth scramble. I was calling it a boxing match because every single time one led a punch, but then the other one reciprocated with 2 more punches. But in the end, once the sides swapped, it really was YFPX taking the lead. Gompers, was there anything particular that you noticed that gave FlyQuest a hard time?
I think for FlyQuest, majority of it was, I think they were giving themselves a hard time. They were so good. Like, they kept rolling with it. They were amazing. And then at some point, like, I'm not going to even, I mean, I guess it is the right terminology. Like, their confidence really did just plummet. It felt like a lot of the time they were making mistakes they didn't make before. And then when they switched on the defense, it literally just felt like everything else fell apart. Like, they didn't know how to play against a team that they had recently just 13 dude. And that's the surprising part. Like, it doesn't matter what the scoreline is for the first map. They just couldn't pull through with it.
I mean, Athena, you have the experience of competing. What goes through the minds of these players once they're so close to gripping that victory, but then slowly it starts to deteriorate?
I mean, you definitely feel a lot of the pressure, and you start thinking like, oh man, we have to win. So you start doing, dumb stuff. You're more likely to do these hero plays that you really don't need to do, and you start playing not to lose instead of playing to win. So normally you're a lot more confident. Normally you're doing what you're used to in scrims, communicating with your team, but you're more likely to lose a little bit of that when it is that close and you start seeing the scoreline get away from you a little bit. So definitely a little bit of a tough position. I feel like everyone in this matchup is extremely experienced and should be able to get past that, but FlyQuest, they just struggled on adapting, and YFP, that whole game just felt like they were one step ahead.
And we kind of touched on the bracket, but we know that YFPX, they did not drop a map until now, right? They went back and forth with FlyQuest, but it was in the end that they were really able to clutch it out. Before you ladies step out, can I get MVP players for either one of these squads? Let's start off with you, Gompers.
I'm gonna say, that's a good question. You know what? For me, I'll give it to Melia. I feel like Melia was a name that definitely caught my eye majority of the time. I think Melia played insanely well. And honestly, clutch scenarios, any situation, I give 10 out of 10. You're my MVP. Let's go.
I agree with that. I think Melia did good, but I think today for me, Elaborate, especially in this last BO3, did a phenomenal job lurking, fighting, consistently being somewhat near the top of the scoreboard. So for me, it's going to be Elaborate on YFP.
Well, Athena, Gompers, it's been a pleasure to be able to be on this desk with you. Thank you for lending us your voices. And now we have a special interview with one and only Nora from YFPX.
Hi, chat.
Hello. Hi, Nora. It's good to see you again.
Hello, it's good to see you too.
Congratulations on the win. How does it feel after about like 8 hours of Valorant?
Exhausting. It was so long of a day again. But I'm glad to win.
Well, congratulations. I think I already said that, but you need a second one because, I mean, you won twice. So was there anything particular for you that stood out with FlyQuest, just specifically on that first map that you guys really struggled on?
We had like a 3-4 hour like break between our first and second series, both against FlyQuest. So I think we came in with like not a lot of energy and just like being out of it. Like we have the right ideas, we have like the right positioning some rounds, we're just like not connecting and like a lot of the mid round, late round situations, and they just played great. They make me feel so old.
You're not old at all. I think compared to all of us on the desk and production, we're like, you guys are babies. Okay, so let's talk about the last map. Back and forth. It was not even the last 2 maps. It was a fight. Back and forth, left, right. Was there anything particular that you guys kept telling yourselves to make sure that you guys were still motivated to continue to fight forward?
Yeah, I think going to second map, we didn't have a comp decided. So like I just talked for like motivational for like 60 seconds straight. It's like, yo, have real energy up. We're playing a tournament. We're playing Valorant. It's not a scrim. We don't scrim. So it's just like having real energy and just like being together as a team, like actually wanting to win. because they're trying to win and like they deserve it a lot of the time. They're insane as a team.
Well, you guys are insane as well. I kind of want to see if I can get some sort of foreshadowing. Is this a team that we're going to see stick together for upcoming events? Or I mean, I know you throw the word pugging in there, but do you guys plan to stick together? Like, give me some details.
Yeah, I think we're just like trying not to experience burnout since like I think one of us is on a co-ed team, so it's just like struggling to like avoid burnout long periods of time since we're all focused IRL. We can't dedicate that much time in Valorant. But yeah, we just like love each other as friends and like enjoy each other as like a family, I would say at times. So like that's all we really care about, just like maintaining that relationship. Even if we lost today, we'd still play the next tournament since it's like we're a good team, we're good players. They're all insane. I'm on the backpack. I'm not leaving.
I love that, and I love that you mentioned like being a family and just wanting to enjoy things together. Because really that's what gaming's all about, right? We all want to have fun. And Bon, so once again, congratulations. Anything you want to say to your fans in the chat at the moment?
Hello, please be nice. I'm scared. Yeah. Oh my god, you're all amazing. Each and every one of you. Have a nice night. Every single one of you. Drink some hot chocolate. Have a bath. Light a candle. Go for a walk if it's safe.
I love
Yeah.
all those ideas. I will write them down and do all those. Well, that was Nora, aka Scary Shark, not scary whatsoever. Such a lovely soul. I think every time I interview Nora in the green room, everyone's like, we love Nora. They're so sweet. So shout out to Nora and shout out one more time to YFPX. And lastly, shout out to our sponsor, the Army National Guard, for sponsoring this event. This is specifically and to all. Gen Z is coming of age at a tough time with a global pandemic, historic unemployment, and skyrocketing student debt. The media has counted them out, but the National Guard is a part-time commitment so members can still work or go to school full-time by pursuing multiple paths at once. The Guard members set themselves up for future success, so please make sure you go and check out the Army National Guard. Shout out to our production that is in the back, making sure that we're on time, making sure that we are providing the best production for you. Chat, you guys have been wonderful. Thank you so much for supporting another Game Changer event. Please make sure you go follow if you haven't followed here. Make sure you follow on socials. It has been a pleasure. IQ Noob is out for the night, but thank you so much for joining us here at the NRG Neon Dream Invitational.
Our generation has a choice. Turn away from the world's problems or chase them down. We refuse to sit back and watch them pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Rise to every challenge and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.